Oh, sorry. Take it over. Actually, I saw someone yesterday that I saw last week. I forgot their name. Horrible person. How was yesterday? What tracks did you go to? Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Executive Chairman and Chief Visionary of MetricStream, Gunjan Sinha.
All right. Good morning, everyone. All right. It's a delight to see you all today, bright and early. When French mentioned it's going to be 8:30 a.m., I wondered how many people would show up. But it's a full house. You know, the world of GRC is indeed rising, right? Did you guys enjoy the dinner? I heard about the nice views of the White House and all the good stuff. You know, I thought we had invited President Obama to show up. He didn't. But anyway, look at you. This event keeps getting bigger and bigger and better every year, right? And that's the feedback that I've been getting from everyone today. So we have a lot of GRC excitement today, and I'm sure you guys are all ready for that. So we made 3 promises last year, if you remember. Number 1, to make GRC simple. Number 2, to deliver behind our vision of pervasive GRC. And number 3, to build the GRC cloud. And I've got to tell you that on all of these 3 promises, we've made amazing, amazing progress. That's quite a feat, quite a testament to the team here. But let's start with making GRC simple. This has been our strong and singular focus over the last year. And I can tell you, GRC is not simple by its own nature. Multiple roles, multiple orgs, data, systems, a lot of things have to come together to make GRC happen. But through packaged apps, rapid deployments, as well as cloud delivery model, we truly did make it simple last year. 70% of our deployments actually happened in less than 90 days. That's an amazing, amazing feat for us from where we were just a year back. Talking about our second promise that we made was to deliver behind our vision of pervasive GRC. GRC that spans not just within your enterprise, but extends to your entire ecosystem of suppliers and partners. I got to tell you, we now have 20 packaged apps ready to go, plus dozens and dozens of apps coming from our partners, our Zaplet partners. That is the broadest suite of GRC in the entire industry. And this team, with your help, has made it happen. That was the second thing which we said last year. And then the third promise we had made, that we wanted to build the GRC cloud, the real next generation cloud, not the old-fashioned way, not the multi-tenant way. We built the multi-instance cloud, the hybrid cloud, which allows us to fluidly move data and apps from your data center to ours. That's the next generation, using modern technologies like VMware, like Docker. We've been able to make that happen. No data commingling. Everybody gets their own instance. That's the power of this hybrid cloud, with real security and real performance and scale. And I've got to tell you, and Shelly mentioned this yesterday, 100+ customers are on our cloud now. Tremendous, tremendous feat from where we were a year back. So when I come back and reflect back at the last year on all these three fronts, I'm real proud to see, with your participation, with your help and your feedbacks and inputs, our team has been able to make tremendous progress here. And that's exactly the reason why I love this summit, because I personally learned so much from all the interactions. It gives me time to reflect on all of what happened over the last year, but also for us to set the foundation for the future. What should we be doing collectively and individually? Because we are clearly on a journey here together. One of the challenges, if you recall, we had put forth last year was also to raise the bar on intelligence, on real intelligence that drives business performance. To preserve, to protect, and to perform. That is what GRC must stand for. And you heard it from French. That truly has become our manifesto. That is our motto. And you guys remember we took a pledge yesterday, right? Remember the pledge? Yes? All right. So that's how we are raising the bar on business. All GRC, whether it's IT GRC, internal audit, third-party management, must lead to real business intelligence and real business outcome. That's where the future is moving forward. GRC is not just about pleasing the regulators or creating audit checklists or libraries. It has to generate real business outcomes. That's the promise. And here at MetricStream, as risks and regulations have evolved, so have we. We are taking GRC to the next level, and we are excited. Are you guys? All right. We are excited because we are changing how we have thought about GRC. Traditionally, GRC has been about data, process, controls. Those are the basic things. Moving forward, this truly has to become the system of intelligence. System of intelligence that marries data from internal data sources, but also from external data feeds coming from the web, from third-party sources, from our partners like Dow Jones and others, and bringing it to light so that we can also use real predictive intelligence around that data, powered by AI, by natural language processing and machine learning. That is where the world is heading, to become the true system of intelligence. Think beyond Siri. Think beyond Siri, the system that can think, predict, and act with real cognitive intelligence. That's where we've got to go. We are well on our journey, but in the next 3, 5, 7 years, that's where we're headed. We are collecting all the data, we're gleaning all the insights, and we're going to be powering it up with real machine intelligence, real predictive intelligence, and that's the future of GRC. In the future, the leaders in GRC and the people in this room are going to demand how we leverage the structured and unstructured data and bring big data to life, to be able to seamlessly curate, classify, as well as correlate seemingly disparate data from a multitude of sources. That's going to be the need. And it's going to be the need because you want to be able to parse the signal from the noise. That's the need of the hour. And by the way, we want to do all this stuff without raising the complexity of GRC. So this has to be done while keeping GRC simple. So that's the challenge that I threw last year. And I have to tell you, our team at MetricStream took this challenge to heart. And they really did. And many of you have participated in a lot of MSIGs and conversations and dialogues and feedbacks. So it's really been a collective journey. And today, it is my real pleasure to say that the team has come through to delivering real intelligence. I have a major announcement to make today. And it's my real pleasure to announce a real game-changing, real transformative product. Are you guys ready? Yes. Are you guys ready? Yes. All right. We're going to be announcing MetricStream M7, our next generation platform for the planet, for the high performers. All right. MetricStream M7, as it gets rolled out, is going to fundamentally shift our thinking about GRC, our thinking about how we preserve, protect, and perform, and how we think about intelligence. You know, ERP was the system of transaction for enterprises worldwide, if you remember. CRM then became the system of engagement for customer journeys. And through M7, we are becoming the system of intelligence for organizations globally. That is the power. And by the way, this M7 would not have been possible without the collective effort of a lot of people around the world. Hundreds of MetricStream employees and developers literally for 3 full years have been at it. And we've gotten critical inputs and feedbacks from many customers, large and small, from around the world. And our partners have validated, vetted, and tested many of the elements over the last 3 years for us. There's a lot of effort which has gone around the world for making this happen here. So from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you all on behalf of both Shelly and I, the management team, the board, and the entire MetricStream family. I want to thank you all for the participation in this true spirit of co-innovation. A big round of applause for all of you. By the way, the journey to launch M7 hasn't been easy, and I'm fully aware of the challenges that we may have individually faced or collectively experienced. But I can tell you on a bright note, 6.x will continue to rise and shine. It will continue to improve and enhance over the next few years as M7 kicks into full gear. So 6.x will continue to get stronger as we look forward as well. When you think about M7, it fundamentally raises the bar on GRC. It helps us, MetricStream, to better serve our customers in new ways. It raises the bar on how we think about pervasive GRC. M7 is pervasive. It deploys in the cloud. It brings in integrated content. It powers Zaplets. It helps our partners better serve their customers. And it makes the GRC journeys that much smoother. And above all, it delivers real intelligence, curating data from a multitude of sources, and to be able to present data in a much more sophisticated, streamlined, and elegant manner so that you can get real insights for executives, for GRC practitioners, for CEOs and boardrooms. That is the promise that M7 delivers. Talking about CEOs and boardrooms, I personally enjoyed the sessions yesterday. One of the questions that comes to our mind is what is on the minds of the boardrooms as well as with CEOs. And this came up in the discussion yesterday when we talked about left field disruptions. Admiral Millen, he talked about one event. This was the recall that GM had to go through. One event could take down a franchise, could down a ship in no time. You know, the recalls that they had last year. In a recent survey that was done by a large multinational company of 25,000 executives, CEOs and CXOs around the world, one of the top concerns, the number one concern that came up was left field disruption. That's what's on the mind of the CEOs in the boardrooms right now as we speak. We got to learn to manage it. Let me take an example. Competitive threats that show up from nowhere. It's not the competition that you worry about, it's the competition that you don't know about. Something that comes from nowhere. That's what we're talking about. Uber, for example, in less than 5 years, is on its way to disrupt automotive, auto rental, transportation, and even logistics companies. Who knew? That's the era in which we are living. That's the era in which we're living. You know, left field cyber attacks. You know, the oil prices drop the way it drops at a rapid pace. Even the rise of ISIS. These are examples of left field disruptions that come from nowhere. And that's what keeps CEOs awake right now. So to deal with this, you do need a pervasive GRC approach, an M7 approach, so that you can glean the data and insights proactively and prospectively before you're hit by surprises. That is the real predictive intelligence that you need that enables the high performers to survive, to sustain, and to grow. That's where the future is. So beyond the left field disruptions, another topic which is in the boardrooms right now is about how to harness the power of global ecosystems, how to leverage the global economy. We are living in an interconnected world. That's the reality of today and for tomorrow. But how do you enable strong global ecosystems? There's tremendous opportunity there. But however, you've got to do that with real control and real care. That's the challenge. A McKinsey study recently said $300 billion worth of work will be freelanced in the next decade alone. $300 billion. That's the world we are living in. The future of work is going to be very different than the future of work that we have seen, in the past. The other day, a few weeks back, I met with the CEO of a Fortune 50 company, and he remarked in the last decade, they have 100,000 less employees, and those work are now being done by vendors, suppliers, partners, distributors, third-party ecosystems now. Literally 100,000 employees in one corporation the work has shifted from what was done by employees to the ecosystem. That's the reality of the world today. So in that world, how does GRC touch not just your employee base, but extend to your entire ecosystem? That's a very important question for us to answer and understand and think about. Because when you do well, the whole ecosystem GRC, you'll start to tap into the power of the global economy and leverage the power of the global ecosystems. Beyond these 2 points that I have around managing left field disruptions and global ecosystems, there's another topic which is top of mind of CEOs and boardrooms around the world, which is what I would call the rise of the digital universe. The rise of the digital universe. We are living in an exciting time. Literally everything is being digitized, everything. Not just digitized and connected, right? The other day I saw an announcement from Nike, self-tying shoes with IoT sensors. Could you imagine that? Okay, we'll be wearing that someday. But you look at every element of our lives is being digitized at an unnerving pace, at a blink of an eye. Billions of devices are going to get connected. Robots and drones are not just the future of national defense. They're going to be part of manufacturing and logistics operations very soon. That's the world in which we're living here now. So when you're going through this rise of the digital universe, one of the questions as GRC professionals that we have is how do we absorb this vast volume of data that it's creating for us? So GRC must be able to tap into that because we need the controls, we need the understanding, we need the care to allow our CEOs and boardrooms to truly tap into the power and harness the power of the digital universe. That's where the future is. So what makes me really excited about GRC is that the kinds of things that we're doing here, the topics that we're discussing here, are front and center of CEOs and boardrooms. We have to collectively solve the problems of left field disruptions, help our companies tap into the power of the global economy, the global ecosystems, and help us harness the true power of the digital universe. Those 3 things are pivotal and critical for us moving forward. And through your effort, through M7, we are making that all possible here and now. That's the excitement of the GRC. We are creating a market. We have created a market. This is hundreds of billions of dollars in spend. Yesterday, I heard from one of the panels, they said $1 trillion. And people think, I'm a futurist and I look at the future, so I've never gone to the $1 trillion mark, but I'll take that any day. This is a massive market that we have created. So last year, when I made the 3 promises that I talked about earlier, I was thinking through, as we look at the next year, what are the promises that we need to make to ourselves to tap into this large market, this $1 trillion market that's in front of us? I've just upgraded my number here. So the first thing that we need to promise to ourselves collectively for us to do is to raise the bar on quality moving forward. So when I look at 2016 and beyond, and I reflected a lot on what we have done last year and where we need to go in the next few years, we've got to collectively raise the bar on quality. MetricStream must become better at quality, and we as an industry must become better at quality. Quality of everything we do, from the products we create, to the documentation we write, to the implementations we do, the support we do, we've got to raise the bar collectively. And we can do that through real teamwork, trust, and transparency that we create amongst each other. Because that's what it will take. We are going to create quality councils, quality boards for your participation, but we're going to take this real seriously And I need engagement from all of you collectively to make this happen. This is not just MetricStream in an isolation trying to move the needle here. We collectively will going to move the needle. And I was talking to Eamon from UBS yesterday. I said, I need some Swiss DNA into this thing to make it real high quality. The second promise that I want us to make to us is really the idea that the cloud is very powerful, but we need to continue to drive the innovation in the cloud. We made tremendous progress on the cloud last year, and I talked about it earlier. Our cloud is now multi-instance, hybrid, secure, global, high performance, all the right buzzwords, if you will. However, there's still much, much more that has to be done over the next few years. And I'll give you an example. I have this notion of a composite cloud. And we can do this because we have the architecture that supports it. I have this notion of a composite cloud where our data and apps will seamlessly show up in Salesforce.com. So you don't even have to come to MetricStream. You could log into your Salesforce.com or Force.com and be able to take advantage of risks and audits and controls. That's an example of a composite cloud where we're bringing the power of GRC closer to CRM. Similarly, we're going to do that with ERP or other systems. So we want to take GRC to where the users are. That's our next generation. That's how composite clouds are going to fundamentally change how we think about GRC. In my vocabulary, the best user experience is no user experience at all, where you are invisibly available wherever the users are. That's why we want to go through this notion of composite cloud, and we'll get there in the next few years. And then the third thing, which is very important for us as a collective promise that I want us to make together, is to collectively enable the IT organizations and the partner organizations for true customer success. And I say this because without getting and empowering the IT organizations to be able to drive the implementations and support and the training through MetricStream University and our Zaplets, we cannot get real true customer success. So this year and beyond, we're going to put double down focus on how we enable the IT folks within your corporations and our partner organizations globally to be able to make them successful. So as I look at these three things that I talk about, these are the cornerstone of what will allow us to serve you better, to serve us better, and to tap into this trillion-dollar market that we see today. We've got to raise the bar on quality. We have to drive increased pace of innovation in the cloud. We can do it. This is possible because we have the architecture to support it, and we must take it to the next level. And we have to enable IT as a true business partner, and we have to leverage our partners and bring them together for us. As we do those three things, that's what gets us excited. That's what gets Shelly and I charged up. That's what gets our board, our management team, and our entire company charged up. You know, creating a platform company is not easy. It's not easy. It takes a lot of pieces of the puzzle to come together. You know, it's real easy to create an application company. You can create an app, you can get going. But when you're trying to create a platform company, there's a lot of pieces that have to come together because you're really creating an ecosystem. But when you do create it, it's very rewarding because you are not just creating a company, you're creating an industry. That is the mission we are on. We want to create the GRC industry. For the last 10 years, we have led it, we have defined it, we have coined it, and we want to now continue to lead through real innovation and real customer success. That's our promise. So I stand here in pledge to preserve, to protect, and to perform. And by now, you guys already know that you guys have convened here to preserve, to protect, and to perform. Every day that goes by, we make the world a little less risky, a bit more compliant, and a whole lot better governed. Thank you all for sharing your GRC journeys with us. Thank you.
Today's business landscape is changing. It's mobile, global, social, and cloudy. High performers don't have time to drill through mountains of data and work in silos. High performers need an edge. They need the new MetricStream platform, M7. With M7, we make GRC simple. M7 is leaner, more agile, intuitive, collaborative, and it personalizes the user experience across apps. M7 makes GRC pervasive. It's there for you, everywhere. M7 allows you to work smarter, save time, and provide better intelligence and insights to drive better risk-based decisions. It can be configured easily, empowering GRC leaders across the organization and extended ecosystem. It delivers GRC how and as you need it. And M7's intelligence extracts action-driven insights from large and complex structured and unstructured data so that executives and employees know the risks and the rules, enabling well-informed business decisions. It's built for high-performance organizations in an increasingly competitive world. As today's risk and regulatory environment evolves, so do we. M7 GRC for high performers.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senior Vice President and Chief Product Manager, Vasant Balasubramanian.
Hello, everyone. Good morning and welcome. Good morning. Well, a few more people are awake. It's great. Thank you, Gunjan. As Gunjan said, we're here to help you preserve, protect, and perform with GRC that is simple, pervasive, and delivered on the cloud. This has been at the core of our products for many years now. But as we look at a future that is far more digital, it has more left field risks and disruptors coming our way, and an increased reliance on our third parties, we're going to need a platform that still helps us preserve, protect, and perform in that new world. I've been waiting to say this for 3 years now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to M7. M7 is a generational step forward in the 5 key areas that we believe are critical for making GRC simple and pervasive and delivered on the hybrid cloud. These are, first up, user experience. Yes, it's about a user experience that's engaging, that's efficient, that's personalized, and that people are actually excited about getting into the system and getting work done rather than having to fight a system. Next up, GRC, how you need it. Every customer, everyone in this room loves the product, but you always need some changes that are specific for your business. You need some level of configurability to make it your own. So the second aspect is configurability that is easier for you. Third up, mobility and layering. For GRC to be pervasive, it has to be where people live their lives. As Gunjan said, it has to be mashed up within Salesforce. It has to be within where people live their lives. So the third key aspect of bringing GRC and making it mobile is pervasive is mobility and layering. Fourth, now everyone's in the system. It's pervasive. People are putting data into the system. Everyone's using it. Great. Now, how does it drive my insights? How does it drive my business performance? So fourth up, reporting and analytics for better insights and decisions. And last, in some ways the most important, architecture. If you are building a building on a weak foundation, it doesn't work. You need to build it for that future and how that future looks with massive amounts of data, security, threats, far more digital. You need a platform that works for that future. So these are the 5 key areas in M7. So I'm going to walk you through a little bit more detail in every one of them, right? And I have some time. So let's start with user experience. M7 user experience is leaner, easier, faster. Yes, faster is important for user experience. You're not going to like a slow system. And contextual. And M7 is personalized. We expect it. There's a new word that came up yesterday, not once, but twice. And it was funny because somebody just saw a quick show and tell of M7 yesterday in a MSIG. And the word was, it looks less clicky. And then oddly enough, again, somebody else later in the day said, yeah, less clicky. So it's a thing. It's less clicky. So let's go have a look. All right, let's go ahead and log in. What you're looking at is the home page. This is the new M7 user interface. Now, how many in here have used MetricStream products and are familiar with our current user interface? Have a show of hands? Oh, it's a good 30, 40%. It's great. So you know the change. You know how this looks. And for a lot of people who are looking at this the first time, they say, oh, this looks like Facebook. Choice of colors. And not an accident, because you expect consumerization. Everybody uses all these other applications, and you expect your enterprise applications to be that easy and friendly to use. And that's what we went with. Second, GRC data is complex. There's a lot of it. But once you start putting integrated GRC together across the different parts of a business, between organizations, processes, products, risks, controls, regulations, assets, third parties, you name it. There's a ton of data out there. How do you understand it? How do you make sense of the relationships, understand all the data in the system? It's a very critical part of understanding what's going on, and it drives your business and your insights. This is one of my favorite super cool features. We built the Data Explorer. The Data Explorer allows you to see all the types of different data in the system. Let's go ahead and look at the audits in the system. We spend time making sure that it spins around like that little circle and does all these things. It's a lot of fun. I'm telling you, when it's engaging, I'll show you something that engages me. So let's go have a look at risks, right? But there's pagination. There are more risks. I love clicking on this little circle and watching it go around like that. Some things engage us in different ways. But that's the thing. When we built this out, we paid attention to things that slide out rather than just show up, right? So in nature and things, it's nice when it does that. So we aren't just going for it has to work. We're also going for, well, I have to like it. So hopefully we got that. Now, back to the home page. As you are looking through data in the system, as you're looking at reports, and I am an auditor, I have my audits on my homepage, and I say, oh, there's a loan review audit that I'm working on. What's going on with the audit? I place my mouse on it, and I get a hover card. This is another super important, super cool feature, is it is contextual to where your data is in the system. Suppose you're on a report, or you're on a form, you're entering some information, and you need more details about it. Place your mouse on it, and open up the Data Explorer again. See more information about what's going on. What are the risks I'm covering in the audit? So, tremendous amount of information contextually, and for you to be able to see relationships within the system. Okay, next up. For the practitioners, we introduced, for people who are doing a ton of data entry within the system, we introduced the task inbox. So this is like your Microsoft Outlook, right? So you have a ton of work to do, and you need to slice and dice all the work that's coming your way. So the inbox lets you look at all the data, pick and choose what filter what you're working for. Again, this is very important for the people who are the practitioners, who are spending time with a lot of work in the system. This is not going to be necessary for the executives. It's not going to be necessary for the citizens, the people on the front line, because they don't expect a ton of work coming their way. But for everyone here who is a practitioner, this is going to be very useful. Let's go look at an issue that's been documented in this system. These are the new M7 forms. So for the M7 forms, we went with a linear look. That's much more consistent with how a lot of applications do it today, modern applications. And we put a lot of things in there to make it easier for you to do your data entry, your approval style work in there. For instance, now, you have a workflow stage indicator that indicates where you are as part of the process in the issue. Critical information about the data you're looking at by just looking at right at the top, rather than having to scroll through the form looking for key pieces of information. A percentage completion that says what are the fields, the mandatory fields you were supposed to fill in, and then that's available right at the top so you know if you're missing something. Look for this little expansion icon in different parts of the interface, because it gives you the full screen to work with at any given time. It's a very small thing, but it's a very useful thing. Say you're an auditor who's working on a work paper, and that's all the real estate you have. It is so nice to be able to just hit full screen and just have so much more real estate to work with. Very small, very easy, and very helpful. And being able to submit. You would think this is obvious, but actually it's not. To be able to submit and say, delegate an issue, and now it says, who do you want to delegate it to? This makes it easier as a natural flow of thinking, is I want to assign this to someone, okay, who, right? And so this happens at time of submission. And there's a ton more goodies in the form itself. I'm not going to get into details. But you get the feel for a forms and a data entry that's actually much easier now to do your daily work. Now, back to the homepage. We weren't just thinking about the practitioners and the executives and everyone else. We're also worrying about the people who manage and administer the system. Right? Many of you here are power users who manage the system for your in-house customer base. So we consolidated all our settings and configurations and administration in a single place. So it makes it much easier for you to get to all the setup type of activities that you need to do within the system. And one more thing. The whole UI is responsive. That means it works on the phone. Everything we do. This is super important. I have at least a few customers here who have spoken to me about being able to access this on mobile devices, and it's really important. How many here would access GRC on the mobile devices? Well, there's a few who wouldn't. I guess that's most of us, though. It's wonderful. All right, and it's going to be necessary as you need to get into everyone's hands. All right, so that is it as far as the demo is concerned. Now, I want to take us back to the slides, and iterate is an important point. As we look at a great interface, and we say, well, so M7 is about the UI. M7 is about the UI, but if M7 is also about 4 more things. M7 is about not just the UI, it's about the user experience, which is driven by configurability and mobility and the architecture and performance and all of these other things. So they're all part of M7. So let's have a look at a few of the things that are in there. Configurations. M7 makes it simpler to configure the system through what we call advanced data types for fields. This will help you develop and modify and change forms, and for us also to build forms and applications with less code. It'll help us do it faster and with much better quality. All of these, and at the end of the day, it helps you do it faster. Next, M7 allows you to do configurations in a way that are upgrade safe. Again, super important. There are many customers that I've spoken to who would really like the ability to take upgrades while keeping some of their changes in play. Very important. So M7 brings a whole set of new things that are now upgrade safe, and you will see in subsequent releases of M7, there'll be many, many more of these things that will continue to be added to that list of upgrade safe configurations. And you can have multiple configurations on M7. Say you have a control test that MetricStream provides, and now you have 2 different groups that want to do 2 different types of control testing, SOX control testing and IT control testing. Both of those can be configured on the same application. This is, again, has been a huge area of investment. This is not something that many of you will see on a day-to-day basis, but this is something that has tremendous impact on all your deployments and your future use of applications. As you go through the GRC journey, this is going to be super important. We talked about mobility and layering, and I've already shown you the responsive UIs. The second part of mobility and layering, though, is about REST APIs. As we move into a world where we start to mash up MetricStream within CRM applications, ERP applications like Salesforce, Workday, et cetera, we are moving to providing more access to MetricStream through REST APIs. Now, just to be very clear, on day 1, when M7 lands, we'll be providing the APIs, and we'll be building out more APIs through the next 12 months. And as we move into next 2017 and beyond, we will actually have mashups within some of these other applications. So we're very clear where we are today. Next up, reporting and analytics. We saw the Data Explorer. Helps you understand your data. We saw the hover cards for contextual intelligence about what you're doing at any given point in time, right? To help you understand the nature of what you're doing so that you can make better do better risk assessments, so you can do better audits, so you can understand the issues better. And we also have a new report designer that just makes it easier to build reports. There's actually far more things under the hood, so there will be more details later. The 5th item we talked about was the M7 architecture. We didn't talk about this earlier, but the UI that you just saw was rewritten 100% from the ground up. We rewrote the whole thing because we needed something that will stay with us for the future. So this is all done on HTML5, and it uses the same APIs that we built for mashups with other applications. It's the same APIs, which means far more future-proof, far more future-ready, and frankly, it's faster. Today, because of this architecture, our initial testing shows that our forms load about, give or take, about 50% faster in the system. So That's definitely going to be better for user experience. Next, instant GRC. We're rolling out the ability for you to have your system ready in 2 minutes. Click of a button, your sandboxes, your production systems, etc., ready to go. Again, huge part of moving to the cloud, moving to a hybrid cloud, to be able to have your software up and running within minutes. And last, just across the board, there's about 50 to 70% of the systems and subsystems within the platform have gone through improvements, have gone through cleanups, have gone through just refactoring to make them leaner, cleaner, better across the board. So huge amount of improvements and change. So this was not something we felt shy about and said, oh, you know what, that's too hard, we're not going to do it. There was very little that met that bar, so we went at it. So at the end of the day, to summarize the 5 things we talked about, M7 is engaging, efficient, personalized. M7 is GRC how you need it through configurability. M7 is GRC where you and your users need it through mobility and layering. M7 provides better insights and decisions through our reporting and analytics. M7 is faster, leaner, and ready for the future through the architecture. Now you're thinking, when can I get my hands on it? Me too, but I know. M7 is going to be available for new implementations for the first set of 5 applications starting on August 1st, and it will be available for upgrades starting November 1st for about 5 to 10 applications. It will also be available starting July for demos and pre-orders for customers who are interested in, again, as a new implementation. To summarize, M7 is GRC for high performers. This is real, right? We're landing it. I'm sure a lot of you have many more questions about M7, and we're still here. If you want to look at M7 on my phone, stop me somewhere in the next couple of days, and you can have a look. We also have the M7 Showcase. 2 days, so if you look at your agendas, there's the GRC Showcase that's running later today, and there's one tomorrow. It's a repeat session because we expected there to be a certain level of interest. So drop on by, ask us questions. Some of us will also be wearing Ask Me About M7 badges. So if you see one of us, stop us, ask us a question. And as you can tell, we're all very excited about M7. We're very excited about GRC, and we're very excited about having you here sharing this moment with us. So thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the summit.
Wasn't that fantastic? Oh my, okay. So thank you, Vasant, for such an exciting presentation of what's in our next generation of GRC solutions. And of course, the name of the game is execution, right? And quality. And strategy and vision doesn't come to life unless you have a good chief operating officer. Okay, great chief operating officer. I'd like to introduce Gaurav Kapoor. Gaurav Kapoor is responsible for sales, marketing, customer advocacy, and the partner ecosystem. And also Compliance Online. If you haven't gone onto Compliance Online, I would encourage you to log into that website. He also serves on the board of Regalix, a digital innovation and marketing company. So Gaurav joined MetricStream early in its life with the founders, and he started as a chief financial officer. He led sales, marketing, and partnerships, and of course, established ComplianceOnline.com. So MetricStream's business unit has grown to be the leading online GRC community and content property. Previously, Gaurav held the position of Vice President of Open Growth at Arcadia One. Prior to that, he spent several years in marketing and operations and other businesses at Citibank. So Gaurav has covered the areas in both Asia and the US. Gaurav also has a Wharton School Business degree as a Palmer Scholar. And I'd like to welcome Gaurav Kapoor to the stage, and he's going to introduce the panel who's going to discuss here making GRC simple, and introduce his panel right now. So welcome, Gaurav.
Thank you, Kristen. And once again, welcome everybody. We had two very interesting sessions in the morning, one from Gunjan, quite inspiring, and then Vasant, equally inspiring. We're quite inspired by what is coming down the pipe on the M7, and hopefully, all of you will see the benefits and the excitement around that as well. I wanted to now kick off today's sessions, from a panel perspective. And we have a very interesting panel starting out right now, a very diverse panel. We are going to be talking about, how we talked about the theme of making GRC simple. And we're going to talk about how companies are thinking about their GRC journeys and the whole simplification process, if you will, what kind of challenges they face. We've got a very diverse, panel here. We have Pat Murphy, who is from Anthem, serves as the VP of Internal Audit and the Global Risk Officer. Pat, please join us. We have Dr. Sita Raman, who is the Group Chief Executive of Doha Bank, flew down all the way from Doha. We have Dion, who's a global leader, lead partner for Enterprise Risk Management and GRC for KPMG. And we have Leo McKay, who's the Corporate Vice President for Ethics and Sustainability at Lockheed Martin. He's a local person. So welcome to the panel. Thank you, all of you. What we'll probably do is just start off with a quick 30-second introduction, and I'll have you provide your own introductions, if you will. Might just serve best. So, Pat, maybe we can start with you.
Absolutely. First off, pleasure to be here with you guys. As was mentioned, I'm with Anthem, which is a large health insurance company associated with the Blue Cross Blue Shield plans. We have the license for 14 states throughout the country, and then also have a very large Medicaid presence that's both blue branded as well as not blue branded. I've been with Anthem for about 11 years now, and have had a number of roles that have ranged from actual P&L responsibilities all the way to currently, as was mentioned, Chief Audit Executive and Chief Risk Officer. We're in the process of acquiring, or hopefully acquiring, Cigna over the next few months, still going through those processes. And so I'm in a little bit of a transition. I'm also actually our CFO for two of our businesses as well. That's definitely not the ideal combination, but we've obviously kind of had checks and balances, and it's kind of just an interim thing to do both of them at this point. So previously was with PwC and also Eli Lilly in my past careers as well. So.
Thank you. Dr. Sitharaman.
Morning. It's my pleasure and privilege to be an integral part of this interesting and exciting session. My name is R. Sitharaman. I'm the Group Chief Executive of Doha Bank. I run a bank as well as an insurance company, a bank operating in 16 countries, from a local to regional. I have the privilege of converting it into a global enterprise. I've been in the helm of affairs over the last 13 years. And governance, risk, and compliance plays a very important role in bringing sustainability. I think with the changing face of the world, changing face of the financial service, transparency and governance is going to be the new world order. Thank you.
It's a tough act to follow, that one. But before I introduce myself, I want to say M7 sounds almost like a James Bond. I was expecting some James Bond kind of the background there, but anyway, something for you to consider on your marketing side.
Vasant is our James Bond.
Yeah. My name is Dion Minar, and I am out of New York. I'm a partner out of KPMG, and I run our global enterprise risk management and the governance, risk, and compliance practice for KPMG. I've been with the company actually about 25 years, which is frightening if I just think about it. As I don't feel like I should be in any company for 25 years, right? I don't feel old enough, but pleasure to be here.
Go ahead, Leo, please.
Yeah, no, I'm Leo McKay. As you said, I'm local here at Lockheed Martin. I have our ethics portfolio and also our sustainability portfolio, which are allied concerns, the way we look at it. In addition, I serve on the board of another Fortune 500 company, Cognizant Technology Solutions, where I sit on the audit committee, so I have a look at internal audit and all the elements of risk as a board director as well as an executive manager.
Fantastic. And as you can see, it's a diverse panel, both from an industry perspective. We've got healthcare, we've got defense, we've got banking, and of course, services. And in terms of what we wanted to kind of think about today a little bit is, if you look around the world, talk to the top executives, talk to the analysts, you get a very diverse view of what is top of mind for leaders today. You talk to an investment firm, and they'll say that probably shadow banking is a big issue. Is one of the biggest risks they face. Yeah? Or stagnation, secular stagnation is one big topic that comes up regularly. You talk to the World Economic Forum, and for them, the water crisis is one of the biggest issues. Climate change is, and involuntary migration, mass migration is a big issue right now globally, if you will, right? You talk to other business leaders, for them, cybersecurity, seems to emerge as one of the top. You talk to the third one, it's something else. Yeah. With the diverse backgrounds that you have and what you're looking at, sometimes it does become difficult to assimilate what truly is worrying most business leaders. Yeah. Probably start with you, Pat. If you look at it, what keeps leaders up at night in your world, it'll be good to just get your perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. So you've mentioned a couple of them. I'll just maybe expand on, for at least from an Anthem perspective and a healthcare perspective. Cybersecurity, for those that don't know, we had a very large breach or data incident about 15 months ago, and actually I was responsible for the privacy team at the time. So lived and breathed this way too much as far as I'm concerned, but I think that's a very, very large risk for us, continues to be. We're living and breathing the result of that, and it's kind of a blessing in disguise. I think we had a very good cybersecurity program to begin with, but this is just really kind of, if you will, put us on the map to a certain extent in terms of some of the new initiatives that we're doing from a cybersecurity perspective, but definitely something that keeps us up at night. And then with that comes obviously the PHI and PII part of it as well. I don't necessarily think that those always go together, but many times they do. So in our situation, we definitely had some of that. Two others that really come to mind for us right now would be vendor oversight. We have identified this as one of our biggest risks for lots of different reasons. For a number of reasons, we have, due to mergers and acquisitions and other different things like that, we have tens of thousands of vendors that we deal with every day. Obviously, some are very minor and don't have a huge risk profile, but in terms of overseeing these vendors, making sure they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, we've identified this as one of our very, very important risks. In fact, we just had what we call a deep dive with our board just about 6 months ago on this very topic. And then the other one I'll mention is around just regulatory changes, most specifically the Affordable Care Act. A lot of our what we used to call our commercial business, or still call our commercial business, included the individual business, and obviously that's a big piece of the ACA. And so the individual business was regulated, but at the same time, it was not regulated nearly to the extent that it will be. So this is definitely a new landscape for us and those operators from a business perspective, just in terms of the CMS and other regulators that are very much interested in, obviously, this new program and so forth. So those are the three that come to mind. Don't want to steal the thunder from others. So.
Hey, Dr. Sitharaman, you live in an interesting part of the world right now, oil, financial, geopolitical, all of this kind of coming together in Qatar. What's your view? What do you worry about the most? Yeah?
What worries me is, you've seen, a couple of weeks before spring meeting in Washington took place, and the global growth is less than 2009. Clearly, the financial economies are still converting as real. Real economies are redefining the scope and performance. Communism has changed. Capitalism is alterating in form and substance. Mixed economies are highly volatile. There are contentious issues between the developed world and developing world, whether it's trade or investments, banking or finance. It's an extraordinary transformation. It's a huge game change. Conceptually and critically, when it comes to governance perspective, I think the crisis itself is an opportunity. There's a huge cleansing required. If you look at the bigger picture, what has changed is the liquidity. Printing money, improving the liquidity, inflating the assets. We created gambling grounds. It's a heterogeneous monetary policy around the world. The central bankers are printing money, whether it is Federal Reserve or Bank of England or Abenomics. There's no alignment between the monetary policy and fiscal policy. The point I'm trying to drive, corporate governance is intertwined to the global governance. In substance, that's a major issue. We work in the financial markets, which is a gambling ground. You mentioned about oil price. Oil price is not necessarily the reflection of demand and supply alone. When oil was 147, it was oil futures. It's pure speculation. When dollar was weak, people had the risk by buying commodity futures. Today, dollar is strong. There's no oil futures. That's the reflection we are seeing in addition to marginal alterations in the overall supply and demand factors. So conceptually, the governance has been compromised, and you have seen G7 has become G8, G8 has become G20. Extraordinary set of decisions have been taken, but not executed. The compliance architecture is very contentious. Still, there are a lot of alignment required between the monetary policy and fiscal policy, between the governments, how to bring up the global recovery. The Millennium Development Goal has been changed into a sustainable development goal. If it has to happen, then you have to look at it from a different perspective. Number one, you have to eliminate extreme poverty. Governance plays a big role. You have to bring in gender equality. Again, diversity plays in not only in global governance, in corporate governance as well. We have to bring in universal healthcare and education. We have to create environment sustainability. You did mention it. Corporate banking or any environment is confined to corporate social responsibility. When it comes to public finance, whether you run a local enterprise or a global enterprise, it is public, it is global. The issue remains, we have to build partnership in realigning the global governance. Then we can bring in sense of sustainability to global growth, number one. Number two, what disturbs me is the pace at which the game change takes place. There's low convergence between the changing face of the financial services or business trends and technology trends. It's a huge vacuum. And again, we need to integrate the risk in real order, whether it is value at risk or integrated stakeholders' value. We need to bring in socially responsible in enlightening the mission and execution. I think these are fundamental pictures which we need to articulate and design a solution.
And very valid points. Dion, given your perspective of serving literally thousands of companies globally, what's the key things that you hear about from the executives?
I mean, just reflecting on some of these comments, I think if you're a CEO or executive team, it's an exciting but scary time right now. Just to be able to navigate all the nuances of the world, macroeconomics, et cetera. A CEO of an $11 billion company, it's a client of mine, he has a typewriter in his office, and I actually asked him about it. It was in a very prominent position, and it was a Smith Corona. I actually didn't know what a Smith Corona typewriter was, but it's apparently like the typewriter in its day, right? And he basically has one sheet of paper, and he says, do not become the next Smith Corona, okay? So, no, but I thought it was, I mean, this is really, truly insightful. So a lot of talk about disruption, right? But quite frankly, this CEO is focused, and just to reflect again on your question, he's focused on how am I getting disrupted? So he calls himself the chief worry officer. GM calls herself the chief risk officer. But how can I be disrupted by not necessarily the traditional competitors, right? But secondly, how can I disrupt and then have to disrupt my own organization in order to be able to move forward? If you can imagine, $11 billion company is pretty ingrained in potentially in processes and the like. So I think from that perspective, they are focused constantly on how to identify those signals of change that are going to be impactful to my organization, and how do I bring my company with me. But product and service relevance is absolutely front of mind, just to add to some of the things that were talked about. And how to use technology like M7, let me give you a plug here, but how do you use, keeping up with the technological changes so you can take advantage of things, especially as it relates to interacting with your customer, your end user. So I'll just pause there.
Yeah, thank you. And Leo, you've got a very diverse background as well. You've served in the government. You've clearly had operating roles at large defense companies. Today you have a governance role, if you will. What in your world comes up as a top few?
Yeah, and it's I think the points are very valid from the cybersecurity, anti-corruption, the macroeconomic factors, the dangers of being disrupted or disintermediated. But I'd add maybe just a couple of more pedestrian factors. One is just plain old, everyday anti-corruption. We're doing much more of our business overseas. In the defense industry, we have offsets that are drawing particular scrutiny. So transparency and anti-bribery, anti-corruption statutes, it's maybe the simplest form of governance and risk mitigation and risk avoidance. But we're also being treated to the spectacle of watching a corruption scandal essentially eat a country in Brazil, where there seems to be no bottom to a corruption scandal, and it looks likely to cause a major political shift. So I think there are large, important, complex factors, but we have to sort of get the meat and potatoes right as well. And then one thing that's peculiar to heavily regulated industries, there are times when, and this is maybe a personal opinion, let me dissociate my company maybe from this one, where risk structures are used to achieve socially desirable ends. And you get mandates on companies that they have to flow down to their supply chains that pose administrative burdens without direct connection to mitigation of the underlying evil that's being fought. And a couple examples. One is with conflict minerals, where industrial companies have the obligation to certify that not only they, but their supply chains don't traffic in minerals, gold, tin, tantalum, et cetera, from certain areas. Now, it works a hardship on us to certify those things. Not a great one, but one. And I'm not sure it works any hardship on the Central African dictators that the policy is targeted at. And now we have one on human trafficking. And I am no friend of human trafficking, and I don't think anyone in the audience is. But I wonder how much human trafficking gets disrupted by some of the burdens, the administrative burdens that are placed on companies and on their supply chains. I would love to know or see in 5 or 10 years' time to do an effectiveness study about whether some of the administrative burdens that are placed on large industrial companies actually have had the intended effects. Happy to do it if we're disrupting reprehensible Central African dictators and we're actually interdicting human traffickers. But if not, maybe we ought to look at just the level of regulation. A round of thoughtful deregulation, I think, might be in the interest of industry.
Thank you. The conversation's gotten a little serious here. So, most traditionally, we've looked at clearly risk as, more an assurance function, or GRC as an assurance function, post facto mostly. And in terms of, I have a quote here, from one of the greatest artists of all time, that the greatest danger is not really just, that the aims are too high and we miss it, but that it's too low and we reach it, and we reach it. So that's the biggest risk. So taking a different view, like I said, most companies have typically looked at risk. They haven't yet looked at opportunity in the same way now. And I'll probably start with you, Dr. Sitharaman. How do you look at risk and opportunity, in the same way and make sure that we don't over-mitigate? How do you, in your role and, as one of the leaders in the Middle East, how do you look at that?
Well, the purpose remains, again, it's integrated stakeholders value. It means risk and business should be integral in recognizing we have to take care of shareholders, we have to take care of customers, we have to take care of the society at large. If that's the case, the dimensions have changed. Number one, it's not confined to the old days. We used to have value at risk, transfer pricing, cost versus revenue. From a risk perspective, we used to interpret. Now, it has moved to recognize a systemic risk needs to be measured. With the changing face of the world, market risk, operational risk, which we talked about, cybersecurity. You can't design a business model without factoring upfront all these factors. So essentially, risk has to recognize it's not competing with the audit, it's not duplicating the compliance function, it's complements. And once you start recognizing it is to be cohesively evolved in terms of policy making, and prevention is better than cure, and designing your policies, procedures, process in total alliance and integrating them within the enterprise and making it truly global. Universal benchmarks needs to be complied. This is where the issue comes in. Different compliance standards in different parts of the world. Unless you establish universal standard in terms of accounting, valuation, securitization, financial service industry can't achieve sustainability. That's a gap we have. What has changed? Why Lehman Brothers collapsed? 78 times leveraged. 78 times. Even today, the corporate chief executive and the chairman in many boards are together. The role is one and the same. It's absolute fallacy in the frame. Whether shareholders endorse or not, there has to be a distinction. Conceptually, you also have to recognize you have to comply with the social responsibility. If you're a banker investing in sustainable commercial models, it's a green banking is what I advocate within the Gulf definition where maximum per capita carbon emission comes in. So there are ways and means of designing your business model, integrating risk and return together for a sustainable value stream.
Thank you. That's a good perspective, and healthcare obviously presents a lot of these opportunities as well. So any context there about in your role, when you're talking internally and doing your strategic planning, how do you view that?
Yeah, so I would say our ERM program, and as I think many are, is a very much an evolving process. I think this is exactly where we need to go from an ERM perspective, is to really talk about opportunities and less catastrophic type scenarios when we do our modeling. I think we have to be a lot more realistic. I think a lot of times we always talk about, well, what is the value what's the ROI associated with an ERM program? And so, I think we have to start focusing more and more on bringing that value to not only to our board, but also to our executive leadership team, and really even down to the lower associates as well. I really think there's a combination of a tops down and a bottoms up approach that has to happen from an ERM perspective, and that's really where I think a lot of, at least from our perspective, where we can actually provide a lot more value and a lot more looking at opportunities that can come along with looking at our risks.
Please, yeah.
I just wanted on this a couple of opportunities. I think everybody's concerned about greenhouse gas emissions and deleterious effects on both the environment and the climate. But one of the things that has spurred is tremendous opportunities in alternative energy. And even a company, as you've described, Lockheed Martin as an aerospace and defense company, our fastest growing single part of our business is an alternative energy business that's focused on problems in alternative energy like storage and battery power, and also waste to energy technologies and the like. And so there's an opportunity to make a market and a business with this result. The doctor has also mentioned sustainability several times, or corporate social responsibility, and it's in my title. And one of the things that I think that we found is that there's a synergy between ERM and sustainability, basically in the way that we go about formulating our questions and to formulate an enterprise risk management frontier, or risk frontier. We essentially go and survey internal folks and ask them to deduce the risks that we face. And you get one set of answers. In sustainability, when we go out and do a core issues assessment, we ask both internal and external stakeholders a different question, which is, how do we build resilience into our business going forward? And what we found is an interesting synergy between the set of issues that are identified when you ask a different audience a slightly different question, and what you get in our ERM focus. And we actually have a process that looks at those and melds those. Most often we find the things that we've identified as core issues in sustainability, as we work on them, we're mitigating risks that are identified in ERM. It's a very interesting interplay. The other thing that strikes me is that if you look at companies, there is an evolving, and I don't think anybody has this title, maybe a chief assurance officer, because no one thinks it's controversial that all the legal matters of a company, whether they're labor or real estate or tax or whatever, are handled by a general counsel. Same thing in finance, where CFO is a well-understood title, even though investor relations, treasury, controller, and F&BO are very, very different functions. It seems to me that there could be an evolving concept around ethics, risk management, sustainability, all the things that when a CEO or a chairman of a board turns and says, who is going to assure me that we are operating this concern concordant with all applicable laws, regulations, and policies? You know, I haven't seen anyone who has produced a business card that says Chief Assurance Officer. Although in some very large firms, you'll have a single executive that essentially has cognizance over all of these functions. But I wonder if a new field is aborning in that direction around those concerns.
You go ahead, Dion.
No, I think it's quite valid that you know, you need to start to think about it in a far more broad perspective. Just to add maybe also to some of the points in the question that you asked, if you're looking at you know, traditionally, or if you look at foundationally, when you talk about ERM, you always said risk has two sides to the coin, right? And you also used to say it has to be integrated with strategy. But if we be honest with ourselves here, often ERM was very much defensively focused, and the linkage to strategy was an afterthought. So in other words, strategy is developed, and then ERM may have a say to say what are the threats to that. But I think to your question and to your quote as well, if you really want to move the needle in your organization, you as a risk officer or risk professional, you can get a seat at the strategy table, and you should have a seat at the strategy table, and you can evolve that thinking, and it's primarily through some of the macro things that we've talked about. So in other words, again, I just call it signals of change just to differentiate, but it's really looking at some of the external things that are happening in the marketplace, and you can bring that to your organization in a form that shows you can either take action or not, okay? You can see if this is truly noise or if it's really something that needs to be built into your strategy. So as an example, one of our organizations is a human capital management company, and we put you know, digital currency. And to me, honestly, the signal was maybe somebody wants to be paid in digital currency. But when we started to unpack it, it was the blockchain technology behind it and a distributed ledger behind it that was truly the disruptor in their business that they can either take advantage of or not, right? So the question is it a risk or is it an opportunity? And I think that is really, and then it fed into strategy. And at that stage, now you're starting to say, I'm taking advantage of something I'm seeing in the marketplace, and I'm turning it into opportunity, and it's getting into my strategy and ultimately into my business model. So to me, there's a new role to be played, I believe, for the risk professionals in this room in order to help identify those signals of change, be it social responsibility and others. These are things that are going to impact your brand, and that you either take advantage of or you have to defend against it to a large extent.
It's good. We're creating new job functions here for people. So, we've talked a little bit about risk. We've talked about opportunity, and let's get to the human factors a little bit. I mean, you talked briefly about that, ethics and how people think about it. But one of the things when we are talking to a lot of our customers, they can get the process, they can get some of the thinking frameworks in place. But it's really one thing that most companies still grapple with is culture. How do you ingrain GRC? And GRC, I'm talking broadly because it's an established acronym, but how do you get GRC into the fabric of the human factors, if you will, right? So, Pat, if you can give us some perspective, how you think at Anthem or even in the industry, how you try to define culture within the company so that people are on the same page, they're following the same vision, as part of the organization.
Yeah, we're still evolving in this, and so I'm going to talk a little bit about goals too, right? Because we're definitely not the poster child for having we have a very good culture when we think about GRC and risk and ethics and things like that. But I think there's always opportunities for us to improve. I heard a quote one time that I think is very relevant here. That culture eats strategy for breakfast. And what I think's really meant by that is you can have the best laid plans and strategy around GRC, but at the end of the day, if you don't have the right culture, it'll fall flat on its face. And so one of the things that I think we work with a lot is really awareness. What does GRC really mean? And it's educational for many of our people, especially at the lower levels, to always be thinking about risk, how it affects our decisions, and things like that. So when I mentioned earlier about a bottoms-up approach, I think it's just as important from a bottoms-up approach and from an awareness perspective as it is top-down. We focus more time on the top-down, but I think longer term that's something that we're going to continue to do. We're starting to do a lot of roadshows to a number of our executive leadership teams, like team meetings, all associate meetings, things like that. We're actually kind of trying to get creative and fun with some videos that we'll send out through our intranet kind of thing, around talking about risk. It's not the most sexy thing in the world to talk about, obviously. So you got to get a little creative from that perspective. But really, at the end of the job, it's all about instilling the fact that thinking about risk, thinking about GRC it needs to be part of your daily job. And so those are some of the things that we're really working on to continue to mature our program.
And Leo, again, aerospace, defense, international business has had some interesting case studies in the past of violation and, excessive risk-taking as well. How do you, in your role, try to ensure that this seeps in deep?
We have a very decided philosophy, and it's behavioralist. Our core values are very simple: do what's right, respect others, perform with excellence. Very simple, 3 very simple phrases, roll right off the tongue. But if you think very hard about the culture you'd like to define in a business enterprise, it pretty much blankets all side of what you're trying to produce, just those 3 factors. We also performance manage in a behavioralist way as well. We have something we call full spectrum leadership, and it has some very simple actions like shape the future, energize the team, deliver results, model personal excellence, integrity, and accountability, that talk about the behaviors that we would like to see. And the implicit bargain is if you exhibit these behaviors, it will go well with you at Lockheed Martin, and less so if you don't. And the way we teach ethics, which can be a very esoteric subject. We could ponder for hours truth and beauty, and the like, but we take a very behavioralist approach. We produce a set of videos that bring up ethical situations or ethical dilemmas, and we give our employees very, very simple tools to diffuse those when they see them. They can obtain data, they can talk to others, reframe the issues. How many times does a well-intentioned person do something that they don't recognize compromises ethics, but when presented with the behavior in explicitly ethical terms, if they are in fact well-intentioned, they'll alter their behavior. And then finally, if there's a clear violation, you need to report that. We license the videos. We have several other firms, both governmental and for-profit firms, that use the techniques as well. But what I like about that sort of triad of core values and performance management and ethics stance being behavioral is it's honest with your employees. It tells them in very simple terms, this is what I expect. Do it and you will prosper. Don't do it and you run risk at your peril. And our employees understand it. Our employees like it. What I've found over the years is that this is the way they start to conceive of performance management, conceive of ethics, and they use these terms when they talk about those subjects. So we've been very happy with sort of a behavioralist approach because I think it's a fair bargain with your employees. It tells them what you expect and gives them something to, very concrete to act with.
Thanks, Leo. And trying to, now bring a few of these things together as companies are, rolling out or thinking through integrating different aspects of risk compliance, governance, bringing it together. Dion, I'm going to ask you, since you guys are doing this, for a living, if you will, helping companies. What are the biggest challenges, that you see in bringing, again, people, foundational elements, technology together? And then I'm going to ask you as well, Dr. Sitharaman, because you have embarked on this journey. It's an aggressive journey. You have a unique advantage, though. You are the CEO. Okay, most people are not. Okay, so you can actually get these strings pulled together. So I'm going to get a practitioner perspective and a CEO perspective.
I think first and foremost you have to build on the corporate strategy and the corporate culture for sure. To me, if you've got that as a basis, you're a long way down the track. But that's a deliberate strategy, right? It is a cultural strategy, an ethical strategy that they're deploying there. And I think, so building on that, you have to have a deliberate change management strategy for any GRC engagement because it's a complex and multifaceted aspect. So you are taking, and it's often for very large companies, you're taking multiple well-established risk and control functions and you're asking them to really work together, share information, and potentially change a little bit the way they're working, right? That's not easy. So I think you have to have a deliberate strategy. And with that strategy, you've got to build in the honesty that you were talking about. You need to build in things that are easily understood. But you also need to understand, okay, when do I communicate? And ideally from somebody like a CEO communicating, why it's important to you as an organization, why it's important to you as an individual in the organization. So it's a deliberate communication strategy, and it's not just once off. You need to have, the various maybe it's monthly, but also maybe it's by major deliverable or major milestone. So that's your communication strategy. Obviously, you need to have a training strategy as well when the time comes closer. But you also need to identify those change champions within the organization that are well-respected and they accept the change a little bit more easily, right? So they can be your champions without being a cheerleader, right? This is to be a respected individual that understands what they're doing. So I would just encourage almost like a work stream, if you haven't got that already, a work stream that deals with change. Because of the importance of bringing the people along. Often the technology gets blamed when things go wrong, and it's most often a change and cultural piece. And as a shameless plug, we actually didn't produce the thought leadership in time to put into your bags, but there's at the booth, there's a piece that talks about the vital role of managing change. That I would really suggest you pick up because it really deals with those various components and the strategy around that.
Thank you. And Dr. Sitharaman, from a CEO perspective.
There's an Oriental saying, if your vision is for 1 year, you cultivate flowers. If it is 10 years, you cultivate trees. If it is eternity, you cultivate humanity. I think that's what the conceptualization is all about. Having a long-term goal, if you're a person with a long-term vision, science without humanity, or pleasure without consciousness, religion without sacrifice, or politics without principles will not happen. Conceptually, that's what financial institutions should have. And what we have done in my practice, I declare my audited 31st March, audited balance sheet and profit and loss account for my global wealth. It's available to all the staff. So running a financial service industry, it's very important, high level of financial integrity and intellectual integrity. I think that's the key. Number one. Number two, transparency is a better perspective. And every position is valuable, no doubt about it. But you have to make sure principle-centered succession get into practice. So nobody manipulates their policies or procedures, or they don't create an indispensability within the corporate framework. And that's what we have done. Every single position is measurable, and there is a succession plan attached to it. In terms of corporate management, that's a must. When it comes to compensation, it's not short-term driven. I mean, if you look at the financial crisis, whether HSBC or JP Morgan or Standard Chartered, name it, everyone, since 2008, regulators have taken different connotations to. Auditors have failed, rating agencies have failed, guilted securities, imagine. And they defrauded a common man. But now it has come to realization these institutions have really designed a product to defeat the common man. Now regulators are waking up. So why? The compensation practice is short-term driven. Yeah. If you commit yourself with a long-term vision and realign the policy framework, it's sustainable performance, again, then it works. And that's what we try to articulate instead of having a short-term annual compensation in a deferred form and substance. I mean, these are some of the initiatives which we have tested it. And again, the whole framework has to be integrated with a committed long-term vision. That's the essence of integrating governance or risk or compliance. If you do that, the institution will have a sustainable performance.
No, I think these are very, very interesting points. We're talking about how do you have a long-term vision versus a real short-term vision, how you align compensation. You've talked about culture, how do you seep it deeper in the organization. We are sitting in a tech forum here, so one question I do have to ask, and I'll start with you, Pat, because you guys have faced a little bit of the wrath of technology in the past, in the recent past, from cyber attacks and so forth. What do you think the role is? I mean, we have a huge proliferation of information that's going, attackers are getting smarter. You're seeing data going out into cloud, mobile. Now we're talking about AR and VR as well, that is getting more and more real. So how do you keep pace with that? And a short answer, we'll probably keep some time for the audience, but how do you keep pace? You guys are dealing with a lot of information there.
Yeah, it's, I think I have the benefit of kind of being on the audit side as well as the risk side. So, obviously one of the things that we stay very close to is our CISO in terms of kind of what's going on and the activity that we're seeing, or specifically seeing, trying to penetrate our systems and so forth. So, I do get to see kind of both sides of that. So that's definitely one of the ways that I stay very up to speed on that. I think it's constant interactions with our CISO to understand kind of where those risks are. I mean, that's probably the key spot that I spend a lot of time just thinking about what's happening.
Okay. And Dion, any color? I mean, again, you're in your role at KPMG, and what KPMG does, you're advising people on that, yeah.
I think there's no shortage of data. I think you mentioned that, but to turn that into really useful information, be it from a risk strategy, et cetera, perspective, is key. And so using technology to your advantage from that perspective, I think, is critical.
So last, question for you, and we'll probably have a couple of questions from the audience, but just one sentence, your advice to the audience here. And some of you have given in different pieces, but one sentence advice to the audience on what you think, they should be thinking about as they evolve their GRC programs?
I would say the two things, I would say culture is paramount for a successful GRC program. And then I also think having a systematic framework that is consistent across the entire organization is extremely important, or else you're going to have a lot of breakdowns.
Dr. Sitaraman?
The GRC framework should support the sustainable vision and execution.
I'm going to make it a long sentence, okay? No, but I actually think it's an exciting time, honestly, for risk professionals. If you really want to move into a more of a strategic role, there's so much noise in the system to be able to help filter that down into truly the things that management and executives need to be thinking about, I think will really elevate the role. So I think it's exciting times.
Yeah, no, and I agree. It's culture, but also complementarity. And, on the firms that are represented here, we've all organized this area slightly differently. And, I'm sure if you pulled out the charts and looked at the processes, we get the bases covered, but we do it in different ways. And how you actually manage that complementarity of internal audit and ethics and compliance, sustainability, is key to what you're going to get out of the totality of the enterprise.
No, thank you. Good words of wisdom. We'll take 2 questions. Any questions from the audience?
One over here.
Sure. Bill Smith from Johnson & Johnson. Quick question for you. Great job, by the way, first of all. Thank you for the insights. But all of it, you talked about culture, behavior, but one of the things I didn't hear you mention in your list of key risks is availability of skilled people in order to be able to carry out the culture and behavior. Obviously, globally, we're short of talent. Can you just tell me any ideas of what you might be doing in your community or in your companies to try to address that particular risk?
Do you want to take that?
Yeah, we actually train our own. We have a very active ethics officer training program. We take the good athletes out of legal or HR, and we supplement with external certifications, but we actually train to our own standards and administer a comprehensive annual test to ensure that people are up to standard and know the material that we train to.
Thank you. Well, did that answer? At least one perspective. Yeah. There's a question here.
Hi, thanks a lot for your insights. I had a question for Pat. I've been following the Anthem breach and what happened after that. What I'm interested in knowing is that the breach occurred sometime in December. It was found out sometime in January. It took about a month and a half for it to be known. I want to know, what has Anthem done to make sure that you have some kind of a preemptive approach to making sure that such a cybersecurity attack, if it happens again, it is preemptively detected versus something that is found out later on? What kind of processes have you put in place, or something that you can advise practitioners like us to do some kind of preemptive protection versus finding out later on and doing a postmortem?
Well, that's a little tricky question because, as you can imagine, we've had a few lawsuits filed against us regarding that. So I can't get into a lot of details about the timing and so forth. But I will say that, I think that from a cybersecurity perspective, I think that it's not about if, it's a matter of when. We had a very, very good cybersecurity program. And so I don't think it's necessarily, we've obviously made some enhancements after the fact, as we all look at things in terms of looking for opportunities to improve things. But I think it's acknowledging the fact that it's not a matter of if, and making sure that you are doing everything you can as it relates to trying to protect yourself. These cyber criminals are so sophisticated, and I'm not a technical person, so I'm not the right person to ask about the technical piece of it. But they're really already thinking about things that we haven't even thought about. And so it's so important that you stay on the leading edge in terms of what these criminals are thinking about and thinking about doing and so forth. I think that's probably one of the, if you will, lessons learned. Not to say we weren't doing that, but I just think it's an acknowledgement that we really need to make sure that you're continually thinking about that. So sorry I can't get in a lot of details. I'm sure you can appreciate kind of the situation.
Thank you, Pat, at least for saying that much. And with this, we're going to conclude the panel for today. Thank you very much, and appreciate coming from all over. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much to the panel for provocative discussion and actionable insights. I do want to make a couple of announcements. Right now, we have a 30-minute break across the way. We do have the Vendor Theater, which is being hosted by BitSite, and it's the standard in cybersecurity ratings for third parties, if you're interested in third-party cybersecurity risk management. One thing I was asked to promote here is that if you do go to the Vendor Theater, which is in the far left, there are tickets. You'll be handed a ticket, and there'll be a drawing immediately after the Vendor Theater of a wireless Bose speaker. So I just wanted to, if you can see that, they're going to be giving this away afterwards. So thank you very much, and enjoy the breakout sessions. We'll see you at the end of the day.
We're good?
Guess you can go ahead.
Can everyone hear me? Excellent, I think so. Good morning all. Thanks for joining us on the second day of the GRC Summit here. Right now we have a panel on aligning operational risk into your business management processes. Myself, Ryan Rodriguez-Wiggins, I'm a senior director here at MetricStream. Operational risk is a topic near and dear to my heart. Prior to joining MetricStream, I was actually at E-Trade for 2 years working in building out their ERM framework, and prior to that, Morgan Stanley for 7 years working in operational risk in both the first and second lines of defense. We'll start off with a round of introductions by the panelists. Directly on my left, we have Joseph Monk, CRO of Market Access, Rachel Medlin, Director ERM at Aquin Financial, and Piyush Srivastava, VP and Head of Capital Markets Consulting at Virtusa Polaris. So good panel here today, lots of interesting backgrounds and should give you perspectives across different size organizations as well as across the industry. So Joseph, do you want to give a quick hello?
Yeah, glad to be here and go through this talk with you. I'm at Market Access, the Chief Risk Officer. I've been at Market Access since July 2013. Market Access is a electronic trading platform for bond trading, competes with Bloomberg, TradeWeb. We have securities companies and banks that trade on the platform, which are of course heavily regulated, and we have controls that match our clients. Prior to Market Access, I had worked head of operational risk, Bank of America, for Citigroup in New York, and then prior to that, I worked with Morgan Stanley and Citi in Japan as their chief auditor. So my background is really risk and controls, operational risk management, and we're building this framework within Market Access that follows that structure.
Excellent. Rachel?
Good morning. So this is Rachel Medlin, and I'm the director at Aquin Financial. I've only been with Aquin for about a year. It definitely seems a little bit longer than that. I think many of you guys probably have that sentiment. So I am the program manager for MetricStream at Aquin. Kind of, I guess, have the role of the program manager, the solutions architect for Aquin. So very familiar with the product for our team. Prior to Aquin, I was with Bank of America for 10 years. That's where my entire career was. My last one was the Senior Vice President for Vendor Consumer Risk. I guess my skill set is actually portfolio, like reporting and analytics, rather than risk management. So this is a new world for me, but it's been very exciting.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Piyush?
Good morning. My name is Piyush Srivastava. My role is currently I'm heading the capital markets consulting at Virtusa Polaris. We serve an entire gamut of banking and financial services clients, ranging from capital markets to asset management to retail and corporate banking. We do business advisory as well as technology implementation, so an end-to-end service provider. And what we really bring to the table is innovation in terms of how we provide technology and how we reduce the cost and provide efficiencies to our clients. So that is something which is unique in the technology industry, which has also helped with the business consulting and domain-led advisory. Prior to my stint, I've been here for a couple of years. Prior to this, I was a director for counterparty credit risk at RBC Capital Markets, where I headed the counterparty credit risk for hedge funds and mutual funds trading for North America. And prior to that, I was heading the market risk for all alternatives globally at RBC Capital Markets. Been at Wall Street for about 15 years and in consulting for another 3 years prior to that. So that's my background. Thank you.
Thank you. So the first question is, we'll start off a little bit more broadly and then we'll work into some of the more intricate details. How are you currently integrating and aligning operational risk into your business management processes? And I guess more broadly, is that something that's starting to be embedded as part of the culture within your firms? And Joseph, if you want to start.
Yeah, sure. At Market Access, we started with a framework based on really banking regulation, which is my background through my career. And so we've used OCC guidance in terms of operational risk areas, identifying key risk, understanding how that would fit into the governance of the organization, developing KRIs, and we have reporting both to our senior management and to the board in those areas. So it's a consistent kind of governance approach that we follow.
Excellent. Rachel?
Okay, so at Ocwen, I think that got to mention that Ocwen is a mortgage company, so they specialize in default servicing, but they also have a originations branch. So for Ocwen, they really went from a very small, like mom and pop shop to like well, I guess now we're the 5th largest mortgage servicer in a span of 2 years. So for our company, they actually recognized the need for risk management probably about 2 years ago. So the risk management team is relatively new to Ocwen. We started that in 2014 now. And basically the risk management started with the whole development of the risk appetite framework, trying to cascade that to the organization. And then the ops risk team definitely built out the risk control self-assessment, which is where we gather all of our process inventory, right? And then link the risks and controls to that. And that's kind of how we start with our risk management approach into aligning with the businesses.
Excellent. It's interesting that you mentioned the program was only started a few years ago, especially with the size of the organization that Ocwen's grown into. Joseph, when did the program start at Market Access? And was that your role coming in?
Good question. Very good question. Because actually, at Market Access, the company itself is a growth company. Hasn't been around that long, since year 2000. It's a de novo out of JP Morgan. The founders did a management buyout. And it's been developing ever since. I joined in July 2013, and prior to my joining, we had some risk management components, but it was more part of a board audit committee, which is more focused on SOX, compliance as a public company. And when I joined the company, I developed the risk management structure that we have today, which is really, like I said before, is based on OCC guidance, based on my background in banking. It has a good framework around key operational risks and KRIs and the whole governance structure. So it's largely developed, since I've been there.
Excellent.
To be frank about it.
And Piyush, from your perspective in the industry, obviously operational risk has been around a while, but especially with increasing regulatory scrutiny, what are you seeing in organizations? Is operational risk expanding? Tell us more about some of the companies you're working with.
So, as you rightly said, I mean, you can probably divide operational risk implementation into 3 parts. So going back to 2003 to the financial crisis, I mean, that was the initial phase when the BCBS came up in 2003 with the recommendations. Then you saw between 2008 and 2012, probably 2013, when banks were driven to implement best-in-class, best practices driven by the regulatory pressure, right, and capital calculation. So that was the second phase. And third phase is when the model is becoming slightly more mature, and when we are seeing wider adoption across not only the banking industry, but outside of the banking industry, non-banking financial services or manufacturing companies, where people are looking at some of the losses emanating from some of the threats that we've seen, the cyber threats and third-party threats, and where people have started realizing that, well, risk is inherent in the business that we do, the processes that we do, and we really need to get a handle on this thing. So I think we are in the third phase of becoming slightly mature, but I would say by 2020, I think so even though we have seen adoption of either internal processes or third-party software, but I think the model is still maturing, and people are still realizing how to basically get all the processes and build the libraries that are required to get a good handle on operational risk, right? And as they say, risk management is an art and a science, right? So it's not only numbers and analytics, but I mean your experience in terms of where do you think really the priority should be, right? So I think it's still maturing, but I think over the next 4 or 5 years, the model will mature, and the adoption of this operational risk as a methodology, as a risk management tool will also increase. So that's what we see in the industry at this point.
So setting up risk appetite and tolerance, both of you have mentioned, the RCSA, key metrics. What are some of the key metrics, actual metrics that you can share with us, and how are you using them from a business management process? Are they being captured in the first line, second line? Who's looking at them? Are they actively using them to manage the business? And Rachel or Joseph, whoever wants to go first.
You can start if you like.
Okay, sure. So from our standpoint, I mean, like we have key metrics that are tracked at both the first and the second line. I think that for the risk appetite statement that we have, like it is directly linked to our strategy, and it is done, across the. I think it's like the CEO, the CRO, and then of course with the board's support and approval is how we set our tolerance limits, and then that's how we kind of produce what. How the metrics would be created, right? So again, it depends on the industry you're in. For us, like for strategy, it's really around like market share, our growth, credit risk, around like defaults as a percentage of our total assets, ops risk, like the processing of transactions and things like that. We have this, the risk appetite dashboard that is produced on a monthly basis, that is, given to the board for their review. It is reviewed, all the metrics are reviewed on an annual review, like at a minimum, but of course, if there's any kind of business process change, any kind of regulation change or anything like that that's going to cause a fundamental shift in how that metric is going to be captured, then that would be up for review at that point. And then, of course, since the risk appetite is cascaded down to the business units know their tolerances, and then they would also be coming up with their own metrics to track against that.
Excellent. Joseph?
Yeah, the approach that we follow at Market Access is really based on what I had done at Citigroup, and I think I can mention that because it's very public, and that is, again, OCC guidance. You have key operational risk areas that you focus on, and then underneath that you have the KRIs that roll up into those operational risks that you identify. So in the case of Market Access, aligned to our company, which is not a bank as I described before, it's a trading platform for bonds. We do have bank clients and securities firms trading on this platform, and they do depend on us as a vendor to have the same controls that they have to have based on the regulations. So we look at key areas like, cybersecurity risk, BCP, things around settlements and credit related to how we perform trades on this platform, which is a bit complicated, which I won't get into, but we have those types of risks. Also, as a growth company, our strategy risks that we have as well, financial controls, operational risk, which is a big bucket of items, outside of these other components I mentioned. And after we identify those key items, which we have 10 of them, we have KRIs underneath each one. And what we've done is we speak with the what we call KRI owners, which are the business departments that own these KRIs, but the risk group is the facilitator of this, and that we reach out to them, talk about the KRIs, what's available, what's repeatable, what hopefully is a leading indicator that has some correlation to various variables for prediction value, and then we collect these on a monthly basis, and we get this into our MetricStream tool that we have currently, which is an enabler for us with dashboards that we can use that both for risk management discussions as well as board reporting in our governance structure.
Excellent. So it sounds like across both organizations, you've got metrics that you're capturing, first and second lines of defense. Those are being reviewed, periodically, changed as necessary to keep up with the times, and then using that to manage information in the businesses going forward. Piyush, is that along the lines of what you're seeing?
Sure, it is, but there's something that I would like to add is you can divide the client base or user base into two distinct categories, right? So one is the banking institutions, and one is the non-banking. So the banking institutions, from time immemorial, we've had strong limits on everything, right? So you have either traders or corporate bankers or anybody that you have on the front line, they've had their limits, and then risk management has a monitoring of those limits, and and often banks have 4 or 5 different level of limits, like desk level, operational level, tactical, strategic, global, right? And various approval limits. So for the banks, I think it was much easier to implement the operational risk from a KPIs and the KRIs perspective. What I've observed with some of the clients from the non-banking side is they were not that clearly defined. For example, let's say it's a manufacturing company or pharmaceutical company or a distribution company. there the metrics are slightly different in terms of profitability, in terms of customer complaints, and in terms of, how do you really monitor the KPI, right? What are the KPIs? And often people, make this mistake of implementing certain systems or processes which are not aligned to the business goals and visions, right? And ultimately, what should really happen in real life is you look at what are the corporate goals and strategies, then you look at the business and you say, these are my key performance indicators, right? And next step would be, how would the second line of defense, which is the risk management, how would you monitor those processes to build the right KRIs, right? And then the audit. But sometimes what people make the mistake is they will implement a system to fit their current processes and do the top-down approach rather than doing the bottom-up approach rather than doing the top-down approach, which is where they get into these issues where they've implemented, they've spent millions of dollars, and then they realize after a year, well, this is not the right approach, and then they have to redo the whole thing and spend a lot more money to correct that, right?
Yeah.
So those are some of the pitfalls that I've seen in the non-banking industry.
Thank you. No, I think that's extremely important. And again, the idea or concept of aligning back to business goals is extremely important, because I've seen that as well in previous institutions where you've got a number of KRIs, KPIs, KCIs, but if you're not tying them and linking them back to your actual business objectives, what are you really measuring?
I just add one other comment. One other comment is that we have a dashboard, and that's discussed with senior management as well as at a board level, quarterly board meetings where we have a board risk committee, and they see this dashboard. And so in that sense, it's what you just said. It really does align to the governance structure and what's important. And those are things we're tracking. And we have indicator lights, which are either, green, yellow, or red for these KRIs, on a quarterly basis going across a spreadsheet. And you can see, what's going on and the reasons behind it, that type of thing.
Excellent. Outside of KPIs, KRIs, KCIs, are you also leveraging internal, external loss events, scenario analysis, other areas, and how does that fit in, CAPA, incident management, evaluation, et cetera?
Yeah, at Market Access, we are looking at instances both internally and externally. So we look at, like potential BCP issues, cybersecurity, if potential loss instances. Fortunately for our company, we haven't had that many loss instances, but we look at our competitors, what has happened with them, and how it would affect us. And then we also do a scenario analysis, particularly for BCP and credit type risks that we undertake. So we look at all those things, which is useful for assessing the risk profile of these categories, like I mentioned before, and also thinking about the types of KRI indicators that we want to track. We would like to have leading indicators as much as possible, although they're difficult to find, but we do our best in that area.
Rachel?
Yeah, so loss data is something that we are taking a look at, and actually we're in the phase 2 implementation of MetricStream is going to bring in the loss events module for us. The way that we look at losses is it is what we consider our residual risk, right? So when you think about it, your KRI is, at least with our company, we think about it as our inherent risks. And if you have appropriate controls in place, you'll have some residual risk resulting in your business, I guess, and that would be what we would consider the loss, right? So if the loss is there and it kind of quantifies what our risk exposure is, right? So you're able to take that amount and again, with MetricStream's kind of relationships for the libraries and things like that, and being able to relate, your process, your risk, your controls to your loss events, to your issues, things like that, you should be able to, at the end, figure out, hey, this loss is, attributed to this control is, causing me, this risk, and therefore you have quantified your risk exposure.
Excellent. I like that idea of residual risk as equaling kind of the losses after controls are put into place within the organization. With that, are you bringing losses, incidents into the conversations around RCSA when you're having those, and sitting down with the business units and reviewing? How does that play out in either org?
Sure. So what I have seen is there's a huge amount of variability in terms of the loss event data that people are capturing internally or trying to bring in from outside if you're looking at the historical 10-year data. But I think the methodology is still not mature because it varies from industry to industry, business to business, right? And what may not have happened can happen tomorrow.
Yep.
So, you're talking about, BCBS says that you got to have 99.9 percentile tail event, right? And that could be a $6.5 billion loss that happened at a French bank, but that doesn't apply to a second bank, right? So I think that methodology, and I think you have a question later on, but that methodology is kind of flawed because everybody is not measured by the same standard. And people are still trying to define what could be their loss, right? What could be that tail event? And I'm really not worried about day-to-day losses. I mean, businesses do understand that you have losses, right? But what is the tail event that is going to bring down the company? Or what's the tail event that's going to bring, a huge reputational risk, like what happened in terms of Target when they had the cybersecurity breach, right? Those are the events that companies are concerned with. And I think we don't have a good handle in terms of what is that event and what is the amount of risk that the company is exposed to, what kind of capital you should keep aside to meet those kind of events, right? So I think those are some of the things that are still evolving. And as the adoption increases and as the loss data event is more widely available, I think this methodology will improve and people will come up to some common standards that they should use in terms of the loss data event, right?
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
I think that the whole point about black swan events and scenario analysis and also having playbooks on how you handle a situation like that, who gets involved, who makes decisions in a crisis for reputational risks and things of this sort are important.
Excellent. Very good thoughts, topics. Do you think that the business has really begun to understand, risk more, operational risk, enterprise risk, and are they willing to come forward and start bringing these events and issues to light? Do you still have kind of pulling teeth to get this information? What's your feel?
Yeah, my feel about that, market access is that it's sort of been evolutionary, and I put it that way in the sense that it's really, the governance has really gotten very strong in the sense that the board has grown with new additions from large financial institutions like Goldman Sachs and others that bring a lot of value to the organization, and they have grown up in these practices that are required at those financial institutions. And so that has helped to set the stage, and they, as I mentioned, they brought me on board and we developed this framework. And the management initially, I think, was used to, in the early stages of this company, being a private company before it went public, having a different set of operating procedures and a way of doing things, and very entrepreneurial, of course, as they grew the company. Now it's a public company, and it has this governance structure, and they have really grown with it. And the culture has really matured, and they really understand the process. But as a risk group, and having worked, in this industry for a while, my approach is not to be a cop. My approach is to be an enabler and to help them to improve their controls and improve, the risk structure aligned to the business, and be a facilitator, enabler of growth in a risk managed approach. And that's all been very positive. So I would say, yeah, they definitely are engaged with it.
Good. Beatrice, Rachel?
So for Aquin, again, it's a relatively young risk management culture. So I think it really comes down to education and culture, right? So I think, Admiral Mullen kind of spoke to that, yesterday during his keynote about how is it a culture where there's a punishment, or is it going to be in a reward, right? So I think that in the past, Aquin has been more of a punishment. Like if you identified a risk, it was it's your fault, or hey, you have to own this now. So then people are kind of I don't want to bring it up. If you're going to assign me the blame for something that I'm just trying to be a good corporate citizen, then it's a problem, right? Yeah. So I think that we're definitely trying to shift that right now. And I think similar to what Joseph was saying, at first I think that they saw us as why do I need you? You're another red tape to, what I need to get done in my business. But I think that with this, we're coming up on 2 years of this kind of being part of the business, right? Like helping them out with like a risk coverage model and things like that, where we have ORMs, fully integrated with the business units, like talking to them on a weekly basis of like what their risks are and issues, things like that. I think that they are more comfortable. Again, I think it's education, right? I think like people, simple as what is a risk and what's a risk event, like it's, those kinds of definitions need to be out there for them.
Definitely.
Sure.
And Piyush, what are you seeing
no,
across industries?
Exactly what Rachel said, actually. I think it's a risk culture within the organizations, and it comes down from senior management. So how serious is senior management about risk culture within the organization? And as Admiral Milne said yesterday, General Motors, the CEO has actually become the chief risk officer. I think that shows their commitment to risk management, right? From a consulting perspective, I see that there is still a long way in terms of education within the organizations. Also, there are internal conflicts between the business and IT, oftentimes, where people have to see what the priorities are, right? So there are pushbacks from technology in terms of what they can implement and what they cannot implement. Also, education is a big factor in terms of whether everybody's educated about the role of risk within the organization, right? What I have seen and what I also saw in my banking career was the risk takers have actually become the risk managers. So the front office, especially after the financial crisis, the head of desks who wanted to go really aggressively, in the days prior to that or years prior to that, have actually become risk mitigants actually, and very averse to risk. So they actually work with the risk manager and saying, no, we don't want to take that much risk actually, and I'll ask my guys to keep the risk low, and so that is something that I've seen changing in the industry, right from the banking side as well as adoption on the non-banking side as well. I think non-banking side is slightly slower. Things are happening, but I think you're still 4 to 5 years away from a maturity model in terms of adoption of operational risk.
Excellent. I think you bring up a great point in terms of the first and second line and kind of traders who are taking the risk now becoming risk managers. And I think even within our industry we see a lot of crossover from the first line into risk management. Do you see that within your organizations you now have dedicated people in the first line that are contacts for risk management that are working with your teams, or is it still a little more unstructured?
So we definitely have specific contacts. I mean, we have these roles that are within the business unit that are called these control directors, and they face off with each of the ops risk managers, and that's kind of like the single point of contact for the ops risk managers to reach out to. Should there be, like, hey, there's something in your business unit that we believe to be a risk, or an issue, or something that we need you to take care of, and similarly, they will be the ones that come with any kind of self-identified issues for us. So they're 100% dedicated, they're 100% integrated into their lines of businesses.
Excellent.
Yeah, my experience, to start off with Citi, which is 300,000 employees, operates in 140 countries. And so, you have to have enablers in the business to cover that business, which they do everything you can think of, in the financial services. And so you definitely would have a go-to person. They have a well-developed RSA program. You have control people within that business. In the case of market access, it's 400 people. That's it. So, and about 1/3 is, in the UK, and the rest in New York mostly, with some sales representatives in Asia and Brazil. And so you don't have, that size of a team. Having said that, we do have KRI owners in the various businesses, which are kind of enablers, I would say, with the risk group. But the risk group does carry a lot of water, to get things completed. And I think that's the next stage in our evolution, is to get more, control people in the business, RSA program, that type of thing.
Excellent. Piyush?
I think I already touched on that. But yeah, I mean, what I would say is, yes, absolutely, the front line and the people who are managing the businesses have become more risk averse, or I would say their functions are changing more in terms of risk managers for their businesses. So they are truly embracing the risk culture and the new realities in the market.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So we're going to switch tracks here, and I'd also love to hear from the audience some of their thoughts on this on this topic. So in March, Basel released their standardized measurement approach for operational risk. While this doesn't impact every organization and is more geared toward financial services, I do think it has far-reaching implications in the industry overall. For those who haven't read it, it deals with moving away from the AMA capital model and to a formula-based approach just using losses in your balance sheet. What are your thoughts on how this kind of fundamentally changes operational risk on banking, finance, and the industry overall? And again, love to hear from any folks in the audience who are AMA banks as well.
Go ahead. You're the banker. You're the banker, huh?
Well, okay. So with this, I mean, I think that it's very interesting because I think that to what Piyush said earlier, there's a standardization that you kind of understand why they would probably move to that direction because it's really hard to kind of see the calculations. I think we're just starting to get kind of it's hard for somebody to actually come in as a regulator to say okay, I understand your methodology, moving on to the next person, let's see your methodology and things like that. So understand the shift. I think what happens here is that it really depends on the company, right? Whether they still see operational risk as being important enough, because it's kind of like having life insurance, right? I mean, so you are paying for this life insurance and you could, stop smoking, you could stop drinking, or you could just say, hey, I have a life insurance, and be done. And so I think that that's really what ops risk is going to kind of become like, right? Because I mean, you have all these things that you can still continue doing, like the risk appetite, you can still, make sure that you're doing these risk control self-assessments. But at the end of the day, it's do you need that many people? Maybe some companies will move to say that we don't need as many people to do the scenario analysis, to do the statistics or the external losses, the internal losses, and how all that gets put together to determine what that risk exposure is, right? So that's kind of.
Yeah, no, I think that's extremely important and extremely true. I mean, you think about there's entire teams of quants that kind of built their career over the past few years on this modeling and this methodology. Mm-hmm. Where does that leave them? Is there then going to be a shift from those folks to integrate more into other areas of risk management? I think is extremely interesting. Joseph, did you have any thoughts on the
directly to the question, if you have actual instances of losses, it seems logical that you'd want to model based on these actual instances. And there are cases where you can see in the financial industry where there's many examples where they have actual instances of losses. Turns out that at MarketAxess we have none, which is a good thing to say, which is rare, which I'm happy to say that. But so everything that we do is sort of hypothetical. It's modeling. It's it's potential losses. But we do try to, like I said, look at instances in the industry and make a comparison of what happened at other companies and how we can be prepared for that. But I like the idea of being able to have more actual quantifiable instances rather than just theoretical models that may not, be accurate.
Definitely. Susan, did you have a comment, thoughts?
I just returned from G-Corps last week, and I don't know if any of you were there, but it was a raging battle between the regulators on one side advocating for the SMA, right, and the large global banks saying we're keeping our models. Wow. So it was quite an active argument, seriously, in the rooms. And the larger financial institutions are holding, maybe it's because they're all quants and they want to keep their job, right. But they are holding firm to the belief that a simple loss management approach is not enough for a large, complex bank. So I think what they settled on in the debate is that the meets min is going to probably be the new approach, but the large global banks are going to continue to do their capital modeling as they've been doing it, because they believe that they're just finally getting enough data and enough good analytics to actually make it of use in their organization. So I think the battle is not simple here. I think it's going on, based on what I heard anyway.
Thanks, Susan. That's very interesting. And I agree. I mean, just the capital alone, I think, has far-reaching implications. What happens if you use the standardized measurement approach and your capital is more than what AMA was saying? Yeah. What happens vice versa? Yeah. There's a lot of questions to be had there in the space, and also the implications on business and how much capital you're tying up, of course.
There is one other point. There is one other point to know, and I don't know how many of you use this, but financial institutions use some of this capital to smooth over their earnings.
Right.
I mean, if they've had a great quarter, I mean, they do not want to put their earnings through the roof, and then the next quarter it goes down because Wall Street does not like that. So I think the complexity of this actually aids financial institutions in allocating capital when they feel they need to do that to keep their earnings smoothed out. So another reason.
Yeah, I was going to mention that it might introduce volatility in the calculations if you're just going after just losses that occur and you have none, and then all of a sudden you have a lot. But
Also, Susan, just to add to your point, I think it might also be punitive for the banks to unnecessarily give out 15, or under the standardized methodology, you have like 18% for some of the trading and corporate banking business, when they can get away with like 2 or 3% doing the risk modeling and doing the distribution. There's no reason for them to put out 18%, and that is why they would fight. Obviously the good news is the quants still keep their jobs, but but they also keep their capital low. So I think that is why they would fight for that. Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Any other thoughts from the audience or any questions, just in general? Sheila?
Hi, this is not around the modeling, it's more around the lines of defense. There's a lot of reference to the first and second lines, and I'm just wondering in each of your organizations how well it is understood about the roles and responsibilities of the lines, and within the second line, what evidence there is of challenge to the first line.
So, Joseph, Rachel?
So I think that there were definitely initially like a big confusion, again, because of it being a relatively new concept to the firm, right? The way that we've always kind of explained it to them is that the first line of defense, this is, risk is everyone's business, first and foremost, right? So risk, like first line means in the business unit, if you see something, if you are aware of something, you should always let us know, right? So that's business, so that's the first line, right? So we kind of just tell our business units, if you know something's about to happen, let us know. For the second line, it's really your risk and your compliance teams, right? So for risk, it's kind of like, what is the potential of it happening, right? Like, and that's kind of what we're always concerned about is the potential, what are you, like forecasting like the exposure to be, whereas the compliance is more, I would say, black and white, right? Because they're going to be the ones that did you comply or not to, the rules and regs. You would hope that the risk, all the control functions, including internal audit, which is your third line of defense, are kind of working symbiotically, right? That everybody is, and I think again, that goes back to like what we hope, MetricStream will also solve for, right? Because like you want to be able to talk the same kind of nomenclature, to have the same kind of inventory, right? So you want to be able to have your the GRC libraries set up in a way where all three of those control functions are using the same items instead of duplication that is happening. So it streamlines the effort there. As far as internal audit goes, they're basically a third-party check. Not third-party, but they're kind of a, what is that called? I can't think of the word right. Yeah. They challenge the businesses to make sure that they are, doing the right thing. So internal. But.
Yeah, in the case of market access, I think it's a good question, but we do have a separate risk group, and the risk group has a line to the board, so we have independence, and there's also a compliance group, that's separate from the business. So you have that distinction where you have, the front office business, you have compliance, you have risk group. The risk group works on various risk projects as well as does what we call internal reviews or audits. Technically, our board audit charter indicates that we don't have an audit department right now. We do have this risk group. So having said that, compared to the banking world, which I worked in many of my years of my career, the lines are a little bit faint, but we expect, and it is the case, that the front line are risk managers as well, and they have responsibility for controls. And being a small company and having a very strong board and management risk committees as well as board risk committees, everyone is engaged in the controls at this company. They understand that. It's very clear from the CEO down.
Any other questions?
What do you you do about qualitative risks that are hard to measure? What do you do when it comes to KRIs with those types of qualitative risks?
Good question. Joseph, Rachel, Piyush, thoughts on
Sure.
what you see in the industry?
I'll go back to my banking days when I was a risk manager. So as you know, I mean, I don't know if you're a risk manager as well, but risk management is, as we can say, it's an art and a science, right? I mean, everything cannot be decided on based on numbers, and that is where the experience comes in. So a person who's put in 10 years or 15 years obviously will have a much better qualitative judgment on an issue rather than somebody who's put in 2 or 3 years in a bank. And that is where you have to basically see how do you take the information and how do you use that to the best risk mitigation efforts. In my experience, not only the banks that I work for, but some of the larger banks that I'm consulting with, what I'm seeing is that banks are data rich but information poor. So there's a huge amount of data, but we don't have a lot of analytics, right? And we are evolving, the banks are evolving from the traditional way of doing risk management of first line and second line, which was very effective, by the way, to having common libraries, common understanding of data, and coming up with common reporting standards within the organization. And that depends totally on their business needs. So I think that maturity model is kind of evolving, and I think banks are kind of trying to reach there. But given the size of operations and the data that banks have, I think it's a pretty mammoth task to create those libraries and build a whole enterprise risk management and build a common reporting infrastructure. So that's a challenge, but I think it's always going to be a qualitative and quantitative and a judgment call on the part of the person who's taking the decision.
Yeah. We've got, thanks. We've got time for probably one more question. I believe we have a question over there.
Add one more thing. I'll just add one more thing to that, because looking more specifically at KRIs, like for IT security, the number of cyber hits we have, things like that, that's all quantitative. Things that are less quantitative, like reputational risk, and even regulatory risks, meaning, complying with the regulations, but doing it in such a way that, the business is successful and strategic. And so what we do there is we look at different things like surveys, industry surveys, see what goes on in the industry, compare ourselves to those surveys. We use general counsel as well, for, evaluation of various regulations and things like that. So we try to get, various information through that process that is not only is quantifiable, but more judgmental, and compare ourselves to it.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. And last question?
Yeah, my question is around, there is a lot of great work going on in the operational risk areas around your RCSAs, et cetera. So you boil up these risks, you inform your board, and what I'm hearing is sometimes regulators even go to the board and say, ask various people, what are your top 3 risks? And they are even matching up to say, is the board answering the same way or different? Have you had any experience like that? And if so, how do you inform your board? I know you have great presentations, but how do you ensure that their takeaways are consistent? Is there any processes you have so that if you ask your chief risk officer on his top 3 risks versus the CEO versus someone else, at least you will get some matching answers in what they answer.
Right. Yeah. Well, I could answer that to begin with. At Market Access, we have an enterprise risk management process where we do every year evaluate the key risks of the company. We have interviews with all of our senior management to get their views on what the top risks are at the company. We ask them precisely what are the top risks facing the company, what's the top risk in your area. We collect all that information, and then we also look at external factors ourselves as a risk group, and then we put it all together into a risk matrix in terms of likelihood of the risk and impact, and from that come up with like the top 5. And then we discuss that at a management risk committee with senior management as well as at the board risk committee, and then everyone has a chance to give a view around it. And at the end of the day, we all agree what the top 5 are. For example, like cybersecurity risks is a big one that we've talked about over this conference, which impacts us as well as a technology company. BCP, another big one, that type of thing. So we come to that kind of consensus and agreement. But as a risk group, we also look at the industry as a whole and see how it compares as well.
Excellent. Well, thank you all. Thank you all for joining us. This is a topic I would love to continue on all day long, but we've got time constraints. So thank you again for your time. Thanks to the panel. We've heard a lot of excellent, kind of feedback and thoughts around what's going on within your organizations, both large and small, how things have kind of evolved over the past few years, through the creation of programs and moving from first and second line into defense and defining those, and then also some conversation around where the future is going to be. So thank you again. I think a lot of good topics, and happy to speak with others afterwards and throughout the course of the rest of the summit. So thank you.
Right. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Enterprise Risk Management panel will happen in 5 minutes.
Hello, hello. Can everybody hear me okay? All right, great. Great. Thanks, everybody, for coming. This is our enterprise risk management. We're talking about incorporating corporate strategies and values into ERM program. We have a panel of 5 excellent people up here. I'm going to go one by one. They'll give you a little bit about themselves. But Peter O'Neill, CRO of Uniper Global Commodities, Edmund Green from KPMG, Aratina Trepchik from Umpqua Bank, Guillermo Cisneros from First Data, and Thomas Stanton from A-Firm. Peter, if you want to give us a little bit about yourself.
Sure. So my name again is Peter O'Neill. I'm the CFO and CRO for Uniper Global Commodities North America, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of E.ON, the global or the German power generation company. We trade natural gas and power and market in the U.S. physically and financially. I'm a CFA, and I sit on various industry and academic boards that generally involve risk or energy.
Eben?
I'm Edmund Green. I'm a managing director in the ERM GRC practice of KPMG. I've been in financial services probably for about close to 25 years, the last 10 of which I've been with the firm helping companies with implementing their ERM programs, improving those programs and such.
Aratina?
Good morning, Artina Trepchik, Umpqua Bank. I manage the enterprise risk management program for Umpqua. I've spent, I guess, the last 16 years in my career primarily in internal audit and then moved over to risk 2.5 years ago.
Guillermo Cisneros from First Data. I'm the head of risk and controls, or we would call the past panel first line of defense for all shared services for the firm globally. Before this, I was at JP Morgan in asset management and in the mortgage bank doing some of the similar functions. And before that, I was at Fannie Mae on the accounting side. So I was not doing risk and controls at Fannie Mae. I was doing accounting.
Great.
I'm Tom Stanton. I'm the past president of the Association for Federal Enterprise Risk Management, a firm. And my perspective is largely from the perspective of federal governments that are increasingly adopting enterprise risk management. The Office of Management and Budget is issuing a circular that will be essentially a directive to encourage government to move in this area. On the private sector side, I served on the staff of the Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission and was the point person on governance and risk management. And after the commission ended, I wrote a book looking at a dozen firms, 4 that successfully navigated the crisis and 8 that failed in any of a variety of ways. And the essential discriminant between those 2 was the quality of risk management and the ability for information to flow across the organization.
Great, thanks, Thomas. We have a pretty aggressive agenda. We got 5 questions we want to get to, and then also we want to field whatever questions are out there. So with that, I just want to start off and say thank you. Again, my name is Tony Bria. I've been with MetricStream for a while now, but I have over 30-something years in the financial service world, basically in the risk management world, and have encountered a lot of the things that everybody here has, and probably you have over the years, and got the scars and the bullet holes to prove them. So with that, let's get going. Our first question is going to be, how do you know your ERM program is successful? I'm going to toss that over to you, Guillermo, and maybe you can start us off.
I want to be Captain Obvious here, and I'm going to try to explain this for people who are not risk professionals. And why am I going to do that? Just to see if we're all on the same page. But I think we're all risk managers, and we all get out of the house every morning thinking whether it's going to rain or not, right? And it's our responsibility as people to check the weather forecast. Do I take an umbrella? Do we not? And the story has a point, so bear with me for 3 more minutes, right? We get to the office, and obviously there's one guy who didn't check the forecast or bike to the office that's drenched and shows up at the meeting because he couldn't get dry, and typical things happen, right? Imagine rain being one of those events that we risk manage for. The way I would say, how is my enterprise risk management successful, if I look around the office and none of them are drenched, and everybody came in with an umbrella, and everybody's calling people before they go to the office and say, hey, you know it's going to rain today. You better bring your umbrella. That is a symptom of people thinking about risk, and it can be equated to a trading risk or anything else. It's not rain, but you get the example, right? Now, it's important to say that when too many people are wearing trench coats and are obstructing the business because they're trying to prepare too much for risk, your program is not successful either. So there's got to be a balance, right? You got to prepare, you got to mitigate. And the day that's wind and it's raining sideways, you'll see some people wet, but then you learn, and then you'll check to see the wind. Before you check for the rain, now you check for the wind, and your program evolves. And that's how you know you're successful, because people are talking, they're incorporating risk practices into their day-to-day lives. That's how I say you would know. But it's an easy way to explain it to my 12-year-old, because he asks, what do I do? But that's what I do.
Peter, do you want to jump in on that one?
Yeah, Tony, thanks for that. It's a really interesting question. How do you judge if your ERM's successful? And it actually spent a lot of time on the weekend trying to mull that question over. Because to me, I'm a risk guy, right? I've been a risk guy almost my entire career. So I'm always very cautious and hesitant to like plant the flag and say, success, because it's a continual process of looking at things and improving and assessing your processes, and so it's more to kind of continue with a little bit of what Guillermo said was there's a lot of qualitative measures I think about, is your business successful? Are you a responsible participant in industry? Do your competitors and the regulators all feel that you're acting responsibly? Do you have a good relationship with those folks? And so to me, it's really about again, it's a continual improvement, trying to keep improving your process, your controls, keeping up with the business, the changes in the market and technology. So it's really a tough question to really answer.
It is. I mean, I know. Thomas, you wanted to say something about that?
From my experience, the critical issue is the flow of information to decision makers who need it. In other words, if you look at a company like JP Morgan Chase, they did very well in the financial crisis because one part of their organization noticed that there were increasing delinquencies. They sent the information up to the operating committee. There was an extensive discussion, and then instructions went down to their investment banking side to get rid of subprime mortgages. When you look at the failure of JP Morgan in the London whale incident, what you find was there was a gap in the flow of information. There was a key official who was absent, who normally would have superintended the London office. So for me, and particularly in government, you can see this, there's often a layer of cork, and then you interview the people below the layer of cork, and you find out perceptions of certain key risks, but they can't get the information up to the decision makers who need it to make those risk-reward trade-offs.
Edmund, did you want to share?
Yeah, no, I would just pick up on the other comments that were made, and again, I mean, it's when the risk management activities are embedded and really when they're not viewed as something separate. We run the business over here, and then you guys go over there and do risk management. Once you've achieved that level of embeddedness in an organization, when the risk management function is viewed as a capable and contributing partner in the management process, I think that's when you can really start to understand and feel like there's been some level of success achieved, and we really start to harvest value. What I like to say, harvest value from the investments that you've made, both in the process as well as in the technology, these GRC technologies that are used to actually enable those processes.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think that at the end of the day, if your culture and your communication work together in an organization, your ERM, I believe your ERM program is going to be successful. How did you feel about that, Aratina?
I'll just echo what everyone else has said, really. I do think that having it be a part of your culture, proactive risk management in particular, I think with the first line of defense is really important. So are they thinking about risk in their everyday activities and escalating issues appropriately?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And I'm sure a lot of you have had that experience. It kind of feeds into our next question about risk appetite. But one thing that we did last week in the ABA conference is we asked everybody about risk appetite and how many had a risk appetite plan and how many were happy with it and how many had ERM plans and how many were happy with it. Everybody raised their hand for ERM and risk appetite plans that they had, and about less than 10% of the participants raised their hands that they were happy with them. So, it really goes to show that communication is very important throughout an organization, and especially for ERM, and it just has to come down from the top. So, which leads us into our next question in terms of risk appetite. So, how does the risk appetite fit into the risk management framework? Can the alignment of appetite and risk tolerance work together? How can organizations achieve and ensure that? And maybe you can give some examples. I know, Aratino, we're going to start off with you on that one.
Sure. What I would say is really our risk appetite statement is kind of the heart of our ERM program. We're kind of lucky in the sense that we didn't really have an ERM function until two and a half years ago when I moved over to risk. And the first thing that we did was create a risk appetite statement. And our risk appetite statement is has some overarching comments about the risks that we're willing to accept, but then it goes on to talk about our level 1 risks. So what are those enterprise risks that we're facing? And then within the risk appetite statement, we have quantitative metrics or key performance indicators that tell us what are those measures that we want to utilize to figure out how we're doing in terms of mitigating those enterprise risks. And then those KPIs are embedded into our ERM report. So we, for each KPI, we have a trigger that serves as an early warning sign to tell management if we've hit that trigger, then we really should do some course corrections in terms of mitigating that risk. And then we also have limits, and those limits serve as, okay, we've hit the level where we're going outside of our risk appetite. From that, we then, if we've exceeded a limit, we work with executive management to come up with a response strategy to figure out, what are we going to do to address this. We also have an escalation process with executive management and the board to communicate when we've gone outside of our risk appetite statement. So I'm really kind of proud of that. I think that your risk appetite statement really should be your driving force behind your risk management activities.
Sure, and it feeds into your ERM program.
Yep.
And ensures that.
Exactly.
Who else wanted to share? Go ahead, Edmund.
So I once heard a quote from Warren Buffett, and it went something like, risk comes from not knowing what you're doing. And so to me, that's what risk appetite is all about. It's about whether you're winning or whether you're losing. It's about knowing and understanding and having a clear line of sight into the risks that you're undertaking in order to achieve whatever success is. In fact, from my experience working with clients, some of the most difficult clients to engage with in terms of implementing ERM are the ones that are successful, because they're winning.
Yeah.
And we don't need no stinking ERM. It's like, look at us. You look at our profits. Look at we've been very successful without it. But if they don't understand the risks that they're undertaking through the risk appetite or however you define that, then the outcomes that they're experiencing are not sustainable. And to me, that's what the risk appetite is all about. It's about knowing and understanding the risk that you're taking on in order to pursue the strategic goals and objectives of your organization, and knowing and having mechanisms in place to understand when you're moving outside of those boundaries, and having ownership and accountability for processes in place for staying within the defined risk appetite and tolerances.
That's a good point, because the way information flows, if you don't have a good flow internally, rest assured it's going to get external very quickly also. And it can be released, and I'm sure maybe Thomas or Guillermo, you want to share something on that too.
Again, Captain Obvious again. Everything we do and every process we have has policies and procedures. And those policies tell you what your boundaries are. This is what you should do. These are what the exceptions to the policy are, and this is what you should do in case of exceptions. Sounds familiar, right? Because all the policies say that. How is it possible that people don't understand that they have to have a policy on how to operate the business? That's what my risk appetite statement is. It gives me the boundaries on where to be, right? And if I'm outside my boundaries, I got to go get that exception. So to me, it's like when you have trouble with the clients, we have trouble with the clients, we have trouble internally. What is my risk appetite? You need to tell me where you want to operate. And if you don't know where you need to operate, we have a problem, right? And I think that's the key piece.
That's a good point. Go ahead, Thomas.
As someone who works in the government space, I'm totally envious of your description of the way you manage risk appetite. In the government, particularly in today's toxic environment, one needs to convince federal officials that they should take any risks at all. And so you need to build the risk-reward trade-off and indicate to people, yeah, there are areas like integrity where we're not going to tolerate any risk. But there are other areas like carrying out your mission where in order to get returns, you had better take some risks, and to help articulate for them the extent that that works. In the federal government, I don't think at this point I can find, and maybe Edmund would know differently, any really good examples of quantified risk appetite.
Yeah, go ahead,
Yeah,
Peter.
I mean, maybe have a little different perspective, being more in a different type of business, but the way I tend to see the kind of the risk appetite in the ERM is it's somewhat of a loop or a continuous cooperative process, right? Where the business will say, you know, these are the type of goals we want to have, this is the kind of revenue we want to have, this kind of business we want to be in. And then we'll say, well, these are the kind of the impacts you'll have on your policies, your balance sheet, head count, your cash flow at risk. You know, does that work with what you want to do for your goals? And if it doesn't, then we need to adjust. And so it's really a cooperative effort to me, where it's I don't, maybe for lack of a better word, it's kind of like yin and yang, where one will play off the other to make sure everyone is aligned on goals and objectives and is able to actually meet them and deliver on them in a realistic fashion.
No, it's a good point. And what I think that really another theme is, and to pick up on what you say about government, we have to be collaborative. We have to be collaborative within our departments, within our firms, with the federal government, with the regulators, with everybody, because when you have more of a collaborative environment and a way of thinking, it really helps your enterprise risk management. It helps you understand about your risk appetite. It helps you meld all that together to become successful. And I think that we see more firms doing some of those things, and they're the ones that seem to be progress a lot quicker than the ones that just don't adapt those types of ideas. Mm-hmm. So.
And if I can say something about
Sure.
your point about the iterative nature of the risk assessment process, you know, oftentimes we speak in terms of risk and control. And the idea is that the only response to a risk is a control. And while a control is one of the potential responses, there are other responses. You can avoid the risk, you can assume the risk, you can transfer the risk, but then one of the other potential responses is to increase the risk. And so why would a risk person sit here and talk about increasing the risk? Because that is that iterative process that you go through to assess where you are and compare your residual risk to your risk appetite. And at that point, you're able to make decisions that not only about whether or not you're within the risk appetite, but do we have the capacity to take on additional risk and in ways that might actually allow us to go faster or to achieve greater profitability based upon the nature of our business and so on. And so it's really important, I think, to understand that the risk assessment is not a linear process. It's really more of an iterative process, as you mentioned.
Well, and to further that just one more step, risk has a negative connotation to it now. Before, risk you could talk about in a sense where risk was opportunity. It wasn't just a negative. There was a positive to risk as well as a negative. Now it just seems like everybody's worried about the negative side of risk. And that's a good point about increasing risk. If there's the opportunity there, you take it. You do what's best for the organization, you assess and go forward. So, which leads us right into this next question, as I keep on saying, but I mean, one leads into the other. We're going to talk about how organizations should balance their risk appetite along with measuring short and long-term goals. And before I throw it to the panel, one thing I wanted to say is, and we kind of talked about this a little bit yesterday, it's a very subjective term. You know, short-term goals used to be 3 to 5 years, long-term goals were 10 to 15. In this world and in this type of millennial attitude or millennial culture, that has changed. And I think it's also affected organizations, and nobody has those 5, 10, 25-year plans. So I know, Peter, you want to start off with this, so I'm going to toss it to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question, especially in my industry, the energy industry. Over the last, say, 10 years or so, there's been the whole shale revolution, and natural gas and oil production in the U.S. has really changed dynamically. And what you've seen is almost it's kind of like a gold rush mentality again, where everybody rushes in. There's a huge amount of increase in production, and then suddenly prices drop because that's what happens, right? An oversupplied market, prices drop, and now a lot of these companies are left with a situation where they've really levered up their balance sheets. A lot of the companies didn't hedge, and so it's a classic balance, I think, of short-term goals and long-term goals, and really creating that sustainable business and not overexposing yourself. And so, I mean, it's just an interesting dilemma, phenomenon that you're seeing again in our space, and having an ERM that actually looks to balance. And the stock market can be quite punishing in the short term, of course, but you really got to have that long-term view and have that risk management approach to say, look, this is what's happening in industry. We need to maybe manage our balance sheet, look beyond, look more longer term, sustainable, and look not as short term. I know, and look beyond production goals and things like that to actually say, look, a long-term sustainable business provides a much higher, or should provide a much higher stock return and earnings return and value for investors than just doing the short-term view.
That's a good point, because most financial firms are siloed institutions, and to really take on your risk appetite, ERM, you have to have an enterprise way of thinking. And the silos were built because people wanted power and money. I mean, that's what helped them. They wanted the compensation and they wanted the power, and then they had their little fiefdoms, and now that's all changing. And I think that it's going to continue to move along those ways, and the government's going to make you move that way, and I think also the organizations that are going to progress farther and further along are going to go along those ways. So I'll just toss it to...
Anyone wants to say something?
Go ahead.
Well, no, I was just going to say, too, that the whole notion of short-term versus long-term really depends upon the amount of dynamism that exists in your particular industry. And so, and even that changes. So if we go back to, 30 years ago, the banking and financial services industry was not very dynamic at all. Even the mortgage industry, you make a mortgage, you make a mortgage loan, you take the loan and you put it in the desk drawer and you collect payments for 30 years. So what happened? There's an innovation. The mortgage-backed security completely changed the dynamic of the industry. And as a result, this whole notion of short-term versus long-term changed significantly. And so now, Tom and I were talking about fintech, right? And the amount of disruption that's occurring in the banking industry and the challenge that's being made in the banking industry as a result of the whole fintech evolution or revolution. And so it really, and what you need to do from a risk standpoint is have some sort of a mechanism to be able to detect the nature and even the speed of change that's occurring in your particular industry and the risks that obtain from those changes, and then how do those risks then in turn inform your strategy, and then how does that get pushed down into the way that you actually run the business?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
And then you got to come up with a best practice for figuring that out.
That's right.
And it depends on the company as well as the organization as well as the industry.
That's right.
Go ahead.
I think there's got to be one important aspect on how do you balance long-term and short-term. Well, we all know that the saying risk and reward. If we tie the rewards to short-term risks, you're never going to be balanced. So how do we incorporate that reward process into the short-term and long-term? So everybody who's taking very aggressive stances short-term understands that if it turns, they're going to be affected long-term. Right? And you start getting the long-term incentives, the stock compensation. That allows you to balance that a little bit more than we used to. And I think that reward component will help the companies balance that view a little bit better than we have before.
Sure. All right, Tina, you want to
One thing I might add is that at Umpqua, we have many of our strategic objectives or goals sort of baked into our ERM report and tied to our level 1 enterprise risks, so that we have an understanding as we're pursuing those objectives, how it might impact those risks. And it may be that we make a decision as an organization that we're willing to go outside of our risk appetite in pursuit of those goals. One of the things that I like about having that connection is that there is more of a formalized process around that decision.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's something that has to be adopted by more, I think, organizations, not only here, but throughout the entire world, because as we do it here, everybody kind of follows suit, which I think is a good thing. I guess I keep on going back, it's to the culture. If everything comes down from the executive level in terms of managing risk, ERM, ORM, all the different types, and also making sure that all three lines of defense understand that and are held culpable, I think that really where these robust programs come, where people really are innovative, where they can share these ideas, and it really becomes a benefit for everybody. I was going to ask you, yeah, Thomas.
One of the critical elements, and Edmund's comment raised that, is risk velocity. In other words, and again, looking at the federal space, there's been systematic disinvestment in IT, in the quality of your staffing. The government is simply not keeping up because Congress keeps cutting the budget regularly. That's a long-term, slow risk that eventually, sort of the way the United States is failing to invest in infrastructure, but eventually it will catch up. On the other hand, some of the disruptive technologies that Edmund is talking about can have a really fast risk velocity. And so ERM increasingly, I think, has to take account of both kinds of risk and understand it both in the short term and the long-term implications.
Mm-hmm. And I think also, correct me if I'm wrong, government used to lead a lot of this at one time, right?
Yes.
And is there what was the shift? What do you think the shift was?
In 1987, the Comptroller General of the United States, the head of the GAO, gave a speech talking about disinvestment of government. And at that point, we were a lot better off than we are today. And we simply have been cutting back in one area after another. in totally unwise ways. And again, the metaphor for everybody in everyday life is what we've been doing with our infrastructure. That at some point those bills will come due. We're simply accruing risk that will materialize, and we know it.
Yeah. Well, history doesn't change, right?
No.
Just repeats.
Well, and then to your point, when we talk about enterprise risks, what I like to say is that, the focus really needs to be on I like to call them galaxy-class risks. These are threats to an organization's existence, strategy, or business model. And so you can apply that thinking, not only to the private sector, but to the public sector as well. So let's take the U.S. Postal Service. When the internet started to catch on, the folks who were running the U.S. Postal Service had no way of understanding and contemplating the implications of email on snail mail, what we now call snail mail. And so if you look at the trend line of the volume of paper mail and the impact that that's had on the Postal Service, and then you introduce threats like, FedEx. Okay, so there's another threat to their business model. Well, you think, okay, well, if I'm running the Postal Service, why do I have to be concerned about a business model? Well, there it is. And so again, just imagine if that organization had some mechanism in place, and you can call it ERM or integrated risk management or forward-looking risk management, whatever you want to call it, but some way of maintaining a connection between the reason for its very existence and the things that are occurring in the environment and how those things that are occurring in the environment might have an impact on that existence, then that is the nature of this work and what it should be all about.
Right. I
Yeah.
agree. I agree. Before we go a little forward, how many people are in ERM right now? Just a show of hands. Okay. And are you? And how many are actively involved in their planning? Okay. I think you're going to see more show of hands as the years go by. I think it's going to be more of a collaborative effort. I think it's imperative that everybody gets involved. And like you said, Thomas, the flow of information has to go up. It just has to go. And it has to flow always, up and down and laterally. So,
if I can mention, I'm currently trying a strategy, and I'd be really curious the extent to which people have seen it work in the private sector. The theory is that enterprise risk management and the risk function can be shut down by powerful business unit heads who simply don't cooperate. And all of a sudden you have a blockage in that flow of information. I'm managing the risk. I do a good job. Don't bother me. And what I've tried to do with an agency that I'm currently working with is reach out to the senior executives and say, if something goes wrong in one part of this organization, when Congress is done with you, you are going to have a whole bunch of damage across the organization, including to your silo, even if the problem didn't occur there. And I'm busy working with these powerful barons, basically to show them their self-interest in collaborating, in working together, in getting that information to flow across silos as well as up and down. And I'd be curious whether that strategy works in the private sector as well.
I think the best thing is peer pressure is a great medicine for those folks, right? I've gone through this process in 3 different companies, and you always have to find that one guy who buys in. Because once you find that person who buys in, inevitably what we do shows value. And when they sit at the table with management committee or with the board and they say, this is what we did, the question is, why are you not doing that? And never will be the answer to, oh, because I'm managing my risk. That's not going to be the answer on that table, right? So if you find the champion, peer pressure will get you there. And we got to be patient, and we got to present some value statements to convince them quicker. But we need to find one champion. I've seen that work. When we don't find champions because we think that the risk professionals are the ones that need to do everything, that's when that strategy stops working, right? In my experience.
Yeah. which kind of leads us to the technology aspect of ERM. We want to kind of talk about on the panel how technology can help you with your ERM program, the benefits, the planning, things like that. So open it up to the table. Peter, you want to start?
Yeah, when I was thinking about technology as it really pertains to our business, I mean, it's really a partner for a lot of what our ERM. And in the two main areas we focus, or we get a lot of gains out of technology, is in just general efficiency and control. And when I say efficiency, I mean, we obviously are able to do a lot more with less. We're able to automate things. We're able to utilize things like the cloud to get computing horsepower where we wouldn't ever been able to do that ourselves. I mean, we're not in the business of maintaining server farms and building out all that infrastructure. So technology for us is a real enabler and a way for us to access a tremendous amount of resource which we wouldn't normally be able to do or invest in ourselves. So that's the efficiency is really one big gain. From the other perspective, controls. I mean, we're seeing tremendous advances in technology in terms of how you can monitor and put preventative controls and detective controls on a lot of our business, and you're seeing a lot of third-party groups develop detective algorithm software to help us better able to maintain and control our business. So again, I think technology for us is a real partner, and it's really a way we're able to do a lot more in our business just with a lot less capital investment and leverage the people who are experts. You know, there's lots of groups like MetricStream who have expertise that can be capitalized on without us having to put that huge investment in up front. I mean, it's for us, it's really a win-win.
Sure. Especially in the world we live in, we have just an enormity of data, and we need a way to manage that data and to turn it into reports and make it take tools that are functional to really help us make the right decisions as we move forward. Who am I going to throw it to next? Thomas, you want to take a stab at that one? Because you said you're working with some barons and maybe technology.
I mean, in the government, the problem is that you have an accretion of systems over time, and the data that comes up may not be consistent across those different systems. And there are all sorts of rules, so your budget rules coming down from the Office of Management and Budget require cataloging something in one way compared with the way the business people, the management people may want to run their programs. So government, I'm afraid, does lag the private sector and really needs help now in making their systems more coherent so that that data can be turned into real useful information.
But especially with the new guidelines for ERM, they're going to be forced to get into it, right?
Well, one can decree, but the question is, how do you build the capacity from the ground up?
And I would preface my remarks by first saying that every organization, if they're implementing ERM, you need to have a process in place that the technology is then designed to enable. And so the technology is not a magic bullet, it's not an end in and of itself. It's a means to get there. Now, having said that, and assuming you have a rigorous, robust, well thought out process that's somewhat embedded in the way you run the business, then taking it to the next level with a GRC tool will really help in two ways. One, it'll help to reduce the amount of time that's spent collecting information and performing your risk assessment, so you can spend more time thinking about the insights that the information is providing to you, as opposed to spending all the time collecting PowerPoints and spreadsheets and all the rest of it, and then a small amount of time actually thinking about what the information is intended to tell you. The other thing is that the real world is interconnected. It's multidimensional, and one of the ways in which the technology can help is through the code and through the data. It can actually help to make it easier to determine where those linkages and interconnections and interdependencies are, and then to use that information to gain greater insight, as you mentioned, to understand, okay, what is this actually telling me? I might be looking at a risk in several places where if you're looking at those risks in isolation, they might appear to be fairly small in nature. But when you combine the impact of all those things together, there might be amplification effects that might require greater attention. And so the data and the technology sometimes can help with that.
Sure. Well, it's a tool, right? It's a tool, and until these tools get artificial intelligence, we have to use them accordingly and use them the right way.
That's right.
How about you, Artina?
Sure. I would say for us in enterprise risk management at Umpqua Bank, I do feel like a large portion of what we do is data collection, and it's labor-intensive and a cumbersome process. And gosh, if we had technology to get that information fed into like a GRC system, or it's tied to our key risk indicators or key performance indicators and our risk and controls, it would be amazing. We're not there yet, but it would be spectacular because then we would really have more real-time understanding of what the risks are. Sometimes I feel as though we spend so much time collecting data that our ability to timely respond to risks is impaired. So having the technology and the infrastructure in place to have more timely information, I think, would be a great benefit.
Oh, yeah. We all need a magic wand. That's what we need. That would make things a lot easier. Guillermo, you want to chime in on that one?
Part of the biggest challenge one has making technology sort of a tool is that person who, when they have a problem, say, let's throw people at it, and they always go and get the budget for more people, as opposed to step back and say, what tool can get me the result? Because they fail to see that once you automate a process, the data is at your fingertips, right? And so we're trying to change culture where I work and where I've been before to say, what is the technology long view that you would have if you were to fix this problem? And how's that contrast with the short-term fix you're going to put with people? And when they think about that, they're like, oh my God, you're right. And then they start seeing all the benefits that automation will bring. And that's how you make them manage their risk, right? But there are some that just, like you said, don't want to listen to you. And Tom's right, and sometimes we find those people that are champions, and sometimes they're the other ones.
Well, I think that's a very good point. And to what you were saying, every organization needs a leader. Every department needs a leader. And I think in order to get these types of programs, understand the tools you're going to use, it is an enterprise way of thinking, but you need leadership. You always need somebody at the top. Because the best organizations, the most efficient, effective organizations, the most successful organizations all have good leadership. And, everybody stumbles now and then, but leadership knows how to get past that. And they know how to pass that along in terms of culture to the rest of the organization. And that's what makes them successful. And they can use ERM, and they can use tools to help them with ERM and ORM and things like that. I can go on a long time, but I know we're running out of time. So what I wanted to do is, before we finish, I just wanted to open it up to everybody out there. What questions do you have? It can be pertaining to what we talked about, question-wise, or some of the topics or questions, but what do you have for us out there? Come on, I know somebody's got a question. Go ahead, please.
Sorry, forgive me for the names. I think it's Mr. Green. I really like that quote you made about these galaxy risks.
Galaxy class risk.
Galaxy class risk, that's it.
Big stuff.
And,
Yes.
And we talk about that a little bit internally as well, about how do we identify those, whatever they're called, black swans or galaxy risks, but to your point, ones that change your strategy, your business model, or take you out of existence. Have you been able to describe and encapsulate a method or a routine, or how do you actually go about that type of risk identification?
Well, it's really through your risk assessment process, and so which should incorporate elements of both top down and bottom up. And so any organization looking to implement ERM needs to adopt what we call a framework. And a central element of that framework is the risk assessment. And that risk assessment should be consistent, it should be robust, it should be rigorous, and it should be performed the same way routinely to uncover those kinds of challenges. But again, the idea is to, as quickly as possible, collect that information and then bring that information to leadership and spend more time thinking about what the information is telling you, as opposed to spending all of your time collecting the information and then very little time thinking about it, which is what happens in a lot of organizations that are just starting with ERM, or they may not be as mature, or in some cases, if they don't have the kinds of sophisticated tools in place to really be able to quickly get through the risk assessment process. But it's that risk assessment, that's the centerpiece of what it is that will provide that information to your organization. And then another component is, once the risk assessment is done, where does that information go? And how does it get there? Well, that information needs to have a governance process, right, to feed into, that again is structured in such a way that the outcomes from the risk assessment will have a place to go for analysis, for synthesis, and for dissemination in terms of what the information is telling us, and how that information, again, relates to the way that you actually run the business, and not what I would call credenza work. Sometimes people view the risk assessment process as work that gets done, you put it in a 3-ring binder, and then you put it on the credenza for 3 months or a year, and then you come back to it again. You will never get at the kind of value out of this process if you aren't taking that information and actually incorporating it into the way you run the business.
Good.
Yep.
Did you want to say something, Thomas?
Sorry, I didn't. To add to that, the process has to be disciplined. What we saw in the financial crisis was a remarkable number of CEOs who were distracted by other risks. In other words, if you're looking at your Galaxy class risks, the one that brings you down may not be the one you're spending all your time on. Mm-hmm. So your risk assessment process has got to stand back and really run the radar in order to figure out what's really out there, the Postal Service or changes in your environment or fintech, who knows what, that might in fact be the risk that is Galaxy class for us.
Can I just add one point, Tony?
Sure.
That? I mean, because I agree with everything they're saying, but to me,
we'll get to Shelby then.
One of the real keys is you've got to get a different view, get it someone without maybe an outside consultant. But just make sure you're getting different views, because it's so easy for a lot of people, especially in my industry. In the same company, they get very myopic. You can get very myopic, very tunnel vision. So you just make sure you really get a different set of views. Like, is the internet really going to hit the post office? Well, if I'm in the post office, I may not have a view on it, what the internet is either. I mean, you really got to make sure you just get are you really challenging people to get a wide range of perspectives on your ERM and what your risk is?
Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you, Peter. Thank you. Good? Yeah. All right, cool. Shelby, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Shelby Cook from Whitney Bank. I have a question about what kind of processes or procedures you have in place for risk acceptance. We've been live with the issue management module for about 1.5 years now, and through the rollout, we've seen instances where there have been issues open for a long time, either because management doesn't agree it's an issue or they don't have the resources to deal with it, either from a budget perspective or personnel perspective, and so they just tend to stay open. And so we're in the process of developing some kind of risk acceptance procedures. So I'm just interested if you have something like that, who I guess, is the authority to make those types of decisions, whether it be a committee or your ERM group or CRO? And what does that process look like?
I think that's,
Sure, I can speak to that. At Umpqua, we do have a process in place. When the business unit wants to accept a risk, they have to go through a process kind of explaining why they can accept that risk and what the impact is. Usually we require some sort of expiration date on that acceptance, but if there isn't one, we still have an annual process in which we would review all of those risk acceptances to make sure that something hasn't changed within the environment or at the bank that has somehow changed that overall risk profile. So I think that you don't want to just put it on the shelf and then forget about it. You should revisit that periodically just to make sure that it still is acceptable.
Guillermo, do you want to say something?
Ultimately, when we have issues, we risk rank those issues. And if your issues are highs or criticals, you have to go to the management committee to make that decision. I may present that, and they may say, no, I don't agree, figure out a way to solve it. But the worst thing that's going to happen is some of those items are not able to be addressed, and they're going to remain open. And those are mainly the lows and the moderates. I don't think we have a way to find out exactly how to deal with those, because if you don't have people, if you don't have resources, and it doesn't bubble up all the way out, we should be monitoring closely. And you will, by the fact of not accepting that risk, every month, you're past due on the issue, you're past due, and you got to come back to the table and tell me why this is not increased the risk profile of the company. Right? So you have that too. They have to come in, present, and tell me why the risk remains the same, and it's okay to keep it as a low or moderate. Once it hits the risk at high, then you got to go to the management committee and start asking for more processes and more formalities.
I'm sure you can share something with that too, Edmund.
Sure, yeah, and I think there are a couple of things. One is, one of the central tenets of implementing a successful ERM program is to have clear lines of ownership and accountability, and to make sure that every risk and every issue has an owner, and that owner is accountable for developing some sort of response and or corrective action plan. And one of the potential responses might be to accept the risk, you see. And so, and if so, then the accountability, as Guillermo mentioned, would be for that risk owner to bring that decision back to your governing body and explain the cost benefits of the rationale for the decision to accept the risk, and then move forward from there as a way of closing it out. Yep.
Peter or Thomas, did you want to share with that?
No, they hit it perfect.
Yeah, they did.
I think that one more thing. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. If you make sure those issues come out,
yes,
right,
people will run and fix them.
Exactly.
Yeah, I
Exactly.
actually have one more thing to add too. One of the things that we're exploring at Umpqua is monitoring our risk acceptances within our operations and technology page in our ERM report. So looking at how many risk acceptances are out there in aggregate, and what is the risk level of those risk acceptances throughout the banks, so that we know, if we're seeing more and more of these risk acceptances, kind of like what's going on. And then it's sort of a larger discussion around, are there not enough resources or something else going on at the bank where we need to look at this from a broader perspective.
That's a good point. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Any follow-up, Shelby? Or? Come on.
Right now, what we're entertaining doing is kind of what you mentioned, based on the priority of the issue. It would either need to go to one of our portfolio risk committees. If it were a lower priority, they would delegate that to a subcommittee. So, yeah, I appreciate the feedback. That's kind of what I was expecting, but it's good to hear it validated.
Sure, yeah. Sure. Well, I know we've kind of gone over, and we appreciate everybody staying today. Number one, I want to thank all our panelists. I think they did a fantastic job, and thank you very much for doing this. I appreciate everybody out there showing up today. Please feel free to join, come up to us, engage with us, ask us more questions. I invite from my own standpoint, from everybody up here, I'm sure they would love to hear you, meet you, find out what you need to talk about, and also we'd like to hear your ideas. We're trying to learn everything as we go along. One thing I wanted to say as we end, ERM is a constantly evolving new issue. We did ERM, or ERM has always been present, but we never called it ERM. But now we are. And as everybody we designate all these different acronyms, we need to make sure that we understand what we're doing, and the input from everybody, I can't stress enough, we have to be collaborative. And I think that's really collaborative and communicate and work together. So thank you very much, everybody.
So thank you very much, Tony. Thank you very much for the rest of the panelists. Folks, we will now break for lunch. We have a 55-minute break for lunch. We're sorry we ate in, the panel ate 5 minutes of your lunch away, but not a problem. 55 minutes, and then during lunch, there is a vendor theater as well. It is by CSC, titled Risk, 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 Where's the Reward? So that's at, that's at 1:10. So you have about half an hour for that panel, for that vendor theater. There is a very exciting prize to be won. So lunch at the Independence Ballroom. Enjoy. I'm not, but I can find out. So this is working.
I need my, I have a deck and everything. How do I, who's in charge?
Let me find out. I'll get back to you right now.
Okay, I can see. Looking for technical assistance to get mic'd. Okay, great. Hey, good, Shri. Good morning, or good afternoon, everyone. How are you? Susan Palm here. For those of you who were in one of the MSIG meetings with me, I'm happy to have you back joining us, this time with a very distinguished panel. We're going to talk about the Risk Management Association survey that was conducted by MetricStream around third-party risk management. We're going to share some insights from the survey today, and we're going to have our panelists comment live on some of their actions and some of the best practices within their own firms. Right next to me is Tony Bailey, who's the Senior Vice President of Corporate Strategic Procurement at Umpqua Bank in Washington State. 11 years of program design and implementation success across multiple corporate products and services, subcategories including labor, engineering, recruiting, consultant, IT, telecom, marketing, and HR services. So the whole broad perspective of vendors' responsibility under Tony. He provides consulting and industry experience within his organization. He's done a lot of this work outside of Umpqua in organizational development, procurement, transformation, spend analytics, category management, sourcing, contract management, contract negotiation, supplier, third-party risk. He's got it all right here, so we're really happy to have him here. Thanks so much. And next to Tony is Sonia Singh. She's the Senior Director of Global Data Security, Policy, and Third-Party Risk at Visa. So she dives deep into one of the areas that many of us are concerned about as we're thinking about our third parties. Sonia, we're happy to have you here. And of course, those of you all of you are familiar with Visa being the payment system for all of the world. And she leads a global team that's responsible for driving data security, merchant and third-party risk reduction initiatives, and day-to-day policy execution in North America, Latin America, and the Caribbean program. So a very important role that she's playing at Visa. And for those of you who use Visa as a product and as a vendor, I'm sure you'll have some questions for Sonia. Thank you. Next to Sonia is Shri Sehan, experienced IT functional program executive at GE, responsible for the vendor management, third-party management program at GE, a very diverse, very large organization, and has had experience not just at GE Capital, but UBS, RBS, in a variety of technology operations and operational risk leadership roles. He is currently an operational risk leader at GE Capital and has functional responsibility for the EOR program. Prior to that, he had responsibility for procurement, supplier risk systems, and brings a wealth of rollout and execution technology experience across multiple programs in operational risk and commercial banking. And I bet that commercial banking experience is important too as you think about third parties. Thank you, Shri, for joining us. Next to Shri is Craig Morgan, who's the Managing Director of Corporate Vendor Management at Charles Schwab & Company. Craig is he's out of Colorado and responsible for supporting the enterprise-wide third-party service provider management program, including monitoring, reporting compliance with policies, the Federal Reserve Bank regulations, reporting to risk governance committees, managing the systems, and he did tell me today it was a plural, managing the systems that enable the processes and liaising with the internal and external oversight bodies, including internal and external auditors, the Federal Reserve Bank Board of Examiners, and internal client auditors. So a very big experience and responsibility. Thank you, Craig. And at the end of the line here, Sridhar Mukha, who is currently the practice director in Wipro's Cybersecurity and Risk Services. Sridhar is a chartered accountant and certified information system auditor with 19 years of experience. And for almost a decade, he's been working in governance, risk, and compliance space. He set up the GRC Program of Excellence and has led several large-scale global implementations addressing user access governance, business process, and ERM solutions. So welcome to all of you. Okay, we're going to get started. We have a lot to cover today. We have a survey that was conducted by the RMA, sponsored by MetricStream, and 80 global and regional and community banks responded, and these are the areas of focus that we're going to talk about that was covered in the survey and try to bring some life to this. The regulators, who are the primary regulators governing these institutions, among others, include the ones that you see here. And there was a very interesting set of definitions as we looked at third parties. One was, what's a vendor and what's a non-vendor? And this is an important distinction because we polled the companies and we asked them, to what degree are you covering vendors in your third-party management program, and what degree are you covering non-vendors? And you might ask, so what are non-vendors? And you'll see down below here, there is a list of unlikely suspects that you might include in a vendor management program. They could be agents, they could be specialized analysts, they could be brokers, they could be servicers, and in blue, they could be your regulators. So let me just ask the audience, how many of you include your primary regulators as one of your third parties that you manage and risk assess? Show of hands. Okay, so I was at GCOR last week, and I asked an audience of about 275 the same question, and one person raised their hand. And that person, I believe, was from Charles Schwab.
Probably so.
So to you, Craig, on this, you mentioned to me that you include quite an array of players in your vendor management program. Tell us, if you would, about your decision to include your regulator, and what is that like, and how do you do that?
Well, essentially, the message that we got from our regulators during the last exam was, show your work. Across the board, it doesn't matter what kind of relationship you have with them, show your work. They present risk of some sort. So we went about identifying all of these third-party non-vendors and risk assess them, mostly using category approaches rather than trying to do each one as a one-off. But in that, we said, okay, if you say everyone's included, you're included too. So we risk assessed our examiners, and sure enough, they presented a pretty high level of risk, considering their access to data, access to the facility. So now, when you go through the program and start doing due diligence, that's another question. But we could at least say we had done the risk assessment and knew what our risk was associated with every third party that we deal with.
Okay, Tony, you mentioned to me that you're a little cautious when they walk through the door as well.
Well, they pick up, and they're visiting more frequently. And so as we get requests to house them on our site with a semi-secure location, I said, yeah, sure, sign an NDA. Because they're going to be working around our folks, and so I want to fully cover their activities. If they're going to leave their laptops in a locked room, well, that's on their onus. But as they're walking through, they're not to have any type of disclosure of what they see, what they do outside of their scope.
And I think for both of you, it really sends a cultural message, right, to everyone in your organization as well as to your regulators, that your program is A, comprehensive, B, it's risk-based.
Yes.
Right?
And I think C, we work together. So when we get notified from the auditors that this entity's coming on site, the real estate facilities group, we handle the space management as well. And so it's easy to be able to have that collaboration show through sourcing coming in and saying, well, here's an NDA, sign it. And it's a quick email that handles 3 different points of contact.
So for those of you who are including some of these non-vendors in your program, to what degree has this number increased? Are you just getting your arms around it? Sonia, what about you from a security perspective?
Right. So I just want to provide some context to my responses. I do not look after Visa's vendors, but I look after data security and third-party risk of ecosystem payment systems. So for example, if a retailer or a bank is using a third party That's when I will work with them and help them with their third-party risk. So from a non-vendor perspective, I just wanted to provide some perspective from my experiences with the payment industry. In the payment industry, we have been observing an increase in mom and pop shops being breached because of external vendors that they use. So they have external vendors that come into their shops and set up payment systems and payment networks. And a lot of these external vendors do not have access to data. All they do is set up the in-store physical terminal. They may have access from a remote access perspective to do system upgrades and maintenance. And that's where hackers exploit that weakness. So some of these vendors will open a back door where they use really weak passwords, default passwords even. We have a particular incident where a vendor actually used their name as the password for 1,000 entities, and they were breached. So what I wanted to share with you guys is, sometimes it's not obvious. Don't just look at your IT vendors. Some of the non-IT vendors, such as the HVAC vendor, the vendor that may not have access to the data or is not obvious, you need to kind of dig deep and lift the hood and ask yourself, do they actually have a connection to your systems? If they do, could they potentially introduce security deficiencies from their systems, even though they don't have access to your data?
Okay, thank you, Sonia. So let's continue on a little bit and talk about program scope, design, and maturity. And as you can imagine, we asked everyone who participated, how has your institution developed a non-vendor third-party risk program? And you'll see here that the majority of people say yes. Only 44%, though, have actually built out a non-vendor third-party relationship program. And you'll see in the next number of slides, they start to articulate the numbers of non-vendors. And I think this is still a bit premature because, if there's only 44% who've actually started building out a program, they're not really sure how big the scope is, but they think the number is relatively small, compared to their existing vendors. And then when you ask the same question, how many vendor third-party relationships are in your system, interestingly enough, they expect the number to actually decrease over time. And even though the number of vendors that we're starting to manage may decrease over time, the complexity of those vendor relationships is getting more difficult to manage. So even though the numbers may be going down, you're outsourcing more information, you're doing more data analytics. There are vendors that you use today that you never even guessed were going to be vendors a few years ago. So the point I want to make is don't get excited about the fact that you're seeing the numbers go down. Actually, the amount of work, I think, is probably going up. We're going to start to explore this, speaking of complexity, this issue of fourth-party due diligence. And again, last week when I was at GCore, it was we turned it into something funny, and it's know your partner and know your partner's partners. And so sometimes you don't always know your partner's partners. Well, this is an area where the advice still holds true. We need to understand what's going on with the fourth parties. And you'll see here from the data that while there is definitely some news that says we're getting our arms around it, there's still quite a bit of work to be done around fourth parties. So we have third-party non-vendor, third parties as we typically know that, fourth parties, quite a broad scope. And so now let's talk about the whole ecosystem that you engage with in your organization. So who are the players in your ecosystem? You've got your contracts group, Craig. Who else plays in the sandbox with you at Charles Schwab?
The way we're organized is our sourcing, risk management and third-party oversight, and procurement are all under the same umbrella, under the same leader. We, in addition to our business unit, the business owners, the signers of the contracts, and our risk groups form the first line of defense in combination. So the way that we do it there is while sourcing is working with the business owner and legal on contract negotiations, terms and conditions, things of that nature, making sure we get all the right SLAs and performance metrics in the contracts. Our risk management and third-party oversight is working on the risk assessment, due diligence, things like that. It all comes together at the end in that no contract gets signed until all of the required work has been accomplished. So having all of those folks under the same umbrella really helps ensure that. And then procurement is kind of our last gate, if you will, that they can detect non-compliance with that, someone trying to process a contract through without having gone through that process. So it works pretty well. It's allowed us to reduce non-compliance, cut it well over half in just the past 6 months.
Shri, and GE does a lot, a lot of analytical, and a lot of analytics. Tell us a little bit about your program and who participates in that work.
Yeah, well, overall, we still have the 3 lines of defense, as Craig was articulating. But in addition, the operational risk team has the responsibility to aggregate this information, identify the critical suppliers, as well as third parties, and report to all our risk committees, operational risk, as well as the enterprise risk management committee. And reporting to them the risk as well as the key material vendors, any type of material outsourcing is a critical component of what we do.
Okay, Tony, what about you at Umpqua?
I think Craig painted the picture real well. One thing that we do is align with the auditors. So when we take those core vendors that get into the fourth party network, is we might have a third party, but as we're asking questions, we're digging into that supply chain to look in the rear to see what's affecting the end product. An ATM is a great example where we'll open up the back and we'll talk about the components. We want to know.
Physically, you'll open up the back of the
I
ATM?
want to know. I want to see the motherboard. I want to understand the software. I want to know when they're getting it, what the warranties are, their lead times. And so you're really getting a picture of that full deliverable. So the total cost of ownership is elevated at such a level that auditors can work independently like the regulators want, but we can be on site on the same day and cover quite a bit of our homework.
So Sridhar, you are one of those vendors that is the recipient of these kind of audits, no doubt, but also potentially someone who uses and engages fourth parties in the delivery of your services. What are your expectations for fourth parties, and what advice would you give the audience as they're thinking about monitoring fourth parties?
Yeah, I will answer that in 2 ways, where we are using the fourth party services, and there are cases we are also fourth party to some other third party.
Okay.
So wherever we use the fourth party services, we are third party and we are using another vendor for fourth party. We make sure the first point is we are contractually signed that we should be able to evaluate the fourth party vendor controls or compliance, whether they are meeting it or not. And then we also make sure that controls are consistent. Whatever we have to meet with our customers, we make sure that our fourth party is also meeting the same compliance requirements or regulatory requirements. So controls needs to be consistent. And whenever we become fourth parties, again, it depends on the third party's maturity, whether they might or might not have the same set of clauses. But since we are facing the similar requirements, we being the third parties at many places, we proactively ensure that controls are consistent, which meets the compliance requirements of our third parties, and eventually we help to win the game.
Okay, great, thank you. And Tony, you mentioned something about contract language around fourth parties. What are your recommendations for that?
Well, you've got several items you can go for, when you're contracting with a tier 1 supplier, using a manufacturing language, and even in the banking industry, an ATM is a tier 1 product to us. We want them to accept the liability and the ownership of their supply chain. Although we want to know about it, they need to accept that liability themselves. Otherwise, it starts to create this friction where, the relationship has a huge amount of liability all, flowing toward Umpqua Bank. So our MSAs are tailored toward services, goods, and we're up to about 8 templates that we tend to go and very, very much start out of the gate so we can see what's redlined, what changes, how does that affect the liability, how does it affect the scoring of each section. And as we get to the end product, we have an MSA that leads to a scope of work that's indexed that we can weight, score, and then manage on a yearly basis.
You know, we didn't talk about this, but I've heard some companies mention that they actually risk rate their contracts. So if you think about risk rating your vendors, and then you look at your contract as a control, and then give that a score. Has anyone thought about doing that? I mean, it sounds like you're actually getting into certain sections and looking at risk.
Yeah, the AQSCI, it's a Six Sigma-based way of looking at business requirements. And so we take each one of those sections. Don't want to go into a dissertation here, but the key is each one addresses from assurance of supply all the way down to innovation. You can put a weighting that's agreed to by the operations, by the technology group, the InfoSec. You can get very material so that everyone has an agreement on how we're going to look at a particular vendor. And then you can score that on an annual basis if required, biannual basis, and then that gives you a measurement stick that the supplier understands what their responsibilities are, what they're rated against on that particular interval. And then at the end of the day, you're not dealing with, well, I felt this way, you said this. It's pretty much ironclad, and it's just the best way of spelling out A to Z, so there's no ambiguity.
Mm-hmm. Sonia, I want to turn it back to you for a moment. And so the concern of data breach, you know, certainly with our third parties is front of mind with all of us. And I know that at Visa, you have built some very, very interesting programs that include some playbooks around managing fourth parties, managing third parties. Can you talk a little bit about some of the best practices that you've put in place?
Sure. So one thing that we have been advocating for everyone is to think about having a playbook for themselves as well as the high-risk vendors. And I have been involved in many breach management process with retailers. You guys have heard of Target, Home Depot. And I can tell you that every time a breach happens, no matter which organization, it's chaos, right? There will be a lot of drama, a lot of shouting, a lot of screaming. So what you really need to do, the whole point of having a playbook is to document how you act during a breach, because that's really important. You have to over-prepare. You have to know exactly what you need to do when that happens. So it lays out roles and responsibilities, expectations of the organization, as well as your third parties on what they need to do when a breach happens. So I'll give you a good example. Now, for high-risk vendors, we require them to have a playbook. And in that playbook, you have to talk about notification. So if a breach happens, how soon do they need to notify you? If the breach doesn't involve your data, do you require them to notify you? So in our case, we do require our vendors to notify Visa, even if our data is not involved, because you never know, right? Investigations, a subsequent investigation may reveal that your data is impacted. What you really need is control, right? You need control of what happens. The other example that I would give is with notification, you need to expressly call out, who should be the one notifying your consumer. Is it the vendor? Is it yourself? When do you notify them? What about public disclosure? So all these need to be laid out in the playbook for high-risk vendors.
Okay, very, very good. Sridhar, one of the things that, you would be the recipient of this kind of a question for a playbook, and I'm sure in the course of your work, you are asked a lot of questions through surveys. Tell us a little bit about the best practices that you're seeing. Do you respond to SIG surveys from the Santa Fe group? Tell us a little bit about the receiving end of that.
Yeah, again, these surveys are assessments. What we have seen, our customers are asking at different phases of or different life cycle of engagements. Right from engaging us, we do have instances where the senior executive meeting leadership visiting our organization and making sure the controls are in existence, be it physical, logical, or process-related controls. And once they are convinced, once we enter into contract, periodically we are asked to respond to surveys. And the surveys can vary from answering a certain set of SIG questionnaires, for example, to providing the detailed audit report. And depending on the size of the engagement or longevity of the engagement or complexity of the engagement, we are asked to provide third-party risk assessment reports. And there are different kinds of surveys and reports we keep providing them.
Craig, you mentioned that at Charles Schwab, you're both a manager of third parties and the recipient of third-party questionnaires as well. Tell us about some interesting data points you shared about the time it takes to respond.
Yeah, at Schwab, I also lead a group that we call incoming due diligence. So Schwab is a service provider to lots of companies for retirement planning, maintaining stock grants, things like that, accounts for that. So we receive, all of our business units receive tons of questionnaires. And before they were trying to complete them all on their own. The questions were sometimes dubious at best. The answers were not always accurate. Sometimes they countered each other. So we created a group within corporate vendor management called Incoming Due Diligence that responds to the questionnaires on behalf of our business units to make sure everything's vetted. We use the Shared Assessments Program, SIG, the Standardized Information Gathering Questionnaire. And when we receive those requests that come in, we see, does the questionnaire line up with the SIG? Most times it does, and so we'll respond back to that client with, will you accept our SIG? In most cases, they will. So when we do that, what was happening before was where business units were taking anywhere from 6 weeks to 6 months to respond. Now we can respond within a couple of days. So the average has dropped.
Can you imagine that? I mean, getting this vendor information is a critical control element of your program. And if you use a standardized questionnaire, you go from 6 weeks or 6 months down to 3 or 4 days.
At most.
I mean, that is a tremendous efficiency. Shri, what about at GE? You use the SIGs also, don't you?
Yeah, well, we have evaluated using the SIGs. The additional thing which we do is we have a set of preferred vendors. So for these preferred vendors, automatically, as soon as the very first assessment is done, we make it available, and this is where the technology comes into play. So once the first assessment is done, because we are spread out in so many different business units, somebody in Europe could be using the same vendor, but immediately if the parameters match, they are able to re-leverage the assessment which has been done. So that immediately, again, very similar saving. Instead of 2 to 3 weeks, it's really shortened down into a day or two where you can re-leverage the assessment.
Okay, that's great, good. So one of the things that you'll see in some of these slides, and we're going to go through a few more of them, is technology. We're going to talk a little bit about that, and certainly that is an enabler. We talked about the surveys, but technology adoption, as you can see from the statistics, is really on the rise. I mean, more than 2/3 or just about 2/3 of the companies are using technology. One of the things that we've learned in our conversation here is, yes, we're all using technology, and sometimes we have more systems than we wish we had. And I know, Craig, you mentioned, these things have grown up over time, and a little bit of a challenge, if you want to just talk a little bit about that.
Sure, yes. Each group, so internal audit, information security risk management, ORM, operational risk management, vendor management, have all developed their own systems over time. And so now one of the current challenges we have is pulling in issues related to third parties from all these different sources into one location where we can correlate it, figure out, is there a problem with our program, or is there a problem with the provider where we need to reassess the residual risk. So it's quite a challenge with all these homegrown disparate systems.
Sridhar, as somebody in the business, any suggestions you have for us if we've got a lot of technology?
Yeah, I mean, what Craig
Besides
mentioned.
consolidating on MetricStream, but that's not always going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, that's a common problem we are coming across, especially large organizations spread across the globe. So multi-systems, very disparate systems. What we consistently hear from almost all our customers is this consolidation. Is there a way we can integrate, and provide a consolidated view. And one common ask is we don't want to do away with the current system. We want it to retain, but over and above that, get us something which will provide us an integrated view connecting with the business processes, assets-wise or geography-wise. So that's a common ask which we are looking from our customers. And I think industry is maturing towards that extent.
Yeah. So we're going to have multiple GRC solutions for a while. The area that's really gotten a lot of attention, and we heard about this yesterday as well, is content. Content is critically important because there are providers out there who are now monitoring these vendors. You're all familiar with Dun & Bradstreet, but Dow Jones, who's here, and a whole host of organizations. We talked about the Santa Fe group with the SIGs. You'll notice here, if you look at the data in blue, you'll see that a number of companies or percentage of companies are using the data. But if you look at the column next to it, where it says automated data feed, you'll see that that number is very low. So while we're getting the information, it's still cumbersome to use the data. And I know all of you have some thoughts about how you're using the data, what you've been doing. Tony, tell us what you're using and what your plans are for content.
Early in the sourcing process, stages 1 and 2, where we're getting a picture of the supply chain, what we currently spend and who are we spending it with, we'll take and we go to a D&B site and start looking at competitors in the space, and then we also start the rundown of supplier vetting. And I wish it was automated. You know, we go on there, we can search, we can do a drill down into competitors in the fully burdened suite. But I think the more you can, what we call in the Air Force was triangulate when you're doing land nav, the better off you're going to be. So checking a Dow Jones, a LexisNexis, you know, where you start to get some similar viewpoints and data points, then it's going to lead you to the best recommendation for a sourcing project. And then I think that's your best onus for at least the supply sourcing portion of the partnership with third-party oversight and procurement.
Craig, you mentioned there's another company that you're seeing pop up in your space. Can you tell us a little bit about them?
Sure. Yeah, it's a lot like the other services. It's called Bureau Van Dyke. We use them for ongoing monitoring. They give us data feeds for significant events, for management changes, for mergers, for breaches, all kinds of newsworthy events like that.
Okay. And Shri, what about GE?
Yeah, we also use both in ongoing monitoring as well as during onboarding D&B rapid ratings type of data, as well as some adverse media sources as well. And one of the areas we are looking at is sometimes a lot of these are semi-automated. You get a feed and you load it into the system to make your decisions. We are trying to look at it more. If there is a ratings change, can we get a communication immediately and get to more real-time and alert type of mechanism, and that's what we are moving towards.
Okay, great, thank you. So the last section we're going to talk about a little bit here is regulatory criticism. We know that the criticism has changed a bit. Financial institutions have, been criticized with MOUs. They've kind of shrunk that a little bit. Asset management companies are now, under some new regulatory requirements. As of last year, the SEC issued some guidance. So I guess the question that I have for all of us here, from a panel perspective, what are you hearing from your regulators with regard to third party? And is there anything that you'd like to share in terms of a best practice? Craig, you talked about all the different sources of information that the regulators want to see. What are some of the challenges, and what are you looking to do there?
Well, they all tie into the theme that we've heard throughout the past couple of days with cybersecurity. Is they want us to be aware of the cybersecurity issues and make sure that we factor those back into our risk ratings. So yeah, the challenge of getting to all those data sources, FFIC reports, SOC reports, internal reports, getting all of that data and correlating it is the real challenge there. But it's high on their mind. They keep stating it over and over again. You've got to be on top of that.
Sonia, anything from you from a regulatory perspective? What are you thinking about?
Right. So cybersecurity for sure. And then the other thing, it's fourth-party risk. you talk about it a little. But one thing that we have observed in Visa is a lot of the banks and retailers that work with third parties do not have a good understanding of the downstream vendors. And we're always telling them, follow the data, right? If you have 10 downstream vendors where data is actually flowing through, you have to follow all 10 vendors. So that's something that I'm hoping for more prescriptive guidance on. The other portion, which is sort of covered in the OCC guidance, but not as extensively as I hope, it's around changes in vendor services. So for example, if there's a sub-vendor that's actually changed, there's not a lot of guidance on what companies need to do to manage that process. I'll give you an example, right? So Mattel back in 2007 had a huge, major worldwide toy recall. And if you look at the reports, the investigations of that recall led to the reason for the recall was because one of the sub-vendor used by the vendor of Mattel actually changes the production process. And the lead in the paint that they use was actually 200 times more than the permissible levels. And these are toys that my children chew on. So it's kind of scary when you think about that. But yet not enough scrutiny or awareness. It's built around sub-vendors, right? What do you need to do when a sub-vendor is changed? I don't think a lot of companies, third-party processes address that. The other thing that I don't think third parties or this third-party issues actually address is actually around changes of services. So today, a particular vendor may not be handling your data. But tomorrow, what happens if there's a new product offering and your business function, start giving them new services without signing a new contract? That happens very frequently in organizations. And again, that's something that we need to address.
Okay.
Because changes is usually when things happen.
Changes when things happen.
Right.
Any questions from the audience? We have a few. Why don't I know we might go a little bit over, but we started a little bit late, so we'll go take an extra 5 minutes. Go ahead.
So one area which introduces a large amount of complexity is mergers and acquisitions, because along with an acquisition comes a whole new ecosystem of potential companies which have different cultures from even your third party, maybe. How do you address that? And secondly, how do you treat cloud service providers? Is that considered a vendor, or is that?
Did you say cloud source?
Cloud service providers, because
Cloud
most of your
services.
software is on cloud. So the
That's a
risk
vendor.
management that is available with the cloud service provider, the delineation of that with what your enterprise is responsible for, how do you segregate those two?
Okay.
Well, yeah, the first part of M&A, Umpqua Bank merged with a like entity, created what we are today. So our risk group went from one person to needing a lot. InfoSec needed to grow, third-party oversight, my partner in the risk group, they had to get organized to meet new regulatory demands. So it wasn't something that we had a lot of time to ramp up. We needed to do it now. And so the organization shifted focus, got very prepared in a very condensed amount of time. That also happened as we're standing up a sourcing and procurement group that needed to learn how to work with a new third-party oversight. So again, in a small amount of time, we sat down and mapped out how we're going to work and pull legal in, how we're going to get visibility into all the agreements that we need to address that are coming up. It was something that we rolled our sleeves and just put the people power behind it. But I would say on your second question, SaaS agreements, we as a banking entity like cloud-based. It frees up our internal servers. It gives us a bit more bandwidth, more control. But we do treat them just like any third party. We risk rate them depending on what data is going to go into that cloud entity. And if there's no PPI, there's no customer information, then they're going to be a lower tier, and we'll treat them in that same bucket. But there's no difference to us. And it's the future, it's the now. And so when we look at vendors, we want to be able to see what their use is in interaction with Umpqua.
Okay. One over here, Michael.
Hello. I have a couple of questions. The first one is around, we talked about third parties now including non-vendors as well. what are some of the differences that you see in managing the risk associated with these different categories of non-vendors? That's my first question. The second question is, we again are familiar with AML, we are familiar with customer due diligence, we are familiar with KYC. Do you see your organizations moving towards a more mature paradigm when it comes to third-party risk management in a similar vein? You know, literally KY3P, know your third parties, or it could be, you know, 3P due diligence, something to that effect. Are you seeing the regime, the paradigm shifting towards that level of maturity?
Who wants to take it? Craig, do you want to take part of that?
Sure. The answer to the second question is a definite yes. Definite paradigm shift. We never anticipated, well, I wouldn't say we didn't anticipate. We didn't anticipate it would happen so soon that our examiners would be keying in on the non-traditional vendors so quickly. The way that we handle that, though, the risk assessment is no different, although the volume as such, our normal volume of traditional vendors is 1,300. We've got 2,800 non-traditional vendors. So you can't handle them one by one. You have to have a category type approach for them.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, and then the rest of it is typically the risk handled with those categories are handled by the business units in different ways. So basically what we do is when we document the controls around them, we point to the business unit controls as opposed to our own due diligence, because we don't perform due diligence on those non-traditional third parties. We'd need double the size of staff to be able to even start. So we basically point to the controls that are already in existence, essentially showing our work. That was the biggest complaint, show your work.
You mentioned something today about a regulatory gap assessment, because I think part of the question is, you know, how well are we, you know, as the FFIEC strengthens the guidance, as the OCC takes it and other regulators take it, showing evidence that you understand what you're doing is something that I think is you mentioned earlier. Do you want to talk a little bit about your plans for a regulatory gap assessment?
Sure. Actually, we have a regulatory gap assessment in place. As a former auditor, I mean, I did information security for 16 years and then internal audit for 9 years before moving into vendor management. So I kind of brought those perspectives. When you're an internal auditor and you walk into a business unit, the first thing you want to know is, do you know what your requirements are? And so that gap assessment is critical to knowing what your requirements are, how you've implemented those requirements, where your gaps are, and do you have action plans to correct those gaps? And that in and of itself lends instant credibility to your program when the examiners or the auditors walk in and they see that and you haven't whitewashed anything, you're brutally honest with yourself, it really gives your program instant credibility.
Another question here? Yes.
Yep. So Sharad Joshi, DTCC. My question is more around tier one critical vendors. Very similar to how in organizational dynamics they teach about, you know, when employees move into high-performing environment, they all start performing very well. And similarly, it's not the employee, it's that high-performing environment. If you bring that analogy back to the vendors or third-party side, generally when you do critical vendor assessment, is it about the vendors or is it about the engagements or scenario or situation where the risk is? Because vendor is, you know, you ask all their controls, it is what it is. I mean, you cannot assess and reassess the same set of controls. It's the situation, it's the scenario that changes the risk profile, or to that effect, the residual risk. So I'm interested in knowing both from the third-party side as well as from the organization side, how do you manage residual risk profile by engagement, not necessarily vendor?
Anyone want to take that?
Yeah. So to your point, when you narrow down it, the whole to the critical vendors, the sum of the parts in a lot of ways becomes greater than the whole, right? And that's the point you're really trying to get a better handle on and assess. So individually, they've all been risk assessed, but now you have a spotlight shining on the vendor. It might be concentration, country risk may be at an issue. When you sum up all these things, you find that there is a concentration in one country. Or from a BCP viewpoint, even though we have many different components, will this organization be able to handle if there were some simultaneous incidents? So those are all the components we look at, and sometimes unfairly they might be on that list. And when we take a closer look at it, we feel, okay, these are smaller components. Overall, we believe there are other areas which were much more critical, other vendors were much more critical when we sum them all up. And to your point, once you are classified as a critical vendor, there is a little bit more focus around whether financial health, BCP, all these components, but the vendors themselves also are ready to step up their game to meet that need.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the point that you're getting at as well, and you did as well, is the circumstances change over time. And if the vendor has this much data, and now 3 other divisions are using the vendor and they now have this much data, what's your program to monitor and assess that? So it gets back to continuous monitoring to some degree, I think. And I think, Sri, you mentioned the...
Yeah, so we haven't really enhanced our on-site visits based on, it's an annual visit based on a critical vendor. It is still the case, but it also depends on if you have failed on some of these elements in a prior visit or a prior assessment, then we always reserve the right to go back on a more frequent basis to go do that. Okay. So we do, based on that, we have the option to go back and assess them more frequently.
So I'm going to invite you to join our panelists outside the room if you have any additional questions. Thank you very much for staying with us and past our time. We are thrilled to have been here. Thank you. Thank you, panelists. Thank you. Very nice.
So thank you very much, Susan. The next panel discussion here will start in about 5 minutes. So just give us time for the next set of speakers to be mic'd in. And we will be starting in 5 minutes. Thank you. So welcome back, everyone. So we now are going to have a panel discussion on GRC and security strategy talk. And to introduce the panelists, I'd like to invite on stage Chief Operating Officer of MetricStream, Gaurav Kapoor.
Thanks, Reza. Hey, Reza. So the clicker is on, right? The ring is... Thank you. Welcome back. Last day and a half, we've talked, quite a bit about. In the morning, you saw the M7 launch. We talked about process infrastructure. I think Susan just hosted a panel on enterprise risk management and how different companies are looking at it differently. This session is going to be centered around how to think about large-scale or medium-scale GRC infrastructure and security, and also architecture. As we go through this entire evolution of GRC, what we are definitely finding is that in the morning, we talked about new roles emerging in my panel, where we're hearing about new roles emerging. Same thing's happening on the GRC architecture side as well. We've seen a new title called the GRC data architect or the GRC key architect roles kind of emerging. And we wanted to take today the opportunity of having Citi, in the room with us and talking a little bit about how the evolution at Citi has happened over the last 3-4 years. I'm going to invite our panel, Renee Murphy. Please come on board. She is the principal analyst at Forrester Research and covers the entire GRC spectrum, if you will. She's the author of the GRC Wave that Forrester publishes. We have Randy Sloan. He is the managing director for Citi's GRC program, process, infrastructure, security. Also runs their entire cybersecurity initiative. One of Randy's big initiatives over the last couple of years has been to set up what they call the Fusion Center in Warren. And he has, and I'm going to invite everybody on his behalf, if anybody wants to come and see that. They've set up a fantastic hub for all of cybersecurity initiatives within Citi at that center. It's a cool-looking, slightly secretive, but,
We just invited you.
Not anymore, yes.
Right?
So, secretive not from a concept perspective, but which room he takes you in is going to depend on who you are. And then we've got Venki. Some of you have talked to him. Venki heads up our services for MetricStream and has been instrumental in helping Citi, and he and his team. I know there's other people here, like Jagan, I don't know if he's here. Nanda, a few of our team members who've actually been on this journey with Citi over the last few years. Please take a seat. So the way we wanted to organize this discussion is, as I mentioned, and by the way, Citi is one of the largest, obviously one of the most complex organizations. A lot has changed in the last 10 years. At a bank like Citi, there's been acquisitions, divestitures, regulations have changed. They've become more stringent in certain areas. Globalization is taking a different turn. So it's been quite fascinating for us to see, how this has emerged. I personally used to work for Citi for many years. But that was long ago. A lot has changed in the last 20 years. But here, what we wanted to structure the panel is I wanted Renee, who has been covering the whole security and GRC space for quite some time, to actually just start the dialogue and just talk a little bit about how the market is thinking about GRC infrastructure and architecture. What have been some of the challenges, what executives are thinking about, and just have her give her view. I think they've done some very dedicated research around this, so she'll share some of that and give some guidance to the audience and also to MetricStream and Citi on how the market trends are emerging here. So Renee, please.
Shall I sit here and do it?
You can sit or you can stand, and here's the thing.
It's a relaxing look at data. That's always good. I think that the most interesting thing about this in particular is that we're finding that, enterprise architecture has something to say, right? They have something to do, definitely. But what we're finding is they're not really engaged with product, right? So they may be engaged with the IT infrastructure, they may be engaged with the CIO and the CTO. They're not reaching out into the business to get engaged with those folks. And if you look at that dark green box, that's enterprise architects generally saying that regulatory compliance has no impact on them. Which has to be crazy, right? Because I think at least every banking reg that I know has something to do with enterprise architect. And to think that there's no architecture questions or network engineering questions or things that they're trying to mitigate is really kind of nuts. And so that's scary. I'm just going to say that out loud. It's actually scary. And the enterprise architecture priorities, they're really only loosely aligned with the priorities of the planning executives, right? So you have executives, prioritizing investments and things like that. But you can see when it comes down to, these ones over here that I actually can't see because I'm not standing, shifting investments to take advantage of standardization and things like that, they're not even mapping to those things. So on average, enterprise architects are actually running by the beat of their own drum. So remember, they're not really paying attention to what the goals are of the CTO, and they're not paying any attention to what the goals are of the business strategy. So that leads to architectures that actually don't support whatever environment it is, whether it's mobile or it's, it's your GRC environment. If you don't know how all this stuff goes together, you're going to be in big trouble. And just to show you, I have some street cred on this one, before, because, who the hell am I? But just to show you that some street cred on this, before becoming a GRC analyst at Forrester, I was actually a network engineer, an enterprise architect, and a VP of data center operations. And I was a VP of data center operations in a bank where I know that, urban sprawl happens. When you acquire banks, you acquire their applications and systems too, and consolidation is really, really hard. So I get it. The other thing I think is really interesting about this set of data in particular is you'll see at the very bottom that 42% that says, I'm interested in getting my employees more skills. Executive management doesn't care about that at all, right? And it's not even on their list, right? So good luck getting funding for that. We also have a lot of, sorry. Perhaps I'll give you a strategy on that. Speak in terms of business, not IT. Maybe you'll get money. So listen, new architecture roles address changing and emerging priorities. This is looking at the data set from year to year. The dark bar is 2015, the light bar is 2014. So what this is telling us is solution architects, security architects, information data architects, integration architects, these are all growing inside the organization. So that standard way of working from an enterprise architecture perspective is still there. What was interesting about this year, though, is we've seen now 4 new emerging titles in architecture. One of them is a process architecture, so someone who's thinking about workflow and business process and how all this stuff goes together, which I actually think would be a job I'd really like. Operational architect, that's the person who's thinking about how all these different moving pieces in the data center are actually going to go together and how that data is going to be used. Cloud architects, which honestly, going to the cloud isn't like a way to save money. I want to get this out of the way right now. It is a strategic business decision, right? It comes with a lot of risk, and understanding that architecture is incredibly important. So we're finally seeing that taking, from an enterprise architecture perspective, taking some leadership. And then the customer experience architect, right? Because we all have customers, whether they're internal or external. And because we all have customers, understanding how to architect that experience. Think about you being a banking customer for online banking, and the online banking application asks you to do multi-layer authentication. Well, doing that in a way that is convenient on a mobile app is actually really important for the adoption of that, that application and the use from the customer. So understanding how all that work has become an architectural, experience now. So we're actually doing that as well. And it turns out that actually firms are better at defining strategy than actually executing it, right? So what's happening is, defining a tech strategy. We're really pretty mature at that. Making appropriate tech, investments. Some definition in that or slightly defined, but we are hardly mature in that. And then when we get down to, leveraging operational and business data to support the strategic decisions, we're just not there yet, right? So and this comes from, remember the 3 slides before, right? It comes because we're not aligned to the business, we're not aligned to IT, and we're not participating in the product development. So if we're going to be on an island, we should expect that maybe somebody will come with a jet plane one day and we'll realize we're Stone Age civilizations. I don't know. But I think enterprise architects need to think about the larger conversation and how they can integrate that overall. Tech management concerns shape the drivers for EA. So, where the CIO is concerned about, improving business alignment, the enterprise architects are saying, yeah, we want to improve IT planning. We want to, try to align ourselves with the business. They're doing all of that, right? Where they're actually not doing that is improve infrastructure services. Right? Isn't that interesting? Like, your whole job is kind of infrastructure services, but there's nothing on their radar to say, I should be paying attention to that. That should be part of what I'm doing as part of my living, right? I think that's been interesting as well. But you can see there's a misalignment going on there as well. And firms continue to struggle with standardization despite it's being absolutely recognized as a benefit, right? I mean, if you've ever run a large data center environment, the last thing I would want in my data center is, 5,000 different server brands, 900 different, switch and router brands, right? It's hard. It's really hard. It's hard to manage. It's hard to deal with. It really is difficult. So all of that matters. But you can see here that IT infrastructure is actually pretty highly standardized. But come on, it's infrastructure. And I say this to you as a network engineer. Come on, it's infrastructure. Right? We set it up, and as long as we don't break it, it works, right? And we don't really change it, and it's pretty bulletproof, so it can be matured. But you can see these stuff that is really immature, standards and practices related to governance and analytics, all of that, and it's usually the last thing to get plugged in anyway. And EA is gaining recognition from customer-driven business groups. I have to tell you, the year before it was hilarious. Marketing hated enterprise architects, like hated. You see that red line? That red line was actually like 6%, and I thought, wow, what did we do to the marketers? Like, what did we do? I don't know. But you can see here that IT leadership is engaged. Everybody above that line is really engaged, but you get below into the product development, divisions and lines of business, marketing and sales. They don't know what you do. They ignore you, right? And there's no really recognition that you could be a part of this, right? As enterprise architects, we could be part of that conversation, but we're not reaching out. And listen, if you're a business user here, understanding the architecture and your business or your enterprise architects and what that all means leads to more secure, reliable, and better integrity applications. That's just what happens. So if you're not talking to them, you're probably creating risk, not mitigating it, right? And if you happen to be an enterprise architect within the range of my voice, start talking to the business, right? Because your alignment to them will prove that you are not just tactical, you're strategic as well. I mean, we all have to be strategic to the business at some point, right? And if you want to understand how to talk to the business, talk to them in business terms, not technical terms. You'll never, ever get anywhere talking about technology, right? You got to talk to the business about their business. If that's the one thing I could tell IT people from now until the day I die, it will be know your business and know your customer. And your customer are those lines of business who rely on your data. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'll pause.
That was a lot of words.
That was a lot of words and insightful and entertaining.
Thank you.
So
that's why I was invited.
Just to set the context, there's quite a few things here that are very relevant to what has happened with Citi and some of our other large customers that are sitting in the audience here. Over the last many years, there has been obviously a fairly significant proliferation of applications. A bank like Citi has so many divisions, legal entities, geographies, etc., that groups within groups can create their own decisions on applications, on how to manage a certain use case. With the advent of the cloud, it has actually become even easier for business users to make their own decisions that are more siloed and say that, I don't even need to talk to IT about certain things unless you have a really strong, policy about how the procurement happens, etc. So the proliferation has become quite high. And, the concept of optimizing GRC architecture has become more challenging. Just to give you a little bit of context, as Randy, we asked Randy a few questions. Our journey with Citi probably started about 5 years ago, and companies typically start it two ways here. One way is that, a certain number of groups within the GRC world come together and say that, okay, let's optimize this thing through what we need to do to get risk intelligence integrated or GRC integrated. And then, you rationalize taxonomies, you normalize it, and you get onto a journey. In a bank of this size and companies of this size, it's not always easy. There's history, there is difference in opinion, there is political powers, so you almost sometimes, even within one particular group, let's say, within the audit group or the operational risk group or vendor risk group, within those groups itself, there might be a lot of silos that you're trying to bridge the gap on, right? So Citi started a journey, and they were very careful about understanding that they might not be able to get all these groups together, but let's, kind of start with getting each of these groups aligned within themselves, and then trying to figure out how to bring it all together. The ultimate purpose really, as Shelley talked yesterday, Gunjan talked in the morning as well, is how do you enable risk, compliance, governance to be more enablers of high performance in the business. And that journey has taken some time, and it'll continue for some time at Citi. So Randy, for the purpose of the audience here, if you look at the journey, it's not always easy to optimize, GRC infrastructure and architecture and security, right? So what were the challenges, that you saw, okay, initially, and how did you embark on those?
I have no fancy slides, and didn't really prepare much on the train this morning, but I can talk a lot about challenges that we had. As Garv had mentioned, Citi's a pretty complicated place. We do business in over 100 countries. We're constructed by about 1,800 legal entities. So it's a really big place, and there's a lot of opinions, and we always joke about it's a really big ship that's very difficult to turn. So it is a diverse, complicated place, but we've come a long way with a lot of the work that we've done here. And there is a history, and the history is because many of the initiatives that we've undertaken in the GRC space are conceptualized or created usually from regulatory pressure, at least in my case. But they start at different times. They have different implementation plans. Some where no tools existed and very little process was there, and the tool would help solidify that. And we have had some success and some failures along the way too, so you should be prepared for that, which is when Gaurav and I usually spend the most amount of quality time talking about those failures. But it's been an exciting journey, but filled with challenges. And probably the biggest is trying to look at the landscape that you have. We have over 8,800 applications, 1,200 in our CTO office, and within the control space, just over 80. So bringing these together is something that you have to rationalize and work through.
So Randy, one more thing that we are seeing more and more is the whole GRC architecture getting integrated with what we call enterprise architecture. Not just whether you look at performance, you look at analytics, you look at across the company, not just on the risk side. How have you guys thought through or what are you thinking about how to integrate this with the broader enterprise architecture, both from a systems as well as a business perspective?
Another big challenge. The integration is vital, because if you're starting out on this journey, or if you've just started out, or even if you're like us, very well into it, the integration aspects are so important. You've got to make the right choices with where you want to spend and invest. And if you work in the financial services or specifically in the banking space, our wallet's even more limited. So you've got to create programs that almost can self-fund each other. So the integration aspects are important, what you could reuse and what you can't. But from an overall infrastructure, from a GRC perspective, you have to also align that to your enterprise architecture and your overall strategy. We have a 5-year IT strategy that supports a 5-year services strategy. So
taking this GRC architecture, aligning it with your overall enterprise architecture, however that comes forward, cloud-based or not, and then aligning it to your overall firm strategy is vital because you're going to be able to validate and, again, rationalize, where we want to spend and invest. To the analytics question that you have, my boss may still be in the audience somewhere.
He's there.
Is he here still? Prasad, you out there still? Yeah. No? I thought you were already on a train, solving a major regulatory issue. But he was just tasked with having to do the management analytics firm-wide. My role and what I look at from a GRC perspective is to serve up to this higher being, this larger information repository that we've got to create to be able to source the data, both legacy data and some of the new data, to be the underpinnings for these management decisions and the management analytics that we want to derive, or actionable insights, so that you can kind of have that vision with what the more senior managers need.
And Randy, in that context, I mean, you obviously personally have spent sorry.
Oh, it's you.
Sorry.
It's not happening behind us, don't worry about it.
One of the things that you've personally spent a lot of time in kind of getting this whole cyber and the security infrastructure together as well. So maybe if you can share, whatever you can talk without any confidentiality issues, on how you've thought through this whole cybersecurity, your hub, what kind of challenges it's solving, because that itself is a big exercise in getting, some of the elements together.
Right. In the cyberspace, which is constantly evolving, we get attacked at Citi once every 14 seconds. So what do we do to combat that? We've created, I think, a world-class, best-in-class information security team and program. There are 12 teams that are constructed within that, whether it's in our Global Information Security Organization or our Citigroup Investigative Services and our technology teams that support that. And we've built what Gaurav had mentioned, that secret project, a thing called our Citi Cyber Fusion Center, which allows us to be able to bring these 12 teams together to look at whether it's malware to phishing attacks, spear phishing attacks, to just world data that's happening out there. So through what we've created, a cyber intelligence center portal, we pipe in data from around the globe from various networks. We look at what our competitors are doing. We ping their sites and understand what's going on. We look at the connectivity across all the different communication devices around the globe, and instilled, again, I think, a world-class organization to be able to spend time on that. And I've already invited Renee out there.
And I'm taking you up
so she's going to take me up on that offer.
Thanks. And if you fast forward 3, 4, 5 years, right? Mm-hmm. You've obviously embarked on this journey with us, you or other groups within Citi, who are looking at the whole risk infrastructure. Right. What are some of the expected outcomes that you're expecting? I mean, many companies are looking at, for example, making sure that the velocity of information, risk information that they're dealing with, they can make decisions faster versus having to pour through information, or they can, have a better governed organization from a business perspective. Right. What are some of the expected outcomes that you're looking at from this?
I would roll it up a level to, and tying it even to what we do in the cyberspace, to the GRC space, and tie it to our overall strategy, and what we want people to think about Citi is that we're a simpler place. We are a lot smaller since the crisis took place years back, almost 100,000 less employees since that time. We're a safer place with a lot of the work that not only we're doing in cyber, but in this GRC platform area and utilizing many of the MetricStream products. We're a simpler place, so we're looking at standardizations and bringing together legacy data, some of the new data, that integration work to create standardizations and make us more simpler. And we're stronger. Just a few years back, we didn't pass some of these important stress tests, and now we have through the organization that I'm a part of, that broader organization that is gotten us to that. So those are the things that we look at and what is most important to not only us, but to Mike Corbat, our CEO, and are tied to many of our GRC must-win battles that we call them, our MWBs.
Great. So Renee, any comments on, are you seeing similar themes at other companies that you talk to as an analyst, around how they're trying to get this in?
Yeah, well, it's something I talk about a lot. Like, I think that the GRC tool is meant to sit in the middle of the data center and pull as much data out of that environment as it possibly can to aid you in making risk decisions and monitor the current mitigation strategies, right? And so I think that that's really important, that integration piece. But when we talk about an environment this big, I don't want anyone to think that's easy, and I don't want anyone to think that's quick, right? When it's this big and there's that much data, and some of it's legacy data, some of it's new data, and we're trying to figure out how to relate that from a risk perspective and make it valuable, that takes years, right? I mean, it's years-long strategy. So I think that, first of all, pace yourself, but know that the tools are strong enough to actually do that. Having written the GRC wave, the tools are strong enough to pull this off. Are you? That's the only question, right? And if you don't know where your data is, you're not doing data classification, you're not paying attention to that stuff, it's going to be infinitely more difficult to get that done, right? So data governance is a huge part of this as well. I'll say banks in particular, I don't know, you can disagree, but I think banks in particular from a maturity perspective are probably 5 to 7 years. I'll say investment banks are probably 7 years ahead from a typical retailer or typical healthcare company. And I think that with that, you guys bring, you're the first to go through all this stuff. You're almost like the guinea pig, right? So I feel like, for banking, this is true. We said this before, though, just before we came on stage. Banks are not money places anymore. They're technology companies that move numbers around. Those numbers happen to represent cash, or credit. It's, but they're technology companies. I mean, you only have to hear, you had how many apps? Thousands.
Almost 9,000.
9,000, right? I mean, think about that environment. So getting all of that together, making all that work, that's a long-term plan. Standardization of that is a long-term plan. But this is what the banks are doing. Now, do I think that healthcare and retail need to get there? Yeah, they'll get there in about 7 years. Will we ever see government and education get there? I hope government gets there. Education is the laggard, right? So yeah, banking for me, this is exactly where it's at. This is what they do. This is what makes them effective. This is what makes them strong and simple and and gives them visibility, and that's everything they need to protect your money and mine. So, yeah, this is exactly how it goes for them.
Randy, let me ask a provocative question now. So, how do you manage, your group and you, how do you guys manage? Fortunately, there's nobody from business here today from Citi.
Right. Nope.
So, how do you, that's always an interesting relationship at best, So, there are priorities, that they'll come up with, IT project management always has a view. Sometimes they compete, sometimes they're congruous. How has been your experience, especially in the GRC world, and what have you had to worry about, or how's been the relationship with business?
Right. I think Renee had touched on this. You got to always be speaking with your business partners. You have to be. We're really, truly one team, whether it's in our regulatory compliance. And my colleague David Bohm, who's not here, so I'll field his questions also now. We spend an enormous amount of time with him. We spend time with our internal audit partners. We spend time with our third-party management partners, and then we bring them all together as well so that we can look at more common ways to utilize information. We have a tool in place utilizing the MetricStream platform that houses just over our 20,000 regulations, rules, laws that we have to comply with. Our next project in internal audit is how we utilize that same golden source library and repository. So you have to be spending an enormous amount of time with them. They are your teammates, and you will be successful only upon how well those relationships are, and the relationships is key. It's the currency you have to develop.
Thanks. Now we shall move to the vendor relationship here. So, Venki, who heads up our delivery and has been intimately involved, if you can, Venki, from your perspective, it's been an interesting journey, sometimes tough for these enterprise deployments. It is a fallacy to think that, it's going to be all smooth and all nice and Rosie all along the way. One of the best comments, I think, David Baum, who Randy just mentioned 2 years ago in a similar summit, one of the things he mentioned, which was, which sticks to our mind, is that he openly stated that, the whole deployment turned the day we stopped thinking it is just a vendor problem. Of course, we are the vendor, but we're going to say that. But, he mentioned that, from really the gut of his feelings, that it is a joint journey. It is very important to understand where the parameters are, where, what you have to do and what you don't have to do. And it has to be a very open and transparent relationship. Wherever we've done that, it's been, because it's a tough journey anyway. This is path breaking, what Citi is doing. And we have to be on our toes all the time, but so does the customer have to be, like Citi has to be, and they've been there. So Venki, from your perspective, what are some of the things you think have been good practices, in terms of how you've seen this? And I know that we've applied this now to a lot more companies, but what's your perspective?
Sure, and I'm glad Gaurav didn't ask me for lessons learned, because that would have been a big essay here. But with respect to just the best practices, I would broadly put them into two categories. There are some foundational constructs, and then there are core building blocks on top of it. So just from a foundational constructs, three things that kind of stand out: governance, taxonomy, and architecture. So when we talk about governance, it's all about getting the right information to the right people at the right time, so we can make timely decisions. We have risks in any programs that we implement, and there will be issues when, especially on a large implementations. Right? It's all about how do we address those issues, how efficiently do we address those issues, and how do we reduce the time to decision when it comes to these issues. Right? So having a very clearly defined ownership at a business unit level, at a project level, at program level, and at the executive level is very key. And not just defining the ownerships, but also making sure there is a meeting cadence, a well-established meeting cadence, between all these different levels is going to be probably one of the best practices that we have learned, as part of this implementation and also other large implementations. The next thing that I want to bring up is around taxonomy. Right? So we all know, a common taxonomy is good. That's pretty, well repeated statement. But it's also important to understand that it's not always feasible to have a common taxonomy. Especially, when you have disparate business units, and then you have, even within a business unit, you have different geographical locations where they might be speaking different languages. So that's an exercise, that has to be prioritized. And you may not necessarily get to 100%, but it is important that's out there on the radar, and the libraries are very well documented. Not just documented, and also the governance around these libraries, who makes those changes to the libraries, what's the approval process for these libraries. That's also going to be very key. And the dependencies between these libraries, that's what we call as the data model. It has to be very well defined, documented, and well understood by all the stakeholders. Right? And architecture, obviously, it's not just about the technology layer. It's about the ecosystem, the mobility requirements, the geospatial, considerations when we have to architect a solution. This is going to be, one of the first things, at the foundation level that we have to identify. And obviously, from a GRC technology platform, what are your scalability requirements, performance requirements, what is the latency that is needed for these apps? Randy mentioned, 100+ countries just for the audit application, and we know not all the countries have the same latency or the bandwidth. So, how do we architect forms or reports to serve, users in these countries? So this is, again, pretty key. Another interesting thing that I think we did at Citi, which is actually now a best practice for us as part of our methodology, is assessing what the reporting requirements are. We know there are going to be reports in the base application, right? But that may not always be enough, right? So, we have MIS organizations and SMEs from the business side who probably want to write their own reports. They probably have, an infrastructure which is outside of the GRC platform. So identifying what those requirements are, identifying the data model and making sure, that is well understood, documented, and planned for is another important foundational construct. So I'm sure there are quite a few other, but I feel these three are probably going to be key foundational construct as you start on your GRC implementation. Then I want to talk about some of the core building blocks, right? Strategy, right? Change management is going to be key, especially when you have methodology changes. I remember at audit deployment, this was right 3 months into the deployment, there were show and tell sessions, not to the core team. This is actually to the extended user base. There were newsletters that were being sent out to this user base. I think all that has an impact on how you push a solution out to your user base, right? And also having a very comprehensive and a structured rollout process. Are we going to do Big Bang? Which countries go first? And what's the training cadence? How many times do we need to train the users? And that's a small team just working on that piece, and that is probably core to how deployment can be done. Right? Processes, don't over-engineer. Right? It's very important to identify what is your current state and what will be or what is going to be your future state. Right? And also, what can be automated and what needs to still remain manual, even after the system goes live. If we try to over-engineer, we could spend years and years just building the system. And this is, something that we learned at Citi, and how to get those definitions done, how to engage with business, how to engage with IT to make sure, these definitions are well understood by everyone. Last but not the least, end of the day, it's all about the team, right? Making sure the core project team has a healthy mix of the IT business as well as the vendor resources, I think is key. Not just the right number of people, I think it's the right skills that we want to bring together. And last but not the least, it's one team, and this is something that we have worked very well with Randy and his team is to ensure that we all work as one team. There is transparency and there is a mutual trust that we are in this together and we're going to solve this problem together. So these are some of the best practices I feel obviously from Citi perspective, but also any larger, for that matter, medium-sized projects.
Yeah. And, one of the things that, I think Venki highlighted, there has been change and, we have to expect change throughout the process. I still remember that when, we were probably a year or after the audit process and the re-rationalization of the process started, Citi got a new chief auditor and, came and changed the entire concept of the universe and how risk assessments need to be done prior to, the whole audit planning process. And that required a lot of change. That required significant change. And Randy, just any quick views on how did you guys manage that, at that time? And without, again, we don't need too many details, but what were a couple of things that you had to be careful or you had to do at that time to not the boat to get off the water?
Well, the first thing to do is to get some quick wins and success under your belt, and we did that with our branch exam rollout. We were lucky that we had no tool there and a pretty rudimentary process. So we were able to get a win under our belt and gain some credibility with our new chief auditor. And if you're in the IT game, credibility is everything. And being able to deliver and execute. So to a point that Venki actually brought up, what helped us there, because we swapped out a lot of staff. We got off of a 14-year-old legacy tool. We put in a new methodology, and we had to get it all done by a certain amount of time because we wanted to get to a regulatory denotation of getting to strong. So all that took place in that time frame. And I think probably the one thing I would recommend if you're doing that type of transformation, and what helped us there was, you need to find out what the chief auditor and his executive steering committee that I sit on also wants to know, but you've got to go out, as Venki had touched on, and talk with the people that are going to use the system, the other 1,000 auditors around the globe that are going to use it. Because what senior management wants and thinks and what the people that use the system are usually not the same thing, and you've got to bring all of that together. And that's probably the one thing I would recommend, that you really think through the forums and the working groups and the structure that you have to put in place to achieve that.
Thank you. And I think from our side, one of the other things that has helped, and this is not always in control, is that at Citi, we've had continuity of some of the core functions here. You know, change of people is very tenuous both for the bank and for the vendor, you know, always. But we've seen continuity in terms of people, and that's something that's very important to protect on both sides, you know, whether it's, you know, people who are helping out. The other thing that I think Citi has done well is, which, you know, a lot of our other customers have started to do, but they were probably on the leading edge, has been to enable themselves, okay, post, you know, production. So, you know, the reliance, and we are on MetricStream is on a fairly strong journey in terms of enabling our customers to either be self-reliant or get, you know, admins and IT trained through our MetricStream University. You know, there's a lot of initiatives happening, but Citi actually took the lead on that very early on, and either with internal people or some of the other service providers that, you know, they're working with, they were able to get, you know, more self-reliant. That actually helped them, you know, be more in line with the, you know, how they were carrying through the strategy of GRC optimization, if you will. Any last words on the comments, you know, from what Venki and Randy said on, again, what out of these are probably you're seeing the most, you know, that are critical from a GRC optimization perspective? And then we'll just field a few questions.
So here's what I'll say. You know, I think that there's two camps in people who deploy these solutions. One camp thinks a solution is going to solve all their problems if they just follow the workflow, and that's what they're going to do. I'm going to buy it. I'm going to deploy it. It's going to be like my help desk system, right? And then there's another camp that thinks this is more like deploying Oracle financials, and it's going to take a really long time and a lot of people, and I'm going to have to think about end users, and this is going to go on forever. And I think, quite frankly, that's the way to think, not so much like I'm just going to use the tool. What I'll also say, too, is I don't think enough companies actually take into consideration change management, organizational change management, right? Not we're going to deploy a system and now it's in production. Like, no, we're seriously going to disrupt the whole company, and we need to do this in a way that's meaningful and that is sticky, right? I mean, I don't want to, you know, I don't want this to fail. And quite frankly, I just said to somebody not 29 minutes ago that, you know, this idea that you could just go out and deploy this stuff and then all of a sudden everything's going to be fine. It's a total fallacy, right? You need to be in it for the long haul. This is a big deployment. You do need to pay attention to this. Change management matters, and all of this has to come together. So this is a big committee-driven kind of thing. Even if it's not a big implementation, it's still a big committee-driven kind of thing. Don't set the expectation that you're going to have it done tomorrow or you're going to have it done in 4 weeks. Set the expectation that we will be making business decisions from this platform in 4 years. And you know what? If you get it done in 2, you're a genius, right? But get everybody to understand that this is the long haul. This is something you need to get done. And I think that change management piece is one that I've been dealing with my clients pretty much nonstop for the past 2 quarters. It's like everybody's now 3rd time's a charm. You know, like we've failed twice, but we think this time we've got it, right? And I keep thinking to myself, well, what was different about this time? Well, because in the first time they figured out the workflow. And then they didn't figure out anything else, so it failed. And the second time, they took what the lessons learned and they figured out, you know, the business process stuff related to like end user, and then it fails again, right? And you think, okay, well, what happened that time? Well, we didn't quite understand, how the organization was going to approach this. And then that time they get it right. The sad thing is they probably go through 2 or 3 vendors in that process too. And it wasn't the vendor's problem; it was the company's problem. I hear from people more often than not, my tool isn't working. I want to get rid of it. And if you dig just a little bit deeper into that conversation, you realize the tool's fine, it's the users, right? It's a hard conversation to have too, right? Like, you think maybe it's, You, right? Like that's just a hard conversation to have. So listen, think it's you first and the tools second, because quite frankly, they're actually pretty good. And know that you're getting into it for the long haul. This is a huge strategy. It's a huge shift. Treat it like a financial system implementation, not like some SaaS tool that you're just going to go use and it's going to do everything for you. That's not what it is, and that's not how you should think about it.
I'm seeing some alarmed faces here. It's
Right,
going to take 2 years here. No, I think it's absolutely correct that if you're embarking on a GRC journey, your strategic planning has to be long-term.
Yeah.
I mean, you can absolutely get early wins. You can get a tool deployed in a matter of weeks, but as long as you're thinking about how that interacts with the rest of the strategy, that's what's critical. You might need your, some regulatory requirement to be met within 45 days, month, 2 months, whatever. You can still do that, but as, what Citi has done is they've tried to take a long-term view into not just literally 4 or 5 years, but now they're looking at the next probably 10 years and seeing how the whole rationalization, how intelligence needs to kind of bake in. New things are emerging, coming into the mix. I mean, cyber was not a big deal 3 years ago, 2 years ago. It's become a big deal, and that's why the Fusion Center, in some ways, something new will emerge, but it's part of the journey. Mm-hmm. So thank you, and I'm just open up for any questions, for a couple of questions.
So with an organization your size and the number of end users that you have, what's been your approach for end user training and ensuring adoption of the program itself? Because you can have a great program in place, but if nobody's using it, it's not going to provide any benefit.
Could you just introduce yourself?
My name's Knut Oman. I'm from TCF Bank.
No, you touch on a very important point, and I think Venki alluded to it as well. You got to tell people you're doing this, tell them again, and then tell them another time. Constant training awareness programs are important, but also some very senior type of introductions to this is helpful as well. It's what we did in our internal audit space, where our COO, my business partner for the internal audit function, put together a whole video that talked about what's transforming, our methodology change, and then the introduction of our tool called AIMS. And then global training classes all around for that. Having our technology teams be part of those trainings. We've even spent time where we do WebExes in video with certain processes that are not only very complicated from a workflow perspective, but could potentially be where there might be some performance issues, so that we can quickly get involved and get some real-time information.
And Randy, if I can just add, having seen this at Citi and the couple other places, the socialization with at least a small subset of who are going to be the end users is fairly critical early on. And we see sometimes that it comes at the tail end where the project group and us as vendors, we've taken it to satisfaction, and then as soon as the end users come in, they had a different idea.
Right.
And if you don't have buy-in and sponsorship from there, it can be dangerous, for lack of a better word. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, there is one.
Hi, this is Vikas from Mizuho Securities. You said that you had a very good cybersecurity hub and anything. Could you point out any key risk indicators that you track for cybersecurity?
Probably the most important that we look at is, well, we think about our indicators twofold. What's going on externally and what's happening internally. We have a pretty robust incident management process that brings in and focuses that from both those areas. We look at various attacks that are going on across the board, and we consolidate all of this information literally every day for a briefing at 9:30 that takes place in our Fusion Center and is broadcasted out to a couple hundred folks around the globe, and then that report gets disseminated to 4,000 people around the firm. And I would look at it two ways. You could have a 60-second read or about a 6-minute read. We look at key indicators across very high things, like I said, certs, malware, any external attacks, any incidents that have gone around the world and what the impact is to Citi, to the level of about a 6-minute read to the details below that. And I could spend some time, if you'd like, afterwards and go through some of that in detail.
Okay, last question.
Since I'm a normal shareholder for Citi, and I always wake up in the morning and see, okay, let's see if the stock price moved today or not, but have been doing that for 3-4 years, and it is kind of in the same range. How has your GRC program improved overall financial performance in terms of avoiding losses or various costs?
You put these guys in the audience?
Do you even know yet?
No, he's...
No, your
could you just
questions...
introduce yourself for context here? Yeah.
My name is Sharad Joshi from DTCC.
So you are so Citi is also a stakeholder in them, by the way. Okay, so you can ask the question back. Yeah?
Absolutely. So from a shareholder value standpoint, I touched on the simpler, safer, stronger view that we have. I truly believe we're only at the tip with the work we're doing in the GRC space to look at how we're going to make the firm even stronger or, more importantly, safer. Right? The programs that I look after in the IT risk and control portfolio, which is part of our overall risk suite or enterprise technology solutions group, is about the safety and soundness of the firm. 85–90% of my spend is all centered around that. But I think to the GRC space, with some of the work we're doing with our operational risk partners, some of the internal losses and the fraud work, we're only really compiling a lot of that information now. We had to go through an inventory process, look at the data assets, and try to create some standardizations. We've had some success there. Some of it we've gotten lucky. Some of it we've stumbled upon. But now we have the information that we're starting to be able to think about and analyze. So maybe we'll talk next year, and I'll be able to answer that question a little bit better for you.
And, I just end with this, that actually, Sharad, this is a great question to end with because, Randy's group folds with Prasad, who's here, we just mentioned. And he was just mentioning before this meeting that, all of the management analytics and reporting and performance, is now folding within a single group to tie these elements together so that there's a more imperative, observation and analytics around how these, all these elements are interacting for higher performance, if you will. So Randy and Prasad both are here for the next couple of hours. If you guys want to talk to them, they're available. They're only here today. So, thank you very much. And thanks for your insights. Yeah.
So thank you very much, Gaurav, Randy, Renee, and Venki. Thank you so much. So we're going to have a break. It's time to get some coffee. We will have a 30-minute break. So the next session will start at 4 p.m. Just a quick announcement. We are going to have a vendor theater by PwC, and their topic is GRC readiness. So that's going to be at the vendor theater in the coffee break. And the speaker for that session is Yanni Wenzel, who's a director at PwC. There is a lucky draw at that session, so it's a 15-minute session, and we are giving away a Bose SoundLink wireless speaker. It's a pretty neat speaker to have on your office or your house. So a 30-minute coffee break with a vendor theater on GRC readiness by PwC.
Yeah.
Somebody's
I don't know, somebody's notes from something. But I believe this is just your,
Just press the button.
yep. Just
And
press the
then
green
just go
button.
back?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. So
That's easy.
So you can either stand here or you can wander if you want. All right. Hello. We good? All right, perfect. Fantastic. Well, we're getting close to the end of day 2. It's good to see everybody still back from the break. This next section, titled "Build a Bridge and a Road Appears," is a mantra to building a successful operational risk program. And we're excited to have Sherry Brighton, who's a Director of Operational Risk at Principal Financial Group, here to present. Sherry joined Principal back in 2012 to build the Enterprise Operational Risk Framework programs. In this role, Sherry is responsible for the overall governance processes supporting business and risk. Also, the corporate risk insurance management function, amongst other priorities within PFG's risk management group. Prior to employment at Principal, she was the Vice President of Enterprise Risk Management at Wells Fargo, where she directed the operational risk government function for 12 consumer wholesale businesses and shared services functions. During her 23-year tenure at Wells Fargo, she also held leadership positions in mergers and acquisitions, technology operations, and branch management. Sherry earned her Bachelor of Arts degree in Business Administration and Spanish from Wartburg College. So please help me welcome Sherry Brighton. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate the opportunity to share with you what our GRC journey has been, and specifically as it relates to operational risk, which I'm responsible for. Building a bridge and a road appears is really a mantra to connecting the dots and making risk management of operational risk easy for the business. So we'll try to illustrate how we're trying to accomplish that today. See if I can manage all these systems here too. So the Principal Financial Group is a global insurance and asset management company. It was founded back in 1879, so it's close to celebrating its 137th birthday. It is a diverse family of companies that are operating in 18 different countries. It's organized under 4 major business groups: retirement and income solutions, U.S. insurance solutions, Principal International, and Principal Global Investors. Has approximately 527 billion assets under management, about 20 million customers, and about 15,000 employees. 40% of our employee base is located outside of the U.S. Of the Principals received a number of awards over the years, some related to products and some related to workplace culture as well as ethics. This is the organizational structure of our GRC team. Our goal is to build an enterprise GRC solution for the management of operational risk, compliance risk, financial controls, and internal audit will use our solution as well. The primary stakeholders are illustrated in the darker blue boxes. We have the 4 disciplines. Operational risk is led by myself. Our Chief Compliance Officer of the organization owns the compliance. SOX is led by, our financial controls is headed up by our SOX lead. And then our general auditor heads up internal audit. These 4 disciplines form a governance group that oversees the implementation of our GRC solution. We're accountable to the GRC steering committee, which is made up of our chief risk officer of the organization, the head of legal, and our corporate controller. For operational risk, we have 2 major support groups that we rely on for operational risk and our GRC effort. The first is our Operational Risk Committee, which is a formal committee that's responsible for the approval authority for policies, standards, or methodology, as well as reviewing all information before it goes to the executive level and to the board. We also have an operational working group that meets every 2 weeks for the last 3 years to develop our program. So the first thing that we did was build our risk taxonomy, our definitions, designed our policy, and then created our methodology that we want to manage risk. Before we ever even thought about a tool, we wanted to understand what our program would look like before before we put it into a system. Lots of other stakeholders are involved as well, especially as it relates to operational risk, and those are located in the orange boxes there. Our business unit stakeholders, besides the management teams, include our chief risk officers that live within the businesses, and then risk management professionals across all the different disciplines, such as technology, information security, HR, business continuity, and so forth. Representatives from all these functions actually sit in on our operational risk working group and direct the formation of our program. Lots of business challenges, and I don't think Principal is unique in any way. I think we share some of the same challenges that any organization that sets out on a GRC journey has. First and foremost, on the people side, a large global organization with different sets of knowledge, different resources. We need to have in order to manage change, we need to have a communication approach that is thoughtful and well thought out. We do the normal things like the stakeholder analysis and have a formal communication plan, but it's so easy to let that slip every once in a while, and then we pay the price each and every time when we do that. The knowledge base of the employees across the organization for risk are very diverse as well. Spent a lot of time on the technical aspects of operational risk to give them that basis of knowledge so that we can build something that's common across. And then I would say that there's a ton of evangelism that goes with an operational risk program as well, constantly. So I guess I would say that I'm the chief evangelist for operational risk, for sure. Availability of resources, so again, getting people's time and just the quantity of people that you need to build such a program can be very, very limited. So we certainly have those challenges, especially following the financial crisis. On the process side, a lot of our processes for managing risk are very highly manual by nature. So even just the compiling data and producing a report, it takes us a ton of effort to do that. And then once we finally have a report, we don't have much time to act on that information. And it's only providing a rear view mirror view of risk anyway. There's a lack of consistency in our risk languages, definitions, and frameworks, making it very cumbersome to pull together information. Regulatory scrutiny and international complexity is certainly an issue as well. In the US, we are subject to various insurance supervisors at the state level, and then the NAIC. We have rating agencies, the SEC. Principal owns a small $3 billion bank that the OCC oversees, but we are currently not subject to a lot of the larger oversight by the Fed and the OCC, which is kind of a good news, bad news thing. The good news is that we have time to build our program, build it in a meaningful way, make it valuable to the business, but we lack that big regulatory stick to sometimes get it over the edge and make it happen. So our mission and our focus has been focused on what is the true business value of a successful program, and having that be our roadmap and our communication back to the business. On the technology side, tons of limitations in GRC tooling. We're actually replacing a system that our financial controls and internal audit team uses today. So they need something that'll help them test, scope, and report a lot easier. Numerous disparate capture systems across the organization, so our information is on all different systems and formats. Our technology team uses another system. Our vendor management team uses a separate one. And then in addition, we have information in Excel and Access and OneNote and everything else that you can imagine. All of this makes it very difficult and challenging to connect and aggregate data to be able to demonstrate strong risk management to any external stakeholder, as well as just to communicate risk information across the organization, to provide quantifiable tolerances and estimates. We can't do that today without technology. So our program objectives are pretty straightforward. We need to reduce the standalone inconsistent risk information that's housed across multiple systems and locations. We want our data to be structured for improved quality and integrity, and then we need to protect it and ensure that it only has It has appropriate access, and it's locked down and just used by those people who need it. We want to improve our risk management capabilities by improving visibility and access for those who need the information, improving the communication and flow, and increasing our ability of our risk owners to be able to respond to their risks. We need advanced analytical capabilities, such as the ability to identify trends, quickly assess root cause, and be able to respond. With the process efficiency goals, we need workflow. And we want to replace a number of our manual processes and limiting manual data collection and reporting processes, automating feeds, automating uploads, and so forth. So when I look at our program objectives and I think about some of the messaging from MetricStream this week, it's about protecting our information. It's about performance. We need these capabilities. We need better efficiency. And then it's about preserving. We use this to preserve the safety and soundness of our organizations. For us at the principal, all of this works together to provide business value, and we want it to help us be prepared for the heightened standards that always have that trickle-down effect. We're not subject to it today, but we do have regulatory capital standards coming through the NAIC, expected later this year, as well as international capital standards from ComFrame. Our program strategies, how we think we'll do this, is by creating common risk language across all of our businesses. This even enables simple thing like we want employees to be empowered and move across different parts of the organization. If we have the same risk language, it's much easier for folks to be able to do that. We want to use interconnected shared data across multiple disciplines, reducing the time and cost it takes to manage and maintain these systems. And how we think we'll do this is by forming our governance team to direct those activities and continuing to break down silos. I view operational risk as an enabling function. We're not trying to build something new and different on top of what everybody else does to manage risk. It really is just enabling the transparency of risk information so that it can be managed across those various disciplines that fall under operational risk. The role of technology is very, very straightforward. We need a mechanism to house the information and maintain it in our shared libraries, and then we need the workflow capabilities and facilitate the flow of information to those who need it for all three lines of defense. And I'll try to illustrate how we plan to accomplish that. But first, overcoming business challenge. So these are the core systems that we're using that make up our GRC roadmap for the principal. We have implemented the loss event management, the issue management, our GRC libraries, of course, and then we're just on the cusp, maybe a week or so away, of having the risk management solution in place. We basically have two objectives. We're bringing commonality to a risk language that's housed in these risk libraries. And I have a data model that I'm going to share with you in just a moment. And then we need to understand what information is needed by whom across those three lines of defense, and then use technology to provide it. So using our data model as a basis for risk analytics is our objective here. So I think it's important to, when you start out to understand what you want to put in your data models or your data libraries, is that you understand what type of information you're going to need to manage risk. So kind of that whole beginning with the end in mind. What do we need, and is this information going to give it to us? And of course, we need technology in order to deliver that. So the organization and linking information that lives behind the scenes, where there's nothing for the business users to do or maintain. We want to make it very, very simple for the business. We think this foundation is necessary to be able to slice and dice information into multiple views. The same information needs to be also usable by a number of different disciplines. For example, information security has an overlap with privacy. It also overlaps with fraud. And if all of these groups need some of the same information, even though their focus is totally different. Why house this information in 3 different formats in 3 different locations? The business is overwhelmed by the requests that governance and risk has on them. So making that simple and having that information in one place, and the information can then just be pulled by who needs it, is what we're trying to accomplish here. So the top section is our data model, kind of a high-level view, but the blue on the left, everybody will recognize the globally accepted Basel categories. So everything ties back to those high-level categories. But of course, that's not how we manage risk in an organization. We're not going to throw those categories at the business and say, hey, this is how you need to look at risk. That doesn't work very well. The purple, there in the middle, is the standard risk and control libraries. All of our risk and controls have certain attributes that we need to understand, and we'll collect that information in our libraries. Risks align to particular business units, processes, products, and product life cycles. We need a multi-dimensional view of risk, and that's the orange box up there. So if I'm in a business, just by opening my doors and having any information, I have information security risk. But if I'm in the insurance business, I have disclosure risks, I have risks for managing claim processes and paying claims adequately, and those are product risks. So some are environmental and some are associated with a product. That's all laid out in our library. The controls also can be aligned to risks. There are standard controls we expect to be used to manage information security, like data loss prevention processes, encryption, access and authorization controls. Those go hand in hand with managing risks. So our risk library is not some mammoth library that has hundreds or thousands of risks. It's really less than 120 is our goal, is to keep it fairly succinct. So each of our risks have a series of controls that are associated to it. KRIs and KCIs link to those risks and our controls. We can do that all through the shared libraries. The green section there, risks are also associated to the second line of defense areas. We call them corporate risk management programs, but for every risk in our library, there's a group that provides oversight of that type of risk, and that data association is made as well. The blue box down there at the bottom, the risks aligned to are each aligned to an area of compliance. An example would be how we've defined cybercrime for our organization. It is really a collection of risks. So we can link those and provide reporting and oversight for that type of risk. Another good example would be conduct risk. A lot of different approaches taken to respond to how we demonstrate management of conduct risks in an organization. Why build a separate silo for that? We want to just link it. So if you have risks that are associated with fraud, bribery and corruption, fiduciary responsibilities to your customers, or even how you design your products, those are conduct type risk, and we can make an association and group those together. The bottom section is the inputs and outputs that are needed for risk analytics. So the key inputs that are in our RCSA itself, in combination with our data model, give us the multiple risk profile views and create the actionable data that our business units need. It also allows us to align to risk tolerances and appetites that can actually be managed. I will just throw out one thing here too. It's kind of at the bottom. You can't really see it very well. I know there's a lot of information on this slide, but I think once a company truly understands the risks that are inherent in their business, and they understand the collection of controls that they use to manage those, and they have that type of transparency, then they are better equipped to say, what big data, the bright, shiny new object out there, what data do we actually need to help us get to a predictive risk analytics state? Fraud would be a great example of where you can, what's happening in the environment and the economy within our with our employees, that actually we need to monitor certain pieces of information to predict when embezzlement risks might occur, for example. I think there's a lot of application there. I also think it's important for the business to truly understand the risk and control environment before they utilize big data to improve their underwriting processes, get their product out of the door faster, or identify their customer, and all the wonderful applications that it will have. I think there's a partnership with the actual risk information. And if we don't have one versus the other, we're not taking advantage of what that opportunity is. So enough about the data model. Now I wanted to turn our focus to how we're connecting information and getting it into the hands of those who need it. And we're primarily using the RCSA for this. So the RCSA, well, a little bit of background here. So I talked a little bit about risks. The risk is not a failed control in our definition. We actually say that the risk is the consequence of a failed control. So if you don't have proper access controls, that's going to lead to, or could lead to, the theft of information, for example. So the RCSA is a living, ongoing assessment by the risk owner in the business. The first line of defense owns the RCSA. It connects the risk owner with a suite of controls that they rely on to manage that risk. It is a qualitative assessment based on their expert opinion of that risk where they live. And it's also a quantitative, forward-looking estimate of exposure. So with the RCSA, we're asking a business unit risk owner to understand their losses, to understand the suite of controls that are used to manage that risk. Even if the control comes from a shared services function or somewhere down the chain, if they rely on it, they need visibility into it. But we want them to forecast what they think their exposure is for that risk over the next 12 months. By doing that, and by having that financial quantification, we can actually aggregate, and we can get beyond the red, yellow, and green. And I am so looking forward to that in my organization, because that, you can't make decisions from red, yellow, and green. We will use technology to make this happen. So technology is used to connect the dots. So for any risk owner to be in a position to monitor their risk on an ongoing basis, they need certain information. So that's represented in the data linkages to the right. So all the information such as the losses, the results of their control testing, any issues that are found in any testing that's done, any action plans associated, KRI information, KCI information, we want that data to flow into them. Having policy and any regulatory requirements available to them is intended to inform. We're not trying to make a first line of defense risk owner a risk professional. We want them to focus on what they're there to do, and that's probably getting product out the door or providing a service to our customers. But we want them to be risk astute. And so when they're interviewed by a regulator, we want them to know that HIPAA and Reg P apply to what they do. We want them to really understand that, even if they don't understand the deeper statutes of the law. Environmental changes is our business environment assessment process. So that's the flow of information that may impact the risk owner's risk environment, including such things as product changes, people changes, technology changes, what have you. If I rely on certain information, I need to make sure or if I as a risk owner rely on information, I need to make sure that I have access to it. And we're making it simple. They don't have to attend meetings, read emails, receive reports. It just flows right directly to them. If you're looking at that series of check the box things there under the technology to connect the dots, I'm kind of planning to see, there's a larger point here later, but this is the heightened standards thing. This is what we need to adhere to or be able to do to meet those regulator expectations. I actually, being in this space for a while, for me, the risk data aggregation and risk reporting requirements that the GSIBs are expected to accomplish, as well as a heightened standards, it's really just a failed use test. We didn't make use of the RCSA yet. And through technology, it's pretty simple. We just need to connect the information, and we need a good data model behind it. Success and benefits. So what you're looking at here is kind of a one-page storyboard on the RCSA framework. It all starts with the RCSA. RCSA is completed where the risk is owned and managed. They assess the risk, they estimate their exposure. In the RCSA, we're capturing the management's treatment of the risk. If it requires attention, we're even capturing the reputation sensitivity, because you can have huge financial exposure or no financial exposure on a certain risk, and it can have critical or very high severity reputation risk, and we're going to manage that risk as we would a high exposure risk. In the blue box there, we're moving into the business and second line of defense views used for the day-to-day management of risk. So the multi-dimensional views by org, process, product, and product lifecycle give us the risk profiles that we need based on those dimensions. Risk is quantifiable. They have the quantifiable information that is needed to set priorities and effectively allocate budget and resources. And this, I think, is where we meet those data aggregation and risk reporting requirements, or at least we go a long way towards that. On the right side in the blue box is the second line of defense. So again, these are just those corporate risk management programs that have an oversight role. We want them to have the holistic view of risks that they need without it being a burden from the business to provide it. And then they are situated to provide credible challenge back to the first line of defense. Internal audit is then just a consumer of all the information that's available at the first and second line. And the board of directors, the light blue box there, they have the information that they need. Risk can be monitored at that executive level, the risks that require attention, where we're threatening or exceeding our tolerances and our appetites, that information is aggregatable and available at that level. And they are positioned to effectively challenge. The organizational value is in the purple there. It can be provided in many ways. It's driving ownership and accountability, driving prioritization and the use of resources, informing and helping us manage our high-level initiatives and our strategic goals, automating reporting, and then informing our capital modeling and allocation processes. This is kind of where I tie it into heightened standards just a little bit more closely. So the other thing that we want to do, besides providing the business value, is positioning ourselves to meet the heightened prudential standards that we think we will have. So I don't have it on the slide, but I think you can follow that the empowering the business is the first line. We want them to have sufficient information, not excessive information, just enough for the bells and whistles to go off. It's efficient, it's effective. The RCSA drives the accountability and ownership. It's where the risk is measured, and it's the foundation on which we can aggregate data. And from the heightened standards, if we follow that over into the green, accessing risks on an ongoing basis, we need to do that. We need to adhere to policies. We need to establish policies and procedures that are aligned to or establish procedures and processes aligned to policies. We need a quantitative risk assessment. It's expected when we need to be able to require the KRIs and KPIs, how do those interrelate? And then we need to increase or decrease our risk ratings in response to changes in our environment. I am not one who, when you're in the business line, you're like, there's no way that they want to assess their risk on a quarterly basis or on an annual basis. It just makes no sense to them. But if they're asked to assess their risk when their business changes, that makes all the difference in the world. And so we're empowering that ability to do that. We're enabling the second line of defense without having to burden the business at all. They have information that they need, and they can be focused on challenging as they need to, where they need to. And then the same with the third line of defense, informing them so that they always have their plans, they always go through their yearly planning process, but now they can switch gears. When something happens, they can zoom in and focus in on either the first line or the second line where they need to. Key learnings and best practices. We could probably have a whole nother deck for that. The key learnings and best practices on this slide are very interchangeable from our implementation so far at Principal. The value of on-site consultation is something that we learned, and it took us about a year to learn that. But we faltered a little bit with having clear, concise communication at different points, and just the translation of our business need into the technology requirements was sometimes a challenge. The on-site resource that we have basically connected that for us, and we're up and running, and we're accomplishing so much more by having that in place. Maintaining flexibility to align to changes in business needs and strategies is something I guess we all have to deal with on a regular basis. For us at Principal, it's taken us a little bit longer to get our RCSA in play, and the board has been waiting. And they're looking for quantifiable information. They don't like red, yellow, and green. And so we have to get this we can't do the detailed risk and control assessments, so that's what we had planned. We'd had like a risk-based approach to how we'd implement. They kind of want it all. And so we're gonna take a high-level approach first. We're gonna do the end-to-end, and then we're gonna take our risk-based approach and then drill down into those deeper risk and control assessments. But that's kind of par for the course. We have to juggle and figure out a way to make it work sometimes, and that flexibility is always needed. On the best practice side, seeking continual buy-in from your stakeholders, I will tell you that, as much as we know this to be true, and I sat on KPMG yesterday and, going through this and managing the culture or managing change and having your stakeholder analysis and all these plans, we all know we're supposed to do that, but it's so hard sometimes because you get so focused on everything else that needs to get done, and that oftentimes can take a back seat. So we try to leverage where we can our internal communication partners, but we do so much of it on our own as well. And we really need those dog and pony shows and going out and meeting and taking the time to do that. Understanding the tool to minimize customization is something that we learned along the way as well. And certainly I think that there's two approaches. I think you either need a sandbox so you can learn how the tool functions, or you need to just get the out-of-the-box application and put it into play and see what you need to modify. And I think that will be more of our approach going forward. We took off a big chunk of work all at once, and I think we've learned that it's better if you just go slow and steady and take it in smaller chunks. We actually moved to an agile project management approach and moved away from the waterfall project management approach that we'd started with, and are seeing a lot of gains with that as well. The road ahead for Principal is just the implementation of our remaining solutions and then integrating with those other systems of record that we need to integrate with. And that integration points will be through our control structures mostly, and then those KRIs and KCIs that we need to pull from other systems. And then just the continued partnership that we enjoy with MetricStream. It's been, aren't they just great though? I mean, they're wonderful people to work with. We have our challenges, but at the end of the day, I really like these people at the same time. And we're really looking forward to the other enhancements that are coming. I think documenting and evidencing the second line of defense is something that, that's on my radar. How do we actually evidence that? We have it set up, now how do we capture it? Thank you for your time. Are there any questions?
Okay. One thing I wanted you to elaborate a little bit on, if you would mind, Sherry, is how, in your experience, the regulators have responded to your plan, specifically for Principal.
For us, Principal enjoys a strong ERM rating from S&P, and there's a reason why we want to keep a strong ERM rating, or multiple reasons. And I don't think that we would keep it if we weren't able to demonstrate what our plans were for implementing a GRC system and for our operational risk program in general. You just have to find a way to somehow do this, and without that, I don't think that they would be as accommodating or understanding. But they're certainly interested, and we spend a lot of time going through our plans with them. ORSA requirements we're subject to, which require the quantification of risk, tying that to established tolerances and appetites. We meet with the Department of Insurance on a quarterly basis just to share with them where we're at as well. So we don't have the OCC sitting with us and the Fed sitting with us. That was a whole lifetime ago for me. But we know that it could happen again or right around the corner, and we want to be prepared.
Okay. I think there's a question over here.
Yeah, first, what a great model. I think you guys have done a great job. One question. It seems like this is an operational model, but also an enterprise risk management application. And getting towards the predictive, how do you use the data to identify emerging enterprise risk?
Very good. I think emerging risk is both a top-down, bottoms-up type of exercise. For operational risk, I think emerging risk is everything, all the change that's happening within your organization. So having a strong business environment assessment process, and frankly, we're planning on using the survey functionality to build that. And so for each risk that we have, what is the information that impacts that risk? And so making sure that that information comes to that risk owner. But first we have to collect it. And a lot of that is emerging. You have things that pose as emerging risks, and then we hold on to that information and we deal with it and we reassess the risk when we need to as a result of that. That's the bottoms up part of emerging risk. But then you have other groups, and your second line of defense should also be looking at emerging risks. Your leadership should be looking at emerging risks. So you need a way and a method to pull that all together. But we're going to use technology to do it, to at least capture the bottoms up piece on the operational risk realm.
And just a quick follow-up. So do you have the capability that you have your tolerances, right? And then you input your data, or you get it from an operational system that says this tolerance is exceeded. So, you go to red. Do you have the capability to then inform the other risk or the other risk owners that are connected to that, and then say, okay, this is a risk that you may want to look at to be an enterprise risk?
Very good question. It's a deep question. Operational risk is tough because there's so much complexity in the information, and that's why a data model is so very important. Because one operational risk can trigger another, right? So even with the loss data, you can have a technology availability event, which in and of itself didn't cost any money, but it's an operational risk event. If we record that, and we're capturing business risk losses at the same time, because you're holding capital for operational risk, but we want to know what the business risk impacts are as well. But that has a downstream impact. That lack of availability in your technology causes other things to occur. And so all that can be connected through the systems. But I think it's, when you have the information, then you can say, well, this is the information I care about in the business. The risk owners can help us make sure that mapping takes place.
Sherry, you mentioned that you're using a continuous risk monitoring process, so the business owners go in and they assess their risk as they have information that would cause them to do that. Is there, though, a minimum, number of times? Do they have to go in and at least annually assess, or what have you thought about in terms of minimums?
I think every risk needs to be looked at and reassessed at least once annually. I would not like it to go any longer than that. I think there's some risks that you might want to set that standard up a little higher and have it more frequent, but I don't think that there's any risk that would fall outside of an annual. I wouldn't recommend 18 months or 2 years for any risk. But at least, if a risk changes, I assess it today and there's a change tomorrow, I can react. I guess as a business person, I don't think it just doesn't make sense for anybody just to not assess a risk until the time is due. We have to continually manage and monitor. And I think that's what our regulators are asking for us to do as well.
Okay, got one more question.
First of all, my congratulations. It's one of the most coherent explanations of operational risk models that I've seen in these days. Secondly, what do you consider operational risk to be a second line of defense? Because you always refer to the second line of defense in the blue boxes. So the risks in your risk library are owned by you or the second line of defenses. So if take, for example, technology, who owns those sort of risks?
Right. So I consider operational risk management, the program itself, is an enabling function. The technology-related risks are owned by technology. HR-related risks are owned by HR. And so I don't really own any risk, but what I do own is the infrastructure and the mechanism by which we're providing the risk transparency to occur and making sure that the first line of defense has the information and the technology that they need to manage risk. It's efficient, it's effective. The second line, the same. They can do their job as well as the third line. So it truly is enabling those others that own the risk.
We got one more.
Yeah, one more question, by the way. Congratulations. It was a great presentation, although I missed part of it. I know you mentioned about quantitatively assessing the inherent risk and in the RCSA. Do you find that when you quantitatively assess that most of these entries are clumped together in various areas, or do you see nice discrimination where these scores make sense, you can make decisions based on it?
Well, I think I hope to have that kind of information in a little while. We don't have it yet, but that would be the goal. Then you can sit there and say, where do we need to focus our attention based on that information? But realistically, I mean, these take a little bit of time to build. As I said before, we're going to take a high-level approach to get all of the risks assessed across the organization, and then we'll drill down and do the deeper analysis, the control analysis with that, and perfect it. Once you are able then to connect information from other systems of records or even complaint management, incident management, whatever those are, internal losses are a KRI too, as far as I'm concerned. We don't have to overcomplicate this stuff. But then you can sit there and now, do we have the information that we need to manage each one of these risks, and where do we need to spend our time?
All right. Well, I think, thanks, Sherry.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
So thank you very much, Sherry. Our next session here would be starting in about 5 minutes, and it's a session by French Caldwell on GRC, past, present, and future. So a quick 5-minute break, and the entire GRC Summit will reconvene in this room.
There's reason. I could just sit back on one of these and talk.
Okay, we can get started here. Welcome back, everyone. It's my distinct pleasure to introduce French Caldwell. He's going to talk to us about past, present, and future of GRC. And it is a real pleasure because you've met French before. He's presented earlier, and quite a unique individual. French is our chief evangelist. And actually, in reviewing the list of attendees, there's actually one other person at this conference who actually has evangelists in their title. Interesting. So French is not only the chief evangelist, he's a senior marketing executive and one of the foremost thought leaders in IT. And he's shaped the governance, risk, and compliance market and direction for the past 14 years. French is a former Gartner Fellow. You probably have known French before when he was at Gartner, as he led the GRC research, including the influential Gartner Magic Quadrant on GRC. So with this, his research on emerging risks and disruptive technologies, he, as you recall, Admiral Mullen talked about war games. Well, French worked with the White House and the U.S. Naval War College in 2002 and led the digital Pearl Harbor war games, which actually proved the potential threat of a strategic cyber attack. French is a retired naval officer and a nuclear submariner. He's also an avid sailor. I know that from around the Chesapeake. So, with that, after retiring from the Navy, he served as a diplomatic liaison to NATO in the post-Cold War Congressional Commission on Roles and Missions of the Armed Forces. Beyond his professional contributions, French is a leading academic. He served as a federal executive fellow at the Brookings Institute, as well as adjunct fellow at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, and an associate professor and graduate research advisor at George Washington University School of Engineering. He's written a book on international law and has over 400 published research papers. Currently, he's researching the impact of disruptive technologies on public policy at Northeastern University in Boston. Please welcome French Caldwell.
All right, Kristen, thank you. Just one correction. All right, submariner, not submariner. We are just as good at mariners as anyone else. Yeah, and as you heard, Admiral Mullen ran into a buoy. I don't think I did that. Although, you know, that's not unheard of that submarines might run into a continent or something. I remember hearing of some that would be going in through the Straits of Gibraltar and just happen to hit Africa. But anyway, our focus here today, this afternoon, is just to look at where we've been with GRC, kind of where are we right now, and then I want to give you a glimpse into the future, some of the futuristic scenarios that MetricStream is looking at in a project called GRC in the next 10 years. And that project is an ongoing project, but we're starting to say, all right, what really is the future going to look like for business, and how will that impact GRC? And then I'll give you a few recommendations on what you can do to get ready for the next phase of GRC, which I think is going to be very interesting and probably a little scary for you. So it's good to prepare now for those things that are scary. All right. Seems like right now we have the perfect storm of GRC challenges. If you go back a few years, GRC was all about just ensuring you were ready for Sarbanes-Oxley compliance. Whenever we see surveys of how people are using GRC platforms these days, SOX compliance is now down around number 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10. It's not the number one reason that people go to look for a GRC platform anymore. Right now, there's tremendous amounts of change, dramatic political uncertainty. And political uncertainty is not just confined to countries that we might consider in the developing world. The types of unrest and populist movements that we're seeing have come to our shores. You see that, we've seen it happening for a few years now, but in this political election, who could miss it on either the left or the right? When you look at that, the same thing is happening in Europe, by the way. And it's happening in other countries in the developing economies. Look at Brazil. Here's a true, absolute political gridlock there, where the president of Brazil is being impeached over corruption charges by, and the introduction of the bill was introduced by a man who is Speaker of the House, who himself is under investigation on corruption charges. Cyber threats, don't really need to say too much there, other than maybe 4 years ago, who would have thought that CEOs would put cyber threats up towards the top of their list on business risk? I used to look at the list of risks that CEOs would list in our surveys at when I was at Gartner, and cyber risks, IT security risks were way, 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 way down their list. Now they're right up at the very top. It's only going to get worse for those, or I would say not worse, but more challenging when we deal with IT that's embedded in everything we do, that we become more and more dependent on digital business models in our companies. And we're going to see continued new regulations. And I would argue that regulations are going to go into a whole new way of regulating. And maybe we'll get into that a little bit in this session. Now, if you have any questions, feel free to ask them. I'm going to try and leave some time here at the end, but if something's really, really just burning a hole in your pants, just stand up and raise your hand, and I'll go ahead and take questions right in the middle. All right. So we all know why we're here, to preserve corporate integrity, protect brands and reputations, and ensure that all of our executives and employees have the information they need around rules and risks to make better business decisions and ensure exceptional performance for our companies and our agencies. What happens when you don't preserve, protect, and perform? If you don't preserve and protect, you don't perform, as we've seen with Volkswagen. And actually, one of the things that you'll notice with the scandal there, the emissions control scandal, is that it also impacted other companies in their industry. And it continues to haunt us. And we don't know really what were the driving pressures in there, but as Admiral Mullen said yesterday, there may have been this imbalance between trying to drive the company goals of becoming the #1 car manufacturer in the world versus understanding what the real risks are associated with doing that and ensuring that you're managing the risk. As a submariner, I learned that you can do exceptional things. You can be the best in the world. You can go into extraordinarily hostile environments and do missions that people just would not believe if you manage the risk. So these two things are not incompatible. In fact, they're required to have effective risk management if you want to achieve audacious goals. And as I said, the spillover continues. As we see Nissan going and doing a review of the data associated with its reports to federal regulators and finding out that for some of the products that it was rebranding from Mitsubishi, that some of the data appeared to be inconsistent with the actual mileage claims that were being submitted to the federal government. So how did we get to where we are now, by the way? Where did we all start? How do we get to, from focusing on compliance to performance? If we look at GRC as a technology, it's evolved significantly. We have Generation 0 GRC, which is spreadsheets. Anybody here not use spreadsheets at all anymore? Come on, no, I didn't expect that. No, I didn't expect that at all. No, truly, we all use them. And in fact, if anybody ever made any piece of enterprise software that would not export to a spreadsheet, they would probably go out of business. And then the first generation of GRC was highly reactive. It was responsive to the requirements around improving internal controls associated with Sarbanes-Oxley and with other sort of post-tech bubble and early 2000 scandals, corporate scandals. And all of these different rules and regulations worldwide came about saying, hey, we want to have better reporting internal controls that are related to your financials. It was the customers who decided they could do more with that with that tool, and they began to use the tools that were sold for SOX for other types of compliance. And then that kind of led to the overall GRC platform, the idea that you could have a single platform that would support multiple types of compliance and risk activities. But then GRC professionals like yourselves said, well, yeah, it's great, you're supporting multiple activities. The problem is I'm only getting 50% of the functionality that I want out of any given one of them. I'm not satisfied with a 50% solution anymore. And so vendors like us began to focus on developing targeted solutions that met your individual needs to go back towards that 80-20, generalized 80-20 rule, that you ought to be able to get at least 80% of the functionality that you want out of a software solution that's supporting you in your job. And that's where we are today, a common platform sitting there with multiple targeted apps to support individual professional needs, but enabling the sharing of data and information across those different organizations and to senior level people as needed. And we're moving towards recognizing now that, hey, we have all of this information. We're moving into the 4th generation of GRC, where we say we've got all this great risk information, and now we can map KCIs and KRIs and KPIs and actually drive business performance and decision-making, and many of you are starting to do that. So making those linkages, it's not easy, but it's doable to do that, so that you can now say, here are the risks that really relate to certain strategic initiatives and objectives, whether those objectives are to grow the company or they're just to ensure that we don't violate some major rule that's going to get us in big trouble, but that it's actually driving business performance. Now, what are the business drivers that are influencing investment in GRC? We asked this question in a survey in 2015, December 2015, actually to people who would be potentially attending this summit. So some of you may have answered our pre-event survey back in December, and one of the questions we asked you were, what were the business drivers influencing investment in GRC? So very, very interesting. The need to improve risk oversight. New business initiatives introducing new risk and new regulations. So those two being up at the very top, that was just amazing when you think about it. A few years ago, you never would have seen even risk oversight near the top. The focus was on compliance. But now the focus is on business performance, and people want to understand what the risks are to business performance. And they need to have a comprehensive view of those risks, whether those risks are coming from your health and safety activities, operational risk activities, IT security programs, or whatever. They want to have a complete overview of what those risks are. And then new business initiatives introducing new risks. That one really did surprise me when we took this survey, as coming in at number 2. Because, frankly, you get people like myself who go out there and say, hey, this whole digital business revolution is going to impact you, and you just wondered, are people really responding to that? Are they really finding that they're having to respond to the impact of changes in the business environment? And are they really seeing new risk from that? And it turns out they are, and that is one of the major business drivers influencing investment there. And then, of course, you would certainly expect to find privacy and data protection, other cybersecurity issues, certainly up near the top. And regulatory proliferation continues to be right up there near the top, even though you may notice that the number of new regulations, the rate of increase of new regulations seems to have flattened out. In fact, the rate of increase may be going down, even though the number of new regulations keep going up. So there is some hope we might be able to try to catch up a little bit with compliance with all of these new rules and regulations, because the rate has gone down. But the problem that we're going to find is that there's going to be all kinds of new types of compliance that are required. Rather than complying in the way that we have in the past, we may find that, for instance, that we're going to have to comply with standards that apply even when there is no rule or regulation, because that's what people expect us to do. And if we don't, they're going to come back and raise a ruckus through some social storm, like Delta Airlines and others recently found around the death of Cecil the lion. There's no rule or regulation saying you can't ship the hunting trophies back from South Africa, but they found that really that's not a good idea, or we might as well pretend there is one. So if we look at where we have been, we've been on this gradual increase in business value of GRC over the last 10 years, with the focus initially with the GRC platform being that single system of record for GRC to eliminate sort of the overall spreadsheet chaos. And that's still a primary driver for people who are new to GRC platforms is we really are we need to stop the bleeding. We have so many spreadsheets out there, we can't control them, and we need to be able to pull a lot of that data together, and I can't just keep throwing people at it, because at some point, throwing people at it doesn't manage the proliferation of spreadsheets that will actually maybe even increase them. But once we're on that single system of record, being able to come up with common taxonomies for risk, common taxonomies for compliance, helps me to begin to improve the actual productivity of my GRC activities, improve the productivity of audit, of risk, of compliance, of IT security, and that's great. I've seen that companies that focus on trying to come up with those common frameworks and common taxonomies are able to reduce their number of controls by about 30%, and I've seen as high as 70%. So that's a great driver. It still doesn't hit the top line. You're still only addressing bottom line costs. And by the way, is there anyone here that would like to volunteer that because of the fact you were able to eliminate some spreadsheets and you came up and you actually got back a few hours from your auditors or compliance people that you decided which one of them you're going to fire? Anybody here do that? Reduce, cut back because you implemented GRC? No, we don't do that. We put in ERP systems and we don't fire accountants. We put in CRM systems. We don't fire marketing and salespeople. We put in GRC systems. We do not fire auditors, compliance people, IT security people, and so on. There's a good reason for that. First of all, when I talked to the senior auditor, chief audit executive of a very large, heavy manufacturing firm, and he said, I'm now able to have 25% of my audits focused on performance audits instead of compliance-related things. And so the benefits, the actual business benefits accrue to the company outside of the audit organization when he does that, right? So that's the type of thing that's usually happening. I have found people who are willing to go back and have discussions with their auditors about reducing the amount of time and time that their external auditors, their statutory auditors, are spending on audits as a result. That saves you a little bit of money. But anybody who really thinks about it really hard, the business benefits should accrue outside of all of the GRC activities, the real business benefits, the focus on the top line, driving, if you're able to identify risk associated with your business activities and effectively mitigate those risks, you drive business performance. And that's what we really want to do, and that's the direction that we're finally reaching. We're starting to get to that point where we're beginning to figure out how to do that. So, what's next? I'm going to leave it to the rest of MetricStream to figure out how to help you deal with the business performance and decision making, right? We're going to look at what's coming next. All right. How many of you here, by the way, your first cell phone was paid for by yourself? How many of you paid for it yourself? your first cell phone, right? No reimbursement from your employer and so on. So it looks like very much the majority of people here, looks like 3/4. How many of you get some compensation for your cell phone now or your smartphone now from your employer? Very interesting, isn't it? It's like the same people raising their hands. What happened? What happened? Anybody want to volunteer, by the way? Lisa? Huh? You have to be connected all the time. Right, to answer your client calls. Got it. That's from KPMG. That's expert opinion from KPMG. All right? Expert. All right, so so when you look at that, the business eventually recognized the value of that piece of technology, right? So this was a very personal thing. It still is very, very personal, and there's all this conflict around business. Some businesses want to lock it down so you can't do some of the things you like to do on them, and others say, go for it, we're not even going to try. But the fact is, it's a very, very personal device, and yet it has tremendous enterprise value. And that's where I think the next disruptions are probably going to take us. And you saw some of that in Vasant's presentation and demo, where we're moving to being more personal. It's more yours, okay? Even though it also belongs to the business, but it's more yours. Now, I talked yesterday about disruptive technology. This is actually one of my favorite illustrations of disruption, being a submariner, right? That is the S-1, the first U.S. Navy submarine, the S-1 Holland. And it's entering the New York Navy Yard dry dock, followed by this big, gigantic, massive Russian battleship. You know, isn't this amazing? So, beginning of the 20th century. And who knew that just a few decades later, by World War II, that little thing there would make that big thing there totally obsolete? That's massive disruption. It actually changed the rules. You know, at the beginning of World War I, submarines were supposed to notify the ship that they were going to sink it. Give you time to get off, because it provided such an unfair advantage. Do any of you guys think an unfair advantage is bad for your company? You're always looking for an unfair advantage. Usually, even if you find it, it doesn't last too long because it's a very disruptive world. But that's the ultimate right there. That's innovation, disruption, change the rules of the game. And of course, submarine captains said, yeah, right. You know, I'm not going to go tell them that I'm going to sink them. But it created tremendous problems for the rules of war. And it actually literally changed the rules of war when the Lusitania was sunk by German submarines, which helped to bring the U.S. into the war. We are right now in a period of dramatic digital transformation. I talked yesterday about the new digital business models that enable anyone to be a pilot with drones, anyone can be a hotelier with a Airbnb or VRBO, anyone can be a limo driver with Uber or Lyft. It's very, very interesting. Business is getting very personal, very individual. And we're going to start seeing that happen inside our own firms. Banks anyone can be a lender with P2P lending. I bet a lot of banks here have projects underway dealing with sort of P2P lending and then also with cryptocurrencies and so on. But it's a very, very innovative, disruptive time. And up to date, we have been focused in our technology and our support with GRC on the enterprise rather than on the person. And this digital business transformation appears to be quite personal, quite individualistic. And so we have to get on board with that. Anybody remember this guy? Who was here last year? Okay, Susan, who was that? You remember? He went to jail. All right, that's good. That's good. Richard Bystrong, and you're right, he went to jail. He went to jail. Richard's a really nice guy. He's a great guy. He really is. He really is. He's a salesman, so he went to jail. But he was a salesman for, an arms maker, right? And there's a lot of rules about who you can sell weapons to, who you can't. But I think they were doing a pretty good job of abiding by those. But there's also this thing called the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, where you're not supposed to be bribing foreign officials. And, bribes can be, it's hard to interpret what's a facilitation payment and what's a bribe. And, Richard might have gone over the line a few times. And he got caught by the FBI. And the FBI said, Richard, you help us with some additional investigations and help us run a sting operation. And we'll tell the judge how helpful you were to us. So Richard, he actually immediately said, I want to help you. It's a guy carrying around a lot of weight here. Look, I want to help. I want to help you. And he helped him, and he ran the sting operation on 20 other companies on a sting on a arms sale to a foreign country in Central Africa or West Africa. And then when it came time for Richard to be sentenced, FBI said, Judge, he's been really helpful. And the judge said, very well, 18 months in prison. So not a lot of sympathy from the judge. Other people in similar situations have gotten off with a few weeks. Richard did not gripe about it. He served his time, and he came out of jail and out of prison and has been on the lecture circuit ever since, saying, and his basic message is, look at me. I'm a normal person. These are the people you have to worry about. It could be anyone in your company. I was just trying to do my job. I was trying to drive better business performance. I was trying to make the sale, right? So I would argue that the next phase right now, and we're already starting to see some of this, is a focus on the human dimension of risk. We've been looking at risk from a process perspective with operational risk. We've looked at it from an asset perspective. We do that particularly when we look at IT security and financial assets. But we have not necessarily taken a very, very good look at risk from the human dimension. Most of you with your Foreign Corrupt Practices Acts or other anti-corruption laws, if you're in pharmaceutical, you may have mis-selling rules. Banking and financial services have mis-selling rules. All of these opportunities for fraud. What do? We come up with a policy, says be a good person, don't do this, here's some training, sign the bottom line, you're not going to do it. Very well, we repeat that. Maybe we do some disclosure statements once a year, and we keep repeating it year after year after year. And we hope our people don't go off and do the nasty things that would get our company in trouble. Few people, though, have been investing in have been investing in actually monitoring what people are doing. If you are a broker-dealer, for instance, you probably are monitoring your financial advisors and putting a lot more close scrutiny on them. There's some of these monitoring tools these days are going deep into the network activities and the logs associated with network access and application access to do detailed user behavior analytics. What are people doing on your networks? What are they doing in your applications? That's one view. There's other things that we're doing around monitoring transactions within ERP systems using continuous controls monitoring, transactional analysis, looking at gifts and entertainment expenses. And some of your gifts and entertainment and travel expense tools may allow you to have a sort of a limited view into are people meeting the requirements of the policies. Some of you may have gone a little further and developed more detailed rules and queries to see if you can find patterns of behavior. That's very rare, but a few companies have done that. Social network analysis goes way, way back into the mid-1990s when email really began to be in common use, and being able to parse digital communications and see who's communicating to whom. Now we can get into who's communicating to whom, about what, how often, and how tight are their relationships between those people. You know why that could be important? Think about this. And no one, as far as I know, is putting these two together yet. You take the social network analysis and you say who's communicating with whom. Well, and then you take the continuous controls monitoring. By the way, many of you have segregation of duties tools right now in your ERP systems, right? How many people have put in place a segregation of duties tool? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The rest of you probably have, just don't know it because you're not IT geeks. But if you've got some type of segregation of duties rules, at least, that say Sally can't put in vendors into the payment system, and at the same time also put in invoices, because then Sally could put in fictitious vendors, fake invoices, and go retire early to the Cayman Islands. So if you take those segregation of duties rules that came about and began to be enforced more heavily after Sarbanes-Oxley, have helped to drive fraud of that nature from an individual to requiring two individuals. There's a lot more collusion on fraud these days than there used to be. A lot more collusion. Typically not just one person involved. So if you can combine social network analysis and continuous controls monitoring, you can look for those types of patterns. So there's all kinds of other tools that are already in use in companies where you're collecting information around what your people are doing. Just like Google and Facebook, I would argue, and I know this is very, very big brother, I will argue that you will begin to see that you have the ability to create a behavioral profile on your employees. Will you want to do that on everyone? Maybe not. But would you want to do it on people who are in high-risk functions? Might be worth considering. And I'll come back with some recommendations on that. So, employee GRC, it's next. We're actually working on that at MetricStream. And after that, what comes after that? It's not just what's next, it's what's next after next is what keeps a lot of people who are thinking about the future awake. At MetricStream, we have been going through a future of GRC scenaric exercise using a methodology developed by Peter Schwartz, who wrote a book called The Art of the Long View, and you can do this at home with your own teams. If you look at this, we identified first what were all the driving factors that we considered might drive business evolution over the next 10 years, over the next 5 to 10 years. We came up with two critical driving factors. The question of how pervasive will technology be, and then, or how will technology pervasiveness manifest itself is a better way to put it. And the other is how will economic disruption, when it's happened, manifest itself. And we looked at these worlds from a point of view of these potential four futures from a perspective of being hyper-connected or fenced, or will economic disruption be driven by socio-political uncertainty, like it appears to be much today, or will it be driven by uncertainty in the financial system? So we identified these four worlds, these four possible futures, and I really the two that appear to be really the most interesting from at this point in time are the two that we call up there power to the people, where you have a high degree of financial uncertainty, but they're all hyper-connected, and virtual tribes, where you've got these fenced communities, fenced corporations, fenced countries, and a good degree of socio-political uncertainty. Let's take a closer look at these. When we look at power to the people, we said, look, what are the characteristics of that? First of all, there'll be very low trust. There can be low trust in financial institutions, and when that happens, it will be felt immediately and broadly because we're hyper-connected. Any negative news, any negative impact on the financial system will be shared broadly across the entire population, very, very quickly. We also saw that people will be taking more control of their own destinies. There'll be massive political movements outside of the traditional political parties. Politicians will begin to lose power because people will be highly connected. So systems are highly connected, people are highly connected. And the politicians begin to lose power because if they go and do something that's unpopular, they get immediate feedback, massive immediate feedback. Think of some of the gay rights initiatives, anti-gay rights initiatives that were in Indiana and Arkansas, and how immediate the feedback was on that. No one waited for the next election to tell their politicians how they felt. In that case, politicians become purely reactive, operating at the will of the mob. Regulators gain power because they actually have better connectivity and know what's going on within your companies. So the administrative state, the regulatory state, begins to run the country more and more as the politicians lose more and more control. We see a gain in automated decision-making, greater productivity due to AI and machine learning, and also reduced uncertainty in environmental changes. There's a climate change debate. There should be reduced uncertainty because of the ability to measure, predict, and model. We also see the potential for the use of cyber sanctions as geopolitical tools, where some countries are walled off or fenced off based on security resolutions of other countries. What's the impact overall here, though, for GRC? If you were looking at moving in this direction where we get more and more connected, but there's financial system uncertainty, you're going to find that the regulators gain more power, and so there'll be more of an emphasis on compliance and faster real-time reporting demanded by the regulatory and by the administrative state. The other future possibility here we saw is virtual tribes, where they're fenced off. They live together, they live together virtually, they play together virtually. Family loses meaning. You have more affinity with your online tribe. You could have attacks across tribes if one tribe offends another. Cyber attacks, denial service attacks. I'm denying your right to your access to your virtual world. Cryptocurrencies within tribes to ensure trading among them, and cryptocurrency use between tribes. And then new types of political entities, cults of personality, digital leaders that take on mammoth personalities. Corptocracies will be those that will emerge that can actually connect the dots. Certainly in this case, this is kind of a really Matrix-like, negative, sci-fi type of future. We certainly are not advocating that either one of these are the real future that will emerge. But if you were looking at this, it's going to demand a lot more digital protection and emphasis on heavy, automated, very rapidly responsible reactive IT GRC types of capabilities. And a lot of the ability to protect your tribe, your corporations are going to be important. So that's two of the possible futures, but let's step back. As I said before, the next phase of GRC is going to be much more personal, much more focused on individuals. I have yet to see a compliance violation, a corporate scandal, some dramatic incident that did not have at its center some level of human involvement. So human GRC or human-focused GRC is next. Don't worry too much about the future. Right now, just keep calm, preserve, protect, and perform. A few recommendations. You can start now by making GRC more people-focused. That means starting not just being reactive, but identifying proactively some of the high-risk scenarios and the people and the teams who might be involved in those scenarios. So where are your most risky business operations, and who are the people that are involved there? Where do you have the greatest potential for a people-led risk event? Once you've identified that, look for the sources for human behavioral key risk indicators. What systems are they using? What applications are they using? How comfortable are you with collecting that data and beginning to plot the trends in that data? Because the data is there. Google's doing it, Facebook's doing it. Are you going to do it? So develop the baselines and trending and start to integrate the reporting into GRC systems. Even if you feel like it is too big brother to monitor all of the employees in your company, you may want to think about which are the ones that you would monitor if you were going to do it. And you may think about, should we be monitoring whole teams or whole departments, leaving the employee anonymous, and seeing which teams maybe their overall, which teams have the most compliance violations of travel policies, violating limits on gifts and things like that. There can be, or you look and say, here, this team seems to have a lot of people who access systems late at night when you wouldn't be expecting it. These may be indicators of managerial issues, managerial challenges. You could be driving better team performance just by understanding what teams are doing and what are their challenges, what are the barriers to their success. So it's not all negative. Quite a bit of it's positive. So that said, we have a couple of minutes here for questions. I'm glad to take them. If I know I'm between you and cocktails, keep that in mind when you ask your question. Keep it short. All right, anybody have a question? All right, keep calm, preserve, protect, and perform. One question, sir. Will GRC become more predictive? I think so, and particularly if we start actually beginning to understand the impact of KRIs on KPIs. I have seen that already with some organizations who will identify the key performance indicators and then say, what are the top 3 key risk indicators? And what you'll see is they're tracking the key risk indicators as a leading indicator of performance. It doesn't have to be some fancy model that you build or algorithm. If you're simply plotting the trend on the KPI and the trends on the KRIs, you can begin to say, hey, look, this KRI is starting to go in the wrong direction. Let's take action before it impacts the KPI. So it all depends on the lag time between that KRI and that KPI as to whether it can be predictive or not. Yeah, but yeah, I've actually seen that. And it comes out of the supply chain world is where that has actually started being used quite a bit. Okay, well, thank you. Look forward to the show tonight, by the way, is going to be awesome. You're going to love it, okay? And by the way, the capital steps are guaranteed to offend everyone. All right, thank you.
Great, thank you, French. We're going to return back here for dinner at 6:30, and capital steps are coming on at 7:30. And as French says, let's see. Yes, GRC Journey Awards along with dinner, starting at 6:30. So we look forward to your coming back.
Let's call the hotel to get them to refresh the room. We have 1 hour. So ladies and gentlemen, just a kind request. We'd like all of you to exit the room because we will be